As the House can see, we have many bills to be presented today. In order to save time and to get on with today's main business, for members presenting more than one consecutive bill, I will accept private notice of the dates of the second bill for those bills. Those dates will be recorded and published accordingly in Hansard and the votes in proceedings. For members presenting individual bills, they will name the date for the second reading as usual. We start with presentation of bill. Martin Wrigley.
Company Directors' Duties Bill.
Second reading what day?
4th of July 2025.
4th of July 2025.
Thank you.
Richard Ford.
Military Action Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 7th of March 2025.
Friday the 7th of March 2025. Shaukat Adam.
Palestine Statehood Recognition No. 2 Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 29th of November 2024.
Friday the 24th of November.
29th.
29th of November. Luke Taylor.
Hospices and Healthcare Report on Funding Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 11th of July 2025.
Friday the 11th of July 2025. Dr. Luke Evans.
Animal Welfare Responsibility for Dog-on-Dog Attacks Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of May 2025.
Friday the 16th of May 2025. Stephen Gethins.
Devolution Immigration Scotland Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 25th of April 2025.
Friday the 25th of April 2025. Helen Morgan.
Access to Telecommunications Networks Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 13th of June 2025.
Friday the 13th of June 2025. Bob Blackman.
Homelessness Prevention Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 28th of March 2025.
Friday the 28th of March 2025. Greg Smith.
Pension Special Rules for End of Life Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 17th of January 2025.
Friday the 17th of January 2025. Jim Shannon, new member.
Special Envoy for Freedom of Religion or Belief Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 29th of November 2024.
Friday the 29th of November. Clive Jones.
National Cancer Strategy Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of July 2025.
Friday the 4th of July 2025.
Thank you.
Christine Jardine.
Bereavement Support Children and Young People Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 4th of July 2025.
Friday the 4th of July 2025. Anna Sabine. And Sabine.
Battery Energy Storage Systems Fire Safety Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 25th of April 2025.
Friday the 25th of April 2025. Rachel Maskell.
Bullying and Respect at Work Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 20th of June 2025.
Friday the 20th of June 2025. Thank you. Mark Garnier.
Domestic Building Works Consumer Protection Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 28th of March 2025.
Friday the 28th of March 2025. David Reid.
Hunting Trophies Import Prohibition Bill.
Second reading what day?
January 17th, 2025.
January the 17th, 2025. Emma Food.
Secure 16 to 19 Academies Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 16th of May 2025.
Friday the 16th of May 2025. Steve Race.
Animals in Medical Research Prohibition Bill.
Second reading what day?
29th November 2024.
Friday the 29th of November. Paul Holmes.
Children Not in School Registers, Support and Orders Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 7th of March 2025.
Friday the 7th of March 2025. John Morris. John Morris.
He's not.
Not here, right. Let's move on. Sir Isley.
Employment Rights Special Constables Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 29th November.
Friday the 29th of November. Helen Wake.
Agricultural Land Planning Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of May 2025.
Friday the 16th of May 2025. Gregory Stafford.
Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 17th of January 2025.
Friday, sorry, what day?
The 17th of January.
17th of January 2025. Liz Sutton-Roberts.
Health and Safety at Work, etc. Act 1974 Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 29th of November 2024.
Friday 29th of November 2020. Right. Sir Christopher Cho.
COVID-19 Vaccine Damage Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 29th of November.
Friday the 29th of November. Oliver Ryan.
Courts Remote Hearings Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 16th of May 2025.
Friday the 16th of May 2025. Caroline Bowden.
Green Spaces Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 7th of March 2025.
Friday the 7th of March 2025. Helen Maguire.
Educational Institutions Mental Health Policy Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 6th of December.
Friday the 6th of December. Upper Bradford.
Dogs Protection of Livestock Amendment Number 2 Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 29th of November.
Friday the 29th of November. Sean Barrett.
Plant Protection Products Prohibition on Public Sector Use Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 25th of April 2025.
Friday the 25th of April 2025. Go to Sarah Green.
Chalk Streams Protection Bill.
Second reading what day?
17th of January 2025.
17th of January 2025. Rebecca Harris.
Pets Microchips Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 24th of February 2025.
Friday the 24th of Friday the 24th of January 2025. Thank you. Jason McLeod.
Football Gender Inequality Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 29th of November.
Friday the 29th of November. Mike Wood.
Heritage Public Houses Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 7th of March 2025.
Friday the 7th of March 2025. Manuela Portagilla.
Building Regulations Minimum Standards Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 24th of January 2025.
Friday the 24th of January 2025. Ollie Glover.
Public Services Targets Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 13th of June 2025.
Friday the 13th of June 2025. Carla Daniel. Hello.
State-Related Deaths National Oversight Mechanism Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 17th of January 2025.
Friday the 17th of January 2025. Adrian Ramsey.
Nature-Based Solutions Water and Flooding Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 7th of March 2025.
Friday the 7th of March 2025. Max Wilkinson.
Social Media Access to Accounts Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 17th of January 2025.
Friday the 17th of January 2025. Richard Bergen.
Climate Finance Fund Fossil Fuels and Pollution Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 25th of April 2025.
Friday the 25th of April 25. Right, we have a couple of multiple bills. Presentation bills, Helen Morgan.
Carers and Care Workers Bill. Bus Services Bill.
Second reading what dates?
Friday the 29th of November 2024.
Friday the 29th of November. We now come to the second one. Sir Christopher Cho.
Meet Information about Method of Killing Bill. Bank of England Inflation Targets Bill. Child Criminal Exploitation No. 2 Bill. Health Insurance Exemption from Insurance Premium Tax Bill. Exemption from Value-Added Tax Listed Places of Worship Bill. Bailiffs Warrants of Possession Bill. Exemption from Value-Added Tax Public Electric Vehicle Charging Points Bill. Vaccine Damage Payments Act Review Bill. Highways Act 1980 Amendment Bill. COVID-19 Vaccine Damage Payments Bill. Statutory Instruments Act 1946 Amendment Bill. Dangerous Dogs Act 1991 Amendment Bill. Arms Length Bodies Review Bill. Exemption from Value-Added Tax Miscellaneous Provisions Bill. Mobile Homes Act 1983 Amendment Bill. Anonymity of Suspects Bill. Domestic Energy Value-Added Tax Bill. Public Health Control of Disease Act 1984 Amendment Bill. Caravan Site Licensing Exemptions of Motorhomes Bill. NHS England Alternative Treatment Bill. British Broadcasting Corporation Privatisation Bill. Children's Clothing Value-Added Tax Bill. BBC licence fee non-payment decriminalisation for over 75s Bill. Regulatory Impact Assessments Bill. Rule of Law Enforcement by Public Authorities Bill. Illegal Immigration Offences Bill. National Health Services Co-Funding and Co-Payment Bill. Public Sector Exit Payments Limitation Bill. Green Belt Protection Bill.
Second reading what day?
Dates are being recorded.
Dates are going to be recorded. Neither you nor I will want to read that lot out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Richard Holden. Ellie Chams, who is he?
Water Agricultural Pollution Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday 14th of March 2025.
Friday the 14th of March 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seamus Logan? Oh, he's not able to present. Right, so the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Employment Rights Bill, second reading. Now.
The reason amendment in the name of Kevin Hollinrake has been selected. I now come to the Minister to move second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time, and I declare that I'm a lifelong proud trade union member. When this government took office and I took this job, we promised the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation, nothing less than a new deal for working people. We said that we would introduce a bill to deliver that within 100 days, and we have fulfilled the promise we made to the British public. Because let's be clear, too many working people have had to wait too long for change. Over decades, the good, secure jobs that our parents and our grandparents could build a life on were replaced by low pay and insecure work. Wages flatlined, in-work poverty grew, growth was strangled, and the Tories left behind a battered economy which served no one. Today, this Labour government, led by working people, for working people, will start to turn the tide. But first, Mr Speaker, I want to note the honourable member's reasoned amendment. Our reforms are ambitious. They have to be to bring the real change. But we have engaged extensively and will continue to do so. Today we are publishing a package of consultations on strengthening statutory sick pay, zero-hour contracts, industrial relations, collective redundancy and fire and rehire. And Mr Speaker, as the impact assessment we've published today shows, this bill is a pro-growth bill. This landmark bill, pro-growth, pro-business, pro-worker, will extend the employment protections given by the best British companies to millions more workers. Mr Speaker, I'll give way.
To the lady, she referred to the impact assessment, which, in a discourtesy to the House, was only published a couple of hours before this debate, and is very extensive. But one thing it does say is that the estimated cost of these measures could be £4.5 billion a year. How does loading costs onto employers help boost growth and job creation?
Say to the honourable member, the impact assessment also makes clear that it would have a positive impact on growth, and more than 10 million workers will benefit from Labour's plan in every corner of this country, and the money in their pockets will go back into the economy and will support businesses, in particular those on the high street. Mr Speaker, across the business spectrum, from giants like Sainsbury's and Octopus Energy to small and medium-sized companies like Richer Sounds, successful firms already know that strong employee rights mean strong growth opportunities. And with my right honourable friend, the Business and Trade Secretary, we've just been to the Co-op in County Durham to see how it retains valuable talent, boosts profits and powers ahead with enlightened policies that support good working lives for their staff. And this bill will bring all good businesses on board. I give way.
Full to the Secretary of State for giving way. Her own impact assessment says that impact on growth could be positive, and if there was any, it would be small in magnitude. The negative impact, not least on small businesses, will be very serious in magnitude, as my honourable friend has just laid out. Can she please explain to the House how she will minimise those negative impacts?
Well, we've already been working with businesses as we've put forward this bill throughout, and we will continue to do that through the consultations. We've recognised, for example, probation periods, but we don't think people should not have rights 2 years into their employment. So we are listening. But I also say to honourable members opposite, who promised employment bill after employment bill and then never delivered them, that the people of this country deserve secure fairness at work, and it will be this Labour government that delivers it. Almost 9 million employees will benefit from protection against unfair dismissal from day one. 1.7 million will benefit from new policies on flexible working, and up to 2 million will receive a right to bereavement leave. Thousands of pregnant women and mothers will benefit from new maternity protections, and tens of thousands of fathers and partners brought into scope of paternity leave. A genuine living wage that matches the cost of living. In total, more than 10 million people will benefit from Labour's plan in every corner of this country. So if you're in casual work, unable to rely on guaranteed hours, this is a Labour government delivering for you. If you're working hard on low pay and struggling to make ends meet, this is a government delivering for you. This is a government back in the service of working people. I'll give way.
Could you define working people?
Mr Speaker, they've had years, 14 years to support the working people of the... Will the member listen to my response? Thank you. I gave way to the member, and I say to the member, 14 years, promised employment bills, promised industrial strategy. In 14 years, the Tories delivered the highest amount of cost of living for working people of this country. It will be the Labour government that delivers for the working people of this country. Mr Speaker, this is a government back in the service of working people, building an economy fit for the future and making work pay. For the first time ever, we have instructed the Low Pay Commission to take account of the cost of living when setting the minimum wage, because everyone deserves a proper living wage for a proper day's work. We have already moved to protect 4 million self-employed workers from late payments with the new Fair Payment Code. And we have already encouraged employers not to use the ineffective and failed minimum service laws that did not stop a single day of industrial action while in force before we repeal them for good. This is a bold start, Mr. Speaker, but we're going further, because we know the UK's labour market is not delivering for workers or businesses, and it holds back the UK economy. We know things have to change. This bill marks a momentous opportunity to chart a new route to growth, one built from the bottom up and the middle out, alongside the £63 billion, Mr. Speaker, of investment into the UK announced last week. Higher growth, higher wages, higher productivity, a new partnership between the workers and business.
I hope it is. Graham Stuart.
I believe it is, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State's just talked about the amount of money coming into the economy as a result of this. Is it appropriate that the Secretary of State, and indeed other members across this House, should speak in this debate without mentioning what they have received in donations from trade unions, seeing how central the law around trade unions is in this bill?
You're correct, it's not a point of order, even though he thought it was. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give way.
Sexual harassment in the workplace has been absolutely horrendous and a terrible demotivator for people to stay in their workplaces. Last year, my Workers' Protection Act became law, but this government is going to go even further to put a duty on third-party harassment in the workplace. Does she agree that it will encourage even more people and make workplaces even safer now that this proposal is in front of us?
I absolutely agree, and I thank the honourable member for her work in this area. We have to make sure that workplaces have a good culture that doesn't tolerate any form of harassment, including sexual harassment, because that's bad for business as well. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, my apologies. The major achievement of this bill, and parts 1 and 2, will be to strengthen rights for working people. And this is personal to me. I started my working life as a carer on casual terms, not knowing if there'd be a paycheck next month. That fear stuck with me of not being able to provide for my young family or losing everything. And now that I'm at the Cabinet table, I'm determined to deliver for the millions of people in the position that I was once in, and bring all companies up to the standard of the best when it comes to workers' rights. This bill is recognition and a celebration of many employers who are already doing these measures, and in many cases go so much further. I'll give way.
Can I welcome this new Labour government's approach to making sure that people, such as those in my constituency of Kettering, feel the benefit of economic growth? My honourable friend will know that over 1 million people on zero-hour contracts will benefit from her guaranteed hours policy. Does she agree with me that today's bills will raise living standards across the country?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and I can confirm to the House that this bill will finally end the exploitative zero-hour contracts. Up to 2.4 million workers will finally have the right to a contract which reflects the number of hours that they work. And Madam Deputy Speaker, for too long working people have been subject to the shocking practice of fire and rehire. Even the threat of fire and rehire will often mean people voluntarily agree to lower pay and reduced terms and conditions. Our bill will end these bullying tactics for good. It will put an end to fire and rehire and fire and replace, unless employers can prove they face financial difficulties that threatened their business survival, and changing the employee's contract was unavoidable. After years of campaigning, working people finally have a government who listens. No longer will working people face the scourge of fire and rehire. I give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way on that really important point. We had a situation where, for a number of us, we saw our constituents threatened with fire and rehire during the COVID pandemic. Shameful acts by employers. You know, people who were fearing for their livelihood whilst this crisis was going on. Does she agree that we've waited far too long, and no sooner can we bring in this end this scourge of fire and rehire so workers have the protection that they need and they deserve?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and the previous government promised to do something and failed to do anything about this practice.
I'm very grateful for the Minister for giving way. Will she agree with me that growth, if it comes, will come from small and medium-sized enterprises, which is the bedrock of industry in this country? And does she accept that the measures in this bill may be capable of being accommodated by large businesses with big HR departments, but most certainly won't by small and medium-sized enterprises, and therefore is likely to damage the growth that she insists will come under a Labour government?
I think I will agree with the honourable gentleman on the importance of small and medium-sized businesses in the UK economy. They do a fantastic job and contribute widely to our economy, and that's why we've engaged with small and medium enterprises. And many of them understand that if there is clarity around what we're doing, if we consult like we did with probation periods, we're working with them. But many of them also recognise that the scourge of insecure, low-paid work in this country at the moment is holding Britain's economy back, and that's what we're going to change.
She referenced already the extra help for working parents this bill is going to introduce. Does she agree that stands in stark contrast to some of those on the Conservative benches who suggest that maternity pay has, quotes, gone too far?
I absolutely agree, my honourable friend, and the previous Labour government, when they brought in the national minimum wage, had the same sort of arguments made at them. But actually what we saw is it lifted millions of people out of poverty, and it will be this Labour government that can stand proudly and say that we stood up for the workers and those good employers that are doing the right thing in our country and protecting and looking after their employees. I'll give way.
I thank you for giving way. We're clearly going to hear a lot of the same arguments tonight that we heard years ago when Labour introduced a minimum wage. But would she agree with me that good employers have nothing to fear from this bill and working people have a lot to celebrate?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. This is pro-worker, pro-business, and this is the context to which this bill has come to fruition. We've been consulting wide and long on these measures, and we believe it strikes the right balance to get our economy working across the board so that people can contribute and feel that their contribution is valued as part of the UK economy. The bill also delivers a once-in-a-generation upgrade in the rights of our proud seafarers. Never again will any company be able to get away scot-free with exploiting a loophole to sack employees without notice. No longer will our seas be the byword for a race to the bottom on standards. Madam Deputy Speaker, the next step in our package to transform the rights of working people is on unfair dismissal. At present, employees must wait 2 years for basic protections against unfair dismissal, so it's not surprising that they can be loath to change jobs and restart the clock. This isn't right. It deprives people of promotion opportunities and pay rises and limits businesses' ability to recruit. Under this bill, employees won't have to wait years for protection from unfair dismissal. Instead, they will receive it from day one. These measures alone will benefit close to 9 million people.
For giving way, she talked about seafarers not being abused. Did she apologise to DP World last week?
Well, I don't know what the honourable member's getting at. Maybe he's getting at Maybe he's getting at the former Transport Secretary, the Conservative Transport Secretary, that referred to them as pirates of the high seas or weasels. But I don't know. I've just said and been very clear to all businesses in the UK, I want to work with them to make sure that we value their employees. And many of them are on board for this new day. They'll recognise it's good for business, it's good for growth, and it's good for their employees.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. I draw attention to my entry in the register, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just in relation to the point raised by my Right Honourable friend, I understand that the Right Honourable Lady thinks believes she's fulfilling a manifesto commitment, and we have to respect that. But I hope she recognises that while these regulations will apply across the whole of the economy, the dynamics within small and particularly micro businesses are very different to those of large businesses. So, for example, if you only have 4 employees and all 4 apply for flexible working, as is contained within the bill, it becomes not just a logistical and administrative nightmare, but a personal nightmare for the person who is trying to run the business alongside. So I hope that as the bill progresses, she will look to what has been a customary carve-out for small businesses and consider in specific measures whether that might be appropriate.
Well, I thank the member for his contribution. And of course, some of the measures in the bill do recognise the difference between large employers and smaller employers. But also, we have to recognise in this country a fairness and clarity of purpose. And I think this bill strikes the right balance. As I've said to honourable members who have raised issues regarding small and medium businesses, that we're working with them. We've already listened in regards to probation periods, which this bill now creates a new statutory probation period, so employers and employees can check whether a job is good fit. If it turns out not to be right, the bill allows for a new lighter touch standards of fairness for employers to meet when they dismiss someone. I think we're striking the right balance. We've worked very hard on this piece of work. If workers are dismissed unfairly, everyone deserves the right of protection, however long they have been in post. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, with Labour, they will. Yeah. Now, turning to statutory sick pay. No one should feel forced to struggle through work when they are not well. Our view is simple. Everyone should be entitled to sick pay from the first day that they are sick, regardless of their earnings. Yet 1.3 million employees are currently excluded because they do not earn enough. This means that lower earners, including carers, go to work when ill because they cannot afford not to, and risk infecting the vulnerable and elderly and others with whom they come into contact. No one should want that. With this bill, all employees will be entitled to sick pay, however much they earn, and it will be paid from the first day of being ill. I've already given way to the honourable member, and there's so many that want to speak. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government knows that the current system does not support working families. We said that we would make flexible working the default, and the bill will do just that. Flexible working makes workers happier, and we know that businesses who offer it benefit from bigger, better and more diverse pools to recruit. At the same time, we recognise that not all workplaces can accommodate all flexible working requests, so businesses will be able to negotiate or reject unworkable requests as long as that rejection is reasonable. Our current parental leave... So I'll give way.
I'm most grateful to the Right Honourable Lady, and just on that specific point, who would deem whether it's reasonable or unreasonable?
Well, there will be statutory guidance, but of course it will be dependent upon the various different circumstances. And I say to the honourable member, and we saw it during the COVID pandemic, people were able to be incredibly flexible in the work, and it's in that mindset that I ask employees and employers to look at how they can look at how they deliver services, because far too much talent goes out of our economy because of the inflexibility. If you think about how much that you can retain in your business by keeping people in work, many of the good employers already know this and offer way more than what we're suggesting in our bill. The current parental leave system is outdated too. This isn't right. With this bill, fathers and partners will be able to give notice of their intention to take paternity leave and unpaid parental leave from the first day in a new job. New mums also lack the protection they deserve. We know the party opposite's solution is to go back to the dark ages and scrap maternity pay altogether. And if they had their way, as a single mum, I would have been left with nothing. It was a Labour government that introduced the maternity allowance as mothers in the workforce grew. And while the party opposite, out of step with modern Britain, can't wait to get rid of it, I say we will never, ever stop defending it. But I'll give way.
I'm really grateful to my humble friend, and what an incredible legacy she is setting down today. When it comes to adoptive parents, they clearly need time with their children as they bring them into their family, but self-employed adopters do not have the same privileges. Will she have a look to ensure that they also can have proper statutory rights around taking leave and getting pay?
Good point.
This is the start of a process, I'd say, to my honourable friend, and I thank her for making that really important point. There is a number of consultations that will continue, like for the self-employed and a single category of worker, because some of these things are more complex for us to be able to deliver in this bill. But I say to my honourable friend and to members that please come to this in the spirit of what we want, and that is to improve working people's lives. And hopefully, as I said previously, many employers already do above and beyond what we're saying in this bill. I hope that we can start to celebrate those employers that do that and spread that across the economy. I'll give way.
And can I join with the people celebrating this bill and what it represents? She talks there about employers who are already going above and beyond, that frankly, out there in the real world, they get that supporting families is good for the economy and it's good for growth. Yeah. And that does include dads, who we all do recognise do have responsibilities. What more can she tell us about that spirit of openness in this bill and the opportunities to look at parental leave and particularly paternity leave, and what more we can do to help more families take it up and get longer?
I thank my honourable friend for that important point, and I think across the House actually we all agree that families play a very important role, and that businesses can help support families, whatever size or shape those families are, and that we must go much further to make that happen. But this bill also goes further by making it unlawful to dismiss pregnant women, mothers on maternity leave and mothers who return to work for a 6-month period after they return, except in certain specific circumstances. And for women in work, we won't stop there. Around 8 out of 10 menopausal women are in work. For most, there is no support. When workplaces fail to support women, we fail in our moral duty to treat people equally, and employers lose out on talent and skills. On pay too, we are failing women. The national gender pay gap still stands at over 14% and is not narrowing fast enough. So we will be requiring action plans for the large employers to address the pay gap and support women during the menopause. And it is a sad reality that women often find the workplace uncomfortable and unsafe. Sexual harassment at work can destroy confidence and ruin careers. We will do everything in our power to tackle it. This bill will strengthen the duty on employers to prevent sexual harassment of employees, and it will strengthen protections for whistleblowers by making it explicit that if they do the right thing and speak up about sexual harassment, the law will protect them. The party of the Maternity Pay and the Equal Pay Act will, through this bill, introduce the next generation of rights for working women. Central to all these reforms is our belief that all employers should always support their employees. The best ones, Madam Deputy Speaker, already do. And losing a loved one, I'll give way on that point.
I thank her for giving way. In early September, over 500 Oscar Mayer workers, organised by Unite the Union, launched strikes against the company's appalling use of fire and rehire. Many of these workers are my constituents, facing serious threats to their pay and working conditions, with potential losses of up to £3,000 annually. While I hugely support this legislation, immediate action is crucial to protect my constituents and workers across the UK from such exploitative practices. Could my right honourable friend provide clarity on the timescales for reforms on unfair dismissal?
Even with interventions, if there are declarations of interest, they should be made on the floor of the House. Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and this is why we've moved at pace. The previous government promised an employment bill to protect workers, and they didn't deliver. That's why within the first 100 days we are delivering the employment bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, losing a loved one is amongst the hardest things for any of us. That's why, in this bill, we are setting a clear standard for businesses, giving employees the right to bereavement leave. Taken together, these new rights for working people, sick pay when they need it, an end to exploitative zero-hour contracts, fire and rehire, bereavement leave, expanded entitlement to paternity leave, new protections for women in work, they represent the biggest upgrade for working people in a generation. But we're not stopping there. I'll give way one last time.
Thank you to my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that not only does this bill represent the biggest uplift in workers' rights in a generation, it also strengthens their enforcement through new enforcement measures, which is in stark contrast to the benches opposite who brought in unlawful employment tribunal fees?
I think my honourable friend makes a very important point, because we want the culture to change as well. We've had a race to the bottom where workers haven't been protected, where we've seen the biggest wave of strike action because of the previous government, where we want employers and trade unions to come together to grow our economy, and the employers and the unions are up for that challenge, because we know the world of work is fairer and more productive when working people can come together to negotiate fair pay and decent conditions. That's why we are reinstating the school support staff negotiating body, in recognition of the vital role support staff play in the workforce and in young people's education. And as a former carer, and from day one I said that I would champion them in this place and the complex, high quality and professional work that they do. I am so proud to say that after 14 years, no longer will their extraordinary life-saving contribution to our community be devalued by low pay and lack of career progression. For the first time, thanks to this Labour government, there will be a historic fair pay agreement process in the adult social care sector, with a new body empowered to negotiate pay and conditions and ensure that training and a career structure is in place. At last, care will be rightfully regarded as a multi-skilled profession, and carers will be confident that they will have the respect and income they deserve for looking after our vulnerable loved ones and for helping to manage the pressures on the NHS and in social care.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I would draw the House's attention to my register of interest. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that care workers are often the Cinderella service? They are low paid but certainly not low skilled, and it's time that we got to grips with hostile employers who don't pay travel time.
I think my honourable friend makes a very important point, and the disparity that you see for terms and conditions for care workers now actually impede recruitment. We see huge numbers of vacancy in the care sector, and I want to see, through the fair pay agreements, carers being treated with the fairness and with the valuable contribution they make. And I actually think that they're also key to tackling some of the challenges that we face within our NHS. I'll give way.
Thank the honourable lady for giving way, and thank her for raising the issue about care workers and the great contribution they have made to look after those who need care. Does she agree with me that the minimum wage for carers should be increased by £2 an hour in line with Liberal Democrat policy?
I set out previously, we've already wrote to the Low Pay Commission and we want to go further by the Fair Pay Agreements to look at how we can make sure that carers are recognised for the valuable role that they play. As I alluded to in my comments previously, care workers are not just somebody that does the shopping or does a call for 15 minutes. They handle complex needs in the community and they look after some of our most vulnerable loved ones, and I think they should get that recognition that they deserve, and that's why we've taken these measures we have today. We know the valuable contribution also that trade unions make, and that is why we're resetting industrial relations. The Conservatives presided over Strike Britain with their scorched earth approach to strikes. First, we are repealing the Strikes Minimum Service Levels Act of 2023. Anyone with a brain could see this legislation would do two things: increase tensions and fail to prevent a single day of industrial action. We said it at the time, and what happened? The rail dispute cost our economy over £1 billion. The law has failed and has no reason to stay on the statute books. And we're also repealing nearly every part of the flawed Trade Union Act of 2016, which tried to smother trade unions in form-filling and red tape and prevent them from doing their job. And we will go further by strengthening the voice of working people, by making it easier for trade unions to get recognised, giving them the right to access to workplaces and making sure that they have enough time to represent their members. And when the rights of working people are flouted, a new Fair Work agency will be empowered to investigate. Madam Deputy Speaker, today we are also launching a consultation on modernising trade union laws so that those laws are fit for the modern workplace and our modern economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, in under 100 days, we have put together a transformative package that marks a new era for working people. We know the party opposite will oppose this every step of the way. We know because they have history. Just like they oppose Labour's minimum wage and now shamefully want to take us back to the dark ages when women were denied maternity pay. But it's clear that they're out of step with modern Britain. Our plans mark a new way forward, a new deal for working people, making jobs more secure and family-friendly, banning exploitative zero-hour contracts, supporting women in work at every stage in their life, a genuine living wage and sick pay for the lowest earners, further and faster action to close the gender pay gap, ensuring rights are enforced and that trade unions are strengthened, repealing the anti-worker, anti-union laws and turning the page on industrial relations, ending fire and rehire whilst giving working people the basic rights that they deserve from day one in the job. A landmark moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, delivered in under 100 days. This is a pro-business, pro-worker, pro-growth bill and a pro-business, pro-worker, pro-growth government. And today, after 14 years of failure, we are starting a new chapter and decisively delivering a better Britain for working people.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the Shadow Minister, Kevin Hollinrake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I beg to move that the amendment standing in my name on the order paper be moved? The Conservative Party will always be the party of business, but we are pro-business and pro-worker. Not least because many of us on this side of the House have been both workers and people who have started and grown our own businesses. Those who have are the first to appreciate the symbiotic relationship between the two. That is why we acted during our time in office to improve workers' rights in several areas. Flexible working, parental leave, redundancy protections, making sure workers keep the tips left for them by their customers, and significant increases to the national living wage. I myself started my first significant business back in 1992, which over 3 decades we grew to become a national business, employing hundreds of people. We valued every one of those people. We were a Sunday Times Best 100 company to work for and invest in people. I absolutely believe that business is a force for good and that business people do great service to our communities and the wider economy. As Winston Churchill put it, they are the strong horse that pulls the whole cart. The question I ask myself now is, when this legislation is in place, would I start that small business again today? Sadly, the answer would probably be no. Certainly not one that employed any people. That is because the very high costs of these measures will be borne by all companies, which will then be passed on in the form of higher prices, reduced wages and lost jobs. But they will fall most heavily on small businesses for whom these measures could be existential.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, does the Right Honourable Member remember in 1997 and 98 when the party opposite said that the social chapter and the national minimum wage would cost 500,000 jobs? And in the late 1990s, 500,000 jobs were actually created.
Well, I wasn't here at the time, I will say, but nevertheless, it is quite clear that the minimum wage and the national living wage has had a positive effect on prosperity in this country. I'll be the first to admit it. But what I want her to understand, and other members on that side of the House to understand, is those measures fell equally on all businesses across the UK. These measures fall disproportionately hard on small businesses. What the Right Honourable Lady fails to understand is the implication of measures like day one rights to an employment tribunal mean that even a spurious case of unfair dismissal costs time and money, potentially tens of thousands of pounds to defend. As one business organisation put it, you lose when you're accused. Most small businesses saddled with such a cost would be sunk without trace. Not just that, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the deterrent effect, just like it would have on me, will be felt right across the economy by every existing and aspirate business person across this entire nation. Can I ask her now, when she reflects on what she is hearing from people who have actually run a business, that she, at the very least, would consider exempting small and medium-sized enterprises from this catastrophic bill?
I'm grateful to my old friend for giving way. Like him, I started my business a little bit earlier than him. That's how much older I am. But I followed the Secretary of State's speech as carefully as I could. From what I could understand, because of the changes in this bill, someone can fail to turn up for work on day one, claiming that they're sick, and then because they will now have rights against unfair dismissal, they will be able, without ever doing a day's work, to be able to hold a small business to ransom and put that business at risk.
Well, that is certainly, as drafted, that is certainly the case. He is absolutely right. And we should remember, honourable members may not know that small businesses stand the cost of statutory sick pay. This is not reimbursed by the government. This would be a significant cost to businesses. I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you. I listen with interest to what the Shadow Minister is saying about people being entitled to go all the way to an employment tribunal hearing from the moment they take up employment. Has the Shadow Minister ever heard of pre-hearing reviews in employment tribunals?
The point I was making is that it may go all the way to an employment tribunal, as he knows, but it also will be the cost of defending it even if it doesn't. That small business will have to bring consultants in, will have to speak to lawyers. That itself will cost money. In many cases, thousands of pounds. That is what he fails to understand. When you're accused, you lose. I'll make a little progress. The cost of all this, in terms of individual opportunities to the wider economy, is, of course, huge. The government may try to deny this despite their clear lack of experience of the real world of business. It is extremely alarming. Not one of the front bench today have ever started or run a business that employed anyone. Even worse than that, only one member of the Cabinet has ever done so, the Scottish Secretary. But shamefully, given what is at stake, the government cannot deny our case that this will have huge economic costs, because today, finally, 2 hours before this debate, they've actually produced an impact assessment. The cost on the very first page, up to £5 billion per annum. But the word uncertain in those impact assessments is used 302 times, and the word risk 432 times. So the cost is likely to be much, much more.
Thank you. I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. He's just said that shamefully there's only one person on our front bench who has run a business. How many of his front bench are trade union members?
I'm not a trade union member. I wouldn't know about my colleagues, but I say I started a business as my colleague here did, as the Chancellor did, as many other people in our party did, and we are proud of that fact. This morning, I met business representatives covering all parts of the British economy. Like us, they have very serious reservations about this bill. The Institute of Directors highlighted the fact that 57% of their members will be less likely to hire staff, with only 2% saying they'll be more likely. And the Confederation of British Industry said the costs associated with this bill cannot be afforded by 54% of businesses. Happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Shadow Minister for bringing this forward. Obviously, this legislation applies to England, doesn't apply to Northern Ireland, but I echo the concerns the honourable gentleman has in relation to it. For instance, for those people who are small businesses, and I'm concerned very much about small and medium businesses where they employ a small workforce and one or two perhaps may have long-term illness. If they have long-term illness, they're off for a while, they're back to work, they're off for a while. Is there not need in this provision, and I look to the Deputy Prime Minister in relation, that in this provision there needs to be a methodology whereby small businesses can employ somebody in that short term to look after that position. Otherwise, the businesses will go to the wall.
I absolutely agree with him. I was interested in the Secretary of State saying that her menopause measures would be exclusive to large businesses, which I welcome. And I asked her to look at some of the same conditions attached to certain parts of this bill. I did all the bill, but certain parts of this bill. The risks here for small businesses are simply catastrophic. Even one or two cases could completely sink a business. Happy to give it one.
When it comes to risks, is he concerned as well about the timing of this legislation? If, as reported, when the budget comes forward, NI goes up on those businesses, is this not yet another risk at the same time as implementing this legislation?
Well, he's absolutely right. And we met this morning with UK Hospitality, who said exactly that. This is coming on the back of a number of changes, some difficult times through COVID for those employment, industries that employ a lot of people. Will be particularly badly affected by this legislation. They should think twice about implementing it this point in time.
Will my honourable friend
allow? I will give way.
My honourable friend mentions the 302 mentions of uncertainty, and it's hard to know how this can foster growth. But the truth is, let's be honest, business is already more highly taxed and more regulated than ever before. We all know the reasons for the pandemic, and we have to take responsibility for this. So, as a party, will you assure me that we will use this period of opposition to once again proclaim our values as a low-tax, deregulated economy? Otherwise, how are we going to foster growth in an increasingly competitive world? If you tax businesses more, you simply lay the foundation of a future Labour government.
Well, I have to agree with his point. Of course, we should be low tax and low regulation. One of the saving graces of some of this legislation is the detail, although it makes the bill itself very light on detail. Many of the measures will be brought in under secondary legislation. Therefore, it will be easy for a future government to reverse some of these catastrophic changes. In their own impact, I'll make some progress if I can. In their own impact assessment, it acknowledges that this will mean price rises for consumers and job losses. 40% in the impact assessment, 40% of firms in the survey said prices would go up. 17% said they will reduce the number of employees. That's hundreds of thousands of jobs at risk. But the criticism of this bill does not stop there. The Institute of Fiscal Studies has warned this bill risks lower employment rates and lower wages for employees. The Local Government Chronicle warned this bill will place financial pressure on councils. The Recruitment and Employment Confederation said this bill will fuel long and complex litigation. The Financial Times has warned this bill is causing a deep unease amongst business leaders. In short, jobs down, wages down and prices up. In their failed attempt to allay the concerns about this bill, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Shadow Business Secretary have stated that they have consulted businesses. Sorry, I think your Prime Minister is guilty of a similar reverse basis. I do apologise. As I say, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Business Secretary have stated that they have consulted businesses. Really? Not only did the Federation of Small Businesses say this bill will inevitably deter small employers from taking on new people, they also said that this bill is a rush job, clumsy, chaotic and poorly planned, and that the government is guilty of shallow engagement. So much for the strong horse. Several of the representatives at the meeting this morning said they were being talked to but not listened to, including those representing the hospitality and retail sectors, some of the most labour-intensive in our economy, and which is acknowledged in the impact assessment. Happy to give way to my old friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. Alongside the many negatives that he's laid out around this bill, I wonder if he would recognise that there's a strong possibility that, particularly in small and micro businesses, this legislation could inject quite significant resentment amongst the staff body itself. So, for example, just to amplify my previous point, if you've got 6 members of staff and 3 of them apply for flexible working, that has an immediate impact on those who do not have flexible working. There's also a reducing ability of the business to offer flexible working to future workers, which turns the whole thing into a massive negotiation between 6 or 7 people. This could have a significant impact on morale and sense of fair play within businesses themselves.
He's absolutely right. And there speaks somebody who's actually run a business, who understands the impact of it on a small employer. And that's why we say they should carve out, certainly for small businesses, small and micro businesses. You have to ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, if they're not listening to businesses who pull the whole cart, who are they listening to? I think we all know the answer to that. A consultation is not 5 minutes inside number 10 and a photo opportunity. Proper consultation is working with business, listening, taking your time and not rushing things. The exact opposite of what this government has done. And we know why that is. The Deputy Prime Minister made a misguided promise to the Labour's trade union paymasters that legislation would be introduced in 100 days. And despite 100 days of gloom and doom, talking the economy down and wrecking business confidence, they managed it. They're not even listening to their own legal expert, Madam Mr. Speaker. Only last week the Attorney General said excessive reliance on delegated powers, Henry clauses or skeleton legislation upsets the proper balance between Parliament and the Executive. Because this bill is such a rush job, it takes swathes of delegated powers, including Henry VIII powers, meaning the final policy will be decided later at the Secretary of State's whim, not now by Parliament. Legislation in this way is causing real concerns for businesses today. The Right Honourable Lady and her colleagues preach stability, yet in the same breath they are causing instability, uncertainty and falling confidence at a cost of jobs and investment today. There are already 58,000 fewer payroll jobs than when Labour took office. Confidence levels at the Institute of Directors on future investment intentions has dropped from +30 in June to -6 today. The government is planning 30 consultations on the measures in this bill, which should have taken place before this bill was introduced to this House, so that legislation could be precise about what it is going to do. Happy to give way.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. He talked about trade unions. I've just seen a up-to-date news update about the Unite Union's Birmingham Hotel and Conference Centre being investigated by the Serious Fraud Office, where the total cost was £112 million and it was valued at £29 million. Who's going to hold the trade unions to account on this bill?
It makes a very strong point that certainly needs looking at very carefully. As their attempt at business consultation has clearly failed, and as no one on the front bench has any business experience, I'll draw a picture of what this bill actually means for businesses. Happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
As the owner of 2 small businesses, successful small businesses, I mean, I know you like to eat its pantomime, but you can listen. In the hospitality sector, an employer of 25 people, I welcome this employment bill. And do the members opposite agree that the main reason they are against this groundbreaking employment bill is because they are embarrassed of their own record over the last 14 years?
Well, I welcome the fact there is at least some business experience on the benches opposite, but perhaps he's actually joined the wrong party. But he'll recognise the picture of what this means for businesses. They will be terrified to take new people on for fear of huge compliance costs and legal action. They'll be tired of red tape, something that the Prime Minister said he was taking an axe to. They'll have to cope with measures such as the need to frequently recalculate all workers' hours for each reference period, for each separate employee, each of which will have their own unique date, as they will be required to proactively offer guaranteed hours. This is not even restricted to those on 0 hours contracts. It will be for anyone on low hours, a bureaucratic nightmare. They'll have to deal with a new right to demand flexible working, such as a 4-day week. The Right Honourable Gentleman for Islington North must be proud. They will have to become the free speech police to prevent any of their customers offending their staff. They'll have to deal with a new regulator, the Fair Work Agency, who will have powers to enter any business premises, confiscate documents, levy fines, all backed up by new criminal offences with penalties of up to 2 years in jail.
Oh, as somebody who started and run a business, I would like to know his views on the former business secretary's views that the minimum wage is a burden, statutory statutory maternity pay is excessive, and equal pay protection for race and disability is akin to segregation policies in South Africa. Absolutely. Or does he want to distance his party from her comments?
Well, that's not what she's saying at all. I worked for the business secretary when she was business secretary, and at no point in time did she ever say maternity pay was that. She was talking about the regulatory costs. She was regulatory costs, and she was simply pointing out for lots of businesses, particularly in retail and hospitality, the rise in national living wage has been very difficult to cope with. She wasn't talking about abolishing it. Anyway, businesses will have to deal with new union powers to access any business premises and contact their staff, wonderful, in order to recruit and organise members and make it much, much easier for a union to gain recognition. This is great news. As the impact assessment states, this will really cheer them up. There will be increased industrial action and tax rises to pay for increased pay demands. That's what your impact assessment says. Increased industrial action and tax rises to pay for increased pay demands. Check your impact assessment. 1970s, here we come. There is much more, but in short, Madam Deputy Speaker, it will all mean that a tail will be wagging the dog.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He'll be aware, I'm sure, the history of previous Labour governments since the Second World War, that every single one of them has left office with unemployment higher than when they started. Is he concerned that they will repeat the same mistakes again, particularly because of their lack of business awareness and understanding of the private sector?
I'm very concerned about that. Today, in our economy, there are 4 million more jobs than there were in 2010 and 1.2 million fewer people unemployed. I am very worried about the things he is also very worried about. Making work pay is a laudable aim, Mr. Speaker, but as one stakeholder put it this morning, work doesn't pay if there's no work. Most people recognise that one of the reasons the UK is the third most popular destination in the world for inward investment, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs across the economy, is the flexible labour market they are now seeking to eliminate. Does she and her Cabinet colleagues realise that? Perhaps they secretly do, given that 9 out of 10 of her Cabinet colleagues recruit on terms that are at odds with these new regulations. 16 Cabinet ministers, including the Chancellor, Foreign Secretary, Home Secretary and Energy Secretary, have hired roles which include working outside of regular hours and on the weekend. 6 Cabinet ministers have hired with extended probation periods. 7 Cabinet ministers, including the Chief Secretary of the Treasury and the Deputy Prime Minister herself, have hired on insecure fixed-term contracts. So why would they bring forward legislation that they don't understand or even comply with themselves? Of course, they're union paymasters. Much like the over 200 Labour MPs who have taken trade union cash, the Deputy Prime Minister also has her donations to think of. I know when she declared her interest as a member of a union. She did not declare her interest as somebody who's taken £13,000 from unions in donations. It's your point, your judgment on what's orderly, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I think it sounds to me like that should be declared at the start of anybody's contribution. This is not an Employment Rights Bill. This is a trade union charter. A charter that will bring about no-knock warrants for unions to access all business premises, from your local takeaway to your local pub. Clearly, shutting the beer gardens isn't enough for this government. Now they're relying on strike action to stop you getting a pint. A trade union charter that will revert to opt-out donations to trade unions' political funds, lining Labour's pockets through default donations of working people. A trade union charter that will abolish the thresholds for strike action, unleashing waves of low-threshold strikes, crippling public services by putting power in the hands of militant trade unions. A trade union charter that will force employers to inform their staff that they can join a union at every turn. A trade union charter that will reduce notice periods for strike action, meaning businesses will be plagued by zero-warning strike action, unleashing misery on the public at the last minute. That was a giveaway.
We just had a general election. The Labour Party won a historic majority. And we won it on the basis of a manifesto which was pro-business, pro-worker, pro-growth. We're bringing forward provisions in the bill today which were sketched out in our manifesto. Can I ask the honourable member why he's choosing not to listen to the election result, and in choosing to reject the provisions of this bill today is not learning from that general election result?
Well, I think we deserve to use that election fair and square. I think he should look at that result. He should look at that result. This was not a popular vote for the Labour Party, and that popular vote is dropping by the day. And the business confidence that we need to protect in this country is dropping by the day. This is a trade union charter that, by repealing the Trade Union Act, will increase the number of strikes by 53%. A charter that will turn Britain back to the 1970s, a stated goal of the Deputy Prime Minister. However, unlike the 1970s, it won't be just the public who will pay the price through uncollected waste, dysfunctional local governments and picket lines outside of hospitals. The public will be forced to pay through higher taxes, a fact this government has now admitted in the impact assessment, despite pledging not to increase taxes on working people. At the same time, the government claims to be scrambling for cash, taking the winter fuel payment from 9.5 million pensioners. It has the goal to drive up taxes to reward its trade union paymasters. It's not just through the higher national insurance, a hike in fuel duty or whichever punishing measures this government chooses that taxes will go up. It is also council tax. Because of this government's Corbyn-style collective bargaining for social care, councils will be required to stump up an additional £4.2 billion, an additional £150 per household. The path that we took in government was one that was both pro-worker and pro-business, whereas this government is putting party first, country second. We worked in partnership with businesses and workers to deliver improvements without risking investment, unemployment and businesses going bust. Happy to give way.
Thank you for giving way, Minister. I just want to double check, have you actually read the bill, which talks about actually a consultation period with businesses? It won't be rolled out to 2026. There will be a probation period for certain businesses. So actually we are pro-business, and maybe the Minister should actually read the bill properly.
Yeah. Well,
One moment, Shadow Minister, just one moment. We should not refer to other colleagues in the chamber as you. It's quite simple. Kevin Hollinrake.
Well, I wish you spent that hour with me this morning and those representative organisations. They do not feel like she feels. There's nothing here, so there's nothing to see here, nothing to worry about. They are very, very concerned, and we should all be very concerned about that. It was through our approach that we doubled the minimum wage, boosted employment by 4 million, cut taxes for working people by £900, cut youth unemployment, slashed the employment rate, rolled out the biggest expansion of free childcare. Our approach recognised that by harming business, that strong horse that pulls the whole cart, you are harming workers, a fact this government has clearly failed to grasp. What this bill does is put the cart firmly before the horse. For small businesses particularly, this bill creates an existential crisis of the magnitude not seen since the pandemic. The future of hundreds of thousands of business people and millions of jobs are in her hands. I urge you now, think again, withdraw this legislation. Listen carefully not just to the unions, but to the voice of business before it is too late.
We have over 80 members wishing to contribute. To try and accommodate most of them, backbench speeches will be limited to 3 minutes, maiden speeches to 5 minutes. And I know the first backbench contribution, I know that the member will not wish me to cut him off. So Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I stand here not only as the Labour MP for Runcorn and Helsby, but as a previous trade union convener and a shop steward for the wonderful trade union of Unison. I'm also a GMB member and an USDOL member, and I now proudly have the opportunity to speak here with a trade union voice from a working class background in Parliament as part of a Labour government. How fantastic is that? I also, very, very proudly, draw the House to my register of interests. Have a look. Very clean money is trade union money. This is an important day in the history of the Labour movement and industrial relations for this country. And you know what? It's pro-business. It's pro-worker. It's pro-growth. Exactly the change that we were elected on just a few weeks ago. This employment rights bill works in partnership with business and trade unions, not the work of fiction, and I say respectfully, that the Shadow Minister outlined in his response to my friend, the Deputy Prime Minister. On this side of the House, we're pro-jobs, but we're pro-good jobs. We're pro-business, we're pro-good business. And it's also good for Britain. We want to turn a page on an economy that's been blighted by insecurity, productivity and low pay. And we want to see growth that leaves nobody behind in our communities. I want to give homage to the architects of this landmark legislation, the trade unions, of course, former Shadow Minister and member for Middlesbrough and Thornaby East, the Deputy Prime Minister, my good friend, a neighbouring MP and also a good friend, a member for Ellesmere Port and Bromborough. We were elected on a manifesto change, and today that change begins, delivered within 100 days, as the Deputy Prime Minister referred to. The bill brings forward 31 individual employment reforms to help young and not so young workers alike. It marks the end of exploitative zero-hours contracts and the fire and rehire practices, establishing day one rights for paternity, parental and bereavement leave for millions of workers, and improved statutory sickness pay, collective bargaining and a fair pay agreement. It means that 9 million people will have, from day one, protection from unfair dismissal. It now means over 1 million people on zero-hours contracts will benefit from the guaranteed hours policy, which benefit many up and down our constituencies. And an additional 1.5 million parents will be brought into scope by marking unpaid parental leave from day one. So this is a game changer. It's something that I and all these benches were proud to be elected on in terms of our manifesto. And I look forward to the fruition of our Labour over the next few months and years.
The Liberal Democrats spokesperson, the original question was that the bill be now read a second time since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that that amendment be made. Now I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Sarah Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Broadly speaking, the Liberal Democrats support the government's desire to modernise employment rights and make them fit for the modern working world. To make sure that that legislation is as helpful as it can be, both for workers and for small businesses, I hope the government benches opposite will appreciate our intention to offer constructive scrutiny to this bill today. In the interests of transparency, I would just like to mention that I have been a small business owner for most of my adult life, but I have also been an employee. And I would like to start by outlining the improvements that we believe that the government should make in order to better support carers, parents and those that fall ill. I will then move on to what adjustments really must be made so that small businesses receive the adequate support. Members across this House will know that fixing our social care system and adequately supporting carers is a key issue for the Liberal Democrats. In its current form, this bill has made no clear statutory commitment to introducing paid carers' leave. That admission strikes us as a missed opportunity for the government to adequately support carers in being able to juggle employment with their caring responsibilities. The government's next step to make work pay document, which accompanies this legislation, commits to reviewing the implementation of paid carers' leave. But the Liberal Democrats believe that the government should go a step further. We'll be looking to strengthen the legislation in this area and hope that the government will not waste the opportunity to make genuine progress on carers' leave. I'd like to thank as ever, if any is happy to meet with the ministers to discuss this more in depth at any time. We also believe that the bill as it stands could do more to support parents. We welcome the government's proposals that parents should be able to benefit from supporting, irrespective of how long they've worked for the employer. We also support the proposal to introduce new rights for bereavement leave, which would allow employees to take much-needed leave from work to grieve the loss of a loved one. And this will be especially important to those who lose a close relative or experience a miscarriage. Liberal Democrats have called for measures to support parents in unemployment, including extending parental pay and leave to the self-employed parents, as was mentioned by colleagues earlier, increasing statutory maternity and shared parental leave to £350 a week, and increasing pay for paternity leave with a high income cap for earners. In addition to improving the bill's support for carers and parents, we also believe that it could do more to support people when they fall ill. At £116.75 per week, statutory sick pay remains far below the minimum wage. And it's effectively a disincentive to take time off. This severely impacts public health, productivity, and ultimately economic growth. A higher rate of sick pay would enable people to take time to recover without having to worry about making ends meet. Of course, any such measures should go hand in hand with the appropriate financial support for small businesses. This leads me on to where this bill can be improved for the benefit of small business owners. I have already stated an interest in this. As I say, it's vital that you actively consult with these small businesses on how to support them with any additional costs that this bill may bring. Having spoken to many SMEs in my own constituency, I would like to know what consideration the government has given to this bill's proposals on changes to unfair dismissal during probationary periods. How will small businesses who do not have the resources of HR professionals be supported through these changes? Unfortunately, much of the crucial detail that would help these businesses prepare for the impact of this legislation has been left for secondary legislation and further consultation. We support as much consultation as possible, but the lack of detail contained in this bill does not facilitate the certainty and stability for businesses or for workers. The Liberal Democrats urge ministers to ensure that new measures to support workers go hand in hand with support for small businesses, starting with the reform of our broken business rates tax system. The current system effectively taxes business premises and machinery. This means that business rates are a disincentive to invest and heavily burden the key sectors in my constituency, from retail and manufacturing to renewable energy production. Again, if ministers opposite would be open to a meeting with me and my Liberal Democrat colleagues, then we'd be happy to discuss the proposal for reforming broken system and boosting our SMEs. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill has the potential to mark a new chapter in how we deliver fairness for both business owners and employees. It is a bill that we believe modernises our legislation to reflect the needs of today's workforce. But the government...
my friend give way?
Yes, of course.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for giving way. She's talked about how this bill doesn't go far enough to support families. In my constituency of Woking, 350 children aren't able to get into Scouts in just my own constituency because of the lack of volunteers. Does she agree with me that this government should consider adding a right to ask for statutory volunteer leave into this legislation?
Yeah, that's a good one.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and he makes a very important point about volunteering across the country. But the government must go further, and we must do more to support carers, parents and those who feel sick. It must do more to provide small businesses with certainty, stability and transparency. We on these benches look forward to the bill's passage and will work with colleagues to ensure it delivers on its full promise. But we hope that our proposals to improve this legislation are fully considered. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Stella Creasy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a proud member of Community and Usdaw Trade Union, I am delighted with this legislation. In the short time available to me, I want to focus on the particular issue about whether we work to live or we live to work, because the debate in this place, particularly from the opposite benches, has sounded something from the Mesozoic era and the dying era of the dinosaurs. So let's get something straight. Tackling sexual harassment in the workforce is not about free speech, it's about stopping a crime. Flexible working doesn't mean that you work less, it just means you work flexibly. Rights don't make you an irresponsible employee any more than it's noticeable that our competitors internationally are ahead of us on this work. Because this is about entrenching good practice so that we have a race to the top, not a flounder to the bottom, as we did under the previous government. That is why I and others will hope to push the government to go further when it comes to maternity and paternity rights. It is vital protection in this bill for mothers about maternity discrimination. But actually, it will only work if we do the other 50% and we bring dads into the equation. We don't really have a gender pay gap in this country anymore. We have a motherhood pay gap. And indeed, we have a motherhood penalty. It's not just women who do have children who already face the discrimination of being made unemployed because they might have children. It's the women who do have kids and then find when they go back to work they're considered to be less committed, less capable and less competent. Women who are childless are 6 times more likely to be recommended for a job and 8 times more likely to be recommended for a promotion. It cuts the other way too, because there's a fatherhood premium, so fathers are considered to be much more reliable employees. The consequence is that we must not entrench these inequalities, but overturn them, so that dads can be part of their kids' lives and mums can get a fair crack at the workforce. A third of dads in this country took no paternity leave at all, and half of them say it's because they feel pressured financially into going back to work early. Modern employers get this and are offering more than the statutory minimum. 92% of fathers who are job hunting say it's flexibility that makes all the difference to the jobs that they take. And after the pandemic, the number of stay-at-home dads has increased by a third because, frankly, dads do want to step up to the plate, whatever members opposite may think. And mothers want them to be there too. It matters for the economy to change this. The loss of productivity that comes from caring for women, whether caring for their parents or caring for their children, means that millions are being cut out of our workplace. We have some of the longest working hours for dads in Europe and some of the shortest working opportunities for mums. So putting in the powers that we have for paternity leave will be good for both sides of the equation. Let's not be the generation where dads turn around, have teenage kids and say they never got to know them and mums never got the opportunities they want. Let's amend this bill to make sure that paternity leave can match on to maternity and...
Alec Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking to the amendment, especially about the bill being rushed through that full consultation, because let me just say to the House that 13th of May 2014, volume 580 of Hansard, column 593, I brought forward a 10-minute rule bill on the prohibition of unpaid internships. On the 14th of November 2016, a private member's bill titled National Minimum Wage Workplace Internships, volume 616, column 1156. On the 27th of October 2017, I signed Lord Holmes of Richmond's tabled the unpaid work prohibition bill of internships, and I co-sponsored the Stockton North Alex Cunningham, who's now retired, unpaid work experience prohibition bill. This bill, despite being in the policy documents related to the governments at work, does not talk about unpaid internships. No, and it says that they're going to tighten up the ban. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no ban. There is no ban on unpaid internships because they exist, not least in the last Parliament by many a member who was sat on the opposite side of the House. And if there was the ban, you would not have to be mentioning it at all in policy documents. It should have been brought alongside this bill. And there's a lot of hubris going to take place today on the other side of the House about bringing forward this landmark employment bill, and many Labour MPs saying we did nothing despite all the evidence laid out by my honourable friend on the front bench in his excellent opening speech. And it's all very well burying your head in the sand, but every single one of those bills I brought forward got kicked into the long grass, not least the private member's bill I brought forward when the only Labour member on this bench was the Shadow Minister, whereas if the Labour MPs had turned up, we may have been able to get a closure motion, but they decided not to. And that has been the story throughout. And I say to the Secretary of State on the front bench that if she does want the bill to go through, she needs to fight off whatever it was that stopped it each time, because when I started, I always had the commitment that it would happen, and then somehow it was convinced not to. And I say that in a constructive way to the Secretary of State, who I know very well. An intern should be defined as a work earner. All we were talking about was an amendment to the minimum wage bill, which says that work experience is important, but after 20 days in work, or 4 weeks, they should be treated as an employee, because work should always pay. And if you're contributing after that period of time, then you're adding something to the business. So I believe that
my right honourable friend give way?
I will give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the fundamental approach behind this bill should be one of pragmatism rather than tribal ideology?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, because pragmatism, I think, is very important when we talk about business. And it's in that spirit that I'm trying to make the point today, that there's a pragmatic reason why this bill should not be given its second reading today. That is not to say the bill shouldn't have a second reading at some point, but I feel it's been rushed through to meet this spin of the 100 days, because this is a very important issue. And I would wager, Madam Deputy Speaker, that not many people on the other side had any plans to talk about unpaid internships today. So I will finish on that point. I could talk for a very long time about unpaid internships. I've done it for hours in this chamber and never made anything. But I do say, in the spirit of trying to make sure that young people have equal opportunities, that this is a vital issue that is sadly lacking from the bill put forward. And I think that that speaks to my honourable friend's amendment that this bill has been rushed to some extent. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I draw attention to my membership of the GMB. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm supporting this landmark employment bill, the biggest expansion of workers' rights for a generation. Today we're seeing the difference that a Labour government can make for people up and down the country. Whilst I support all the aspects of the bill, I want to focus specifically in relation to the transport sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, during and following the COVID pandemic, transport workers faced the short end of the stick in respect of poor employment practice. On fire and rehire, I welcome the end of that unfair practice used as a sledgehammer against workers, particularly during the pandemic. Companies like British Airways, who tried this on to over 35,000 staff members, including many of my constituents in Hounslow. BA staff who'd worked for decades faced the prospect of being sacked and rehired on poorer pay, weaker terms and conditions. And after huge pressure from trade unions, Labour MPs and the Transport Select Committee, BA dropped these plans. But other firms like P&O have also exploited this weakness in UK's employment law that this bill is intending to address, and is still happening, as my honourable friend from Montgomeryshire and Glendower highlighted in his intervention on the Secretary, on the Deputy Leader. When workers, Deputy Prime Minister, I mean, when workers were facing fire and rehire, they were clear we were clear on our benches that a Labour government would ban that practice, and I'm pleased the government are doing this. So I welcome clause 22. And on minimum service levels, the bill will also repeal and scrap the bill that the previous government introduced back in 2023, a farcical bit of legislation designed to limit strike action. A committee, when I pushed the rail operators on the then proposed legislation, it was clear the rail operators had not sought it and appeared to have no plans to use it. The fact that so few rail operators chose to actually use the powers once the bill was enacted showed that companies themselves doubted their value or use. And on maritime, this bill also brings in much needed modernisation around our maritime laws. In the last Parliament, the then chairs of the Transport Committee and the Business Committees, one Conservative, one Labour, jointly wrote to the then government about the need to update our laws to protect maritime workers. So I welcome the bill's closure of the loophole where ships registered overseas previously didn't have to inform the UK government of collective redundancies. I welcome that the government has committed to further strengthen workers' rights at sea. In conclusion...
Order. We have a maiden speech. Shivani Raja.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is with great privilege and a deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today. As I take my place in this historic chamber, I am acutely aware of the profound trust placed in us by the constituents of our great nation. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the people of Leicester East for electing me to represent them in Parliament. My story, like that of many in Leicester, is one of heritage, resilience and opportunity. My parents arrived in Leicester from Kenya and India in the late 70s, bringing them with them cultural and faith traditions and a remarkable work ethic. They made Rushimede their home, where I was born and raised, and from Herrick Primary School to Saw Valley College and De Montfort University, Leicester has nurtured me every step of the way. And for that, I am deeply thankful. As is customary, I pay tribute to Claudia Webb, my immediate predecessor, who served the constituency to the very best of her ability. Claudia followed in the footsteps of Keith Vaz, who, alongside Paul Boateng and Bernie Grant, broke new ground in the representation of people of colour in Parliament. In this election, I had the unique experience of standing against both Claudia and Keith, a testament to the vibrant political landscape of Leicester East. Leicester is a city of remarkable history and diversity. Did you know Leicester hosts the largest Diwali festival outside of India? It is home to the UK's longest-running comedy festival. Leicester is one of England's oldest cities, so much so it is where we found a king under a car park. For those who don't know, one of our earliest kings, King Richard III, was found under a car park in Leicester. The University of Leicester is the birthplace of DNA fingerprinting. Leicester is also home to the National Space Centre, and we are proud of our contributions to the arts, sciences and sports. We've got it all going on in Leicester. But if Madam Deputy Speaker remains unconvinced that Leicester may not have influenced your life, perhaps you're not a former monarch or a scientist in your spare time, then Leicester has given Britain icons like the late Lord Richard and very much living Sir David Attenborough, Gary Lineker and Peter Shilton. Our city is where Walker's Crisps were born and where fashion guru Gok Wan grew up. Leicester's influence even extends to music, with entertainers like Engelbert Humperdinck
well done.
and Showadi Wadi. So whether you've tucked into a bag of ready salted, gone to the cinema to watch Jurassic Park, or boogied on down to Hey Rock and Roll, you've got Leicester to thank. And this is what true diversity looks like. In fact, in 2013, Leicester was described as the most multicultural city in the UK. Today, 59% of people living in Leicester are from ethnic minority groups, and 41% were born outside of the UK. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, most relevant to today's debate is employment and business in my constituency. Leicester is located at the heart of England, and local businesses are the lifeblood of our city. Leicester was recognised as the UK's most entrepreneurial city, a title that reflects resilience, creativity, and determination of its people. Our entrepreneurial scene isn't just about numbers, it's about stories. Stories of those who dare to dream big, hustled harder, and turned their ideas into reality. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Employment Rights Bill threatens to undermine that spirit before these entrepreneurs have even made their first pound. The additional costs and regulations proposed will act as a barrier to entry, discouraging the very innovation and hard work that has earned Leicester that title. We must be cautious not to stifle the ambition of small business owners who are the backbone of our economy. Our journey is one of innovation and community, a story of people coming together across different sectors and backgrounds to build something truly remarkable. In a city as diverse as Leicester, many rely on flexible work to balance family commitments, faith observances, or second jobs. By imposing blanket regulations that don't consider the unique needs of these communities, the bill risks alienating the very workforce it's aiming to protect. We must ensure that employment regulations support businesses and workers alike. Imposing regulations that add costs without first offering support will harm the very people Labour claims to champion. For our small businesses in Leicester, many of whom work with razor-thin margins, the burdens of this bill imposed will be overwhelming. It's one thing to champion workers' rights, but quite another to do so in a way that risks the survival of the very businesses that provide the jobs. Let's not forget that successful businesses are the best way to secure meaningful long-term employment. Our decisions in this House will shape the future of our country for generations to come. It's imperative that we approach these challenges with a spirit of collaboration, transcending partisan divides to serve the best interests of all our constituents. With our nation facing economic challenges, this bill risks raising costs for consumers and worsening the cost of living crisis, particularly in communities like Leicester East, where many are already struggling to make ends meet. We must find solutions that protect workers without penalising local businesses and their customers. I am honoured to stand before you today as a member for Leicester East, and I warmly invite you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and all honourable members in this House to visit our great city. You can join us for our glorious Diwali celebrations, join our annual Pride Parade, or our vibrant Caribbean Carnival. Come and experience a city where fish and chips are just as popular as samosas and kebabs, where Stilton and Red Leicester cheeses sit alongside Italian pizza and French patisserie. Madam Deputy Speaker, the road ahead may be challenging, but it is also filled with possibilities. I firmly believe that not only Leicester's, but our country's greatest days are ahead of us. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I am grateful to be able to play my part championing my constituents in that endeavour. Thank you.
I had to let that run over. I was waiting for my invitation for samosas. The next speaker is Mark Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish to pay tribute to the maiden speech from the Honourable Member for Leicester East. I enjoyed the reminiscences about her community and also hearing about some of the more lively figures from the recent history of the Labour Party. I also wish to proudly draw attention to my declarations on the Register of Members' Interests. That includes my former role working for Unison, my membership of Unison, my donation from Unison, and being co-chair of their parliamentary group. Britain's largest union representing public service workers, and in particular the low-paid women who will benefit so much from this bill. I want to begin by paying tribute to all of those who've worked tirelessly for years to build consensus around these changes, the biggest changes to rights at work in a generation. In particular, I want to thank those within Labour's affiliated trade unions, the front bench and Labour's policy team for their hard work and dedication. Honourable friends, including the members for Worsley and Eccles, Halifax, Birmingham Northfield, Tipton and Wednesbury and Knowsley have been engaged in this work throughout. This is not an exhaustive list. There are many others on these benches who have worked tirelessly to help us reach these days and deserve immense credit. Because this is the kind of bill that is at the heart of why we are here. The Labour Party was founded upon the idea that working people deserved representation in this place, that we were fit to govern, that those who put in the bulk of the graft deserve to reap the rewards of their labours. Today is a landmark day in our party's history and in the history of employment rights in this country. This bill is crammed full of improvements that are each worthy of a lengthy speech. However, I'm down to my last minute and 20, so I won't do that to you. So let me say this instead. If you work, this bill will change your working life for the better. And we know why these changes are necessary. 1 in 5 of us are suffering the effects of insecure work with low pay, exploitative zero-hours contracts and little or no sick pay. Women are more than twice as likely. I will give way.
Thank you very much. My honourable friend has mentioned that the measures in this bill will be good for employees. But will he agree with me that it's also good for business? My constituency's economy is based on the entrepreneurialism of lots of small individuals creating work for themselves and for others. Does he agree with me that this bill will support good employment policies in small businesses, helping with productivity and retention of staff?
Yeah. I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend, because the people who will benefit from this bill the most are not those who will buy stocks and shares, but those who will spend their money on our thriving high streets that this government will build. The care workers and teaching assistants that I was proud to present while working for Unison deserve pay and conditions that match the task of looking after us when we grow up and grow old. Stronger rights to collective bargaining through the school support staff and the adult social care negotiating bodies are essential for recruitment and retention in these overlooked sectors. Could this legislation go further in these other areas and in other areas? Of course, that is the nature of any bill. The work of change is never done. But we should be in no doubt that this is the biggest, boldest and most welcome set of employment rights changes that all but the most experienced of us in this chamber have ever considered. And I know that the government are committed to consulting widely with unions and businesses alike to ensure this. This is what a Labour government means. Rights from day one, banning exploitative zero-hours contracts and ending fire and rehire to help lift employees from the insecurity felt by those working in the foundations of our economy. Taking action on sick pay, maternity and paternity rights and holding unscrupulous employers to account through a genuine and comprehensive enforcement body. Pro-business, pro-worker and focused on the challenges that millions of us face every day. It is one of the greatest honours of my life to have been involved in this bill, to speak on its behalf and vote on it this evening, mostly because I know the impact it will have on my community in Gateshead Central and Whickham. The task of rebuilding Britain after 14 years of Tory rule is great, but our ambition for this country is greater still.
Stuart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer to my entry in the Register for Members' Interests and the contribution from small businesses to my election campaign earlier this year. Madam Deputy Speaker, history is repeating itself. Labour's antipathy and lack of understanding for business, and small business in particular, is rearing its ugly head again. This legislation will have ruinous results for those who desperately need a job and hope. The Federation of Small Businesses says this legislation is a rushed job, clumsy, chaotic and poorly planned. The Federation goes on to say that the bill will increase economic inactivity. That's a rather sanitised way, Madam Deputy Speaker, of referring to the ruined lives, dashed hopes and huge waste of human potential that this bill will bring about. So we need to hear from the Minister at the end. How will this bill be changed so that it supports rather than undermines the 4 million additional jobs which were created since 2010 under the Conservatives? The economic impact assessment, so rudely provided so late in the day, shows that the costs of this bill will fall disproportionately on small businesses, something we have heard no acknowledgement on from the opposite side of this chamber. 5 out of 9 measures will have that effect. Does the Minister have any plans to change that? I give way to my honourable friend.
Does my honourable friend agree that provisions which are bad for small business are also bad for workers, bad for taxpayers and bad for those who rely on welfare payments too.
I entirely agree with my honourable friend. Places like the Isle of Wight, with so many hospitality businesses, are going to pay a particularly high price. We should be celebrating and supporting our wealth creators, not burdening them with excessive taxes and regulations that kill the drive to work, invest and create wealth. Yet this is the destructive path that Labour is taking. Planning the jobs tax for every worker's nicks in the budget in a couple of weeks, and this bill to deter SME employment. I give way to the honourable lady.
I thank the gentleman for giving way. The impact assessment published earlier today was 900 pages long, which compares pretty well with some of the impact assessments published under the last government, a number of which I had the misfortune to read. The impact assessment confirms that the cost of business will represent less than 0.4% of total employment costs across the economy, and the majority of this will be transferred directly into the pockets of workers, helping to raise living standards and offset the last 14 years of standstill wages. Has he managed to read the impact assessment yet?
Well, it was provided rather late, so but it's always good to have a spontaneous contribution to any debate. Removing the lower earnings limit and the waiting period will also disproportionately hurt small and micro businesses. That is set out in black and white in the economic assessment. So will ministers make changes? And it's with dark comedy, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government says its top priority is economic growth. Economic growth. Labour inherited the fastest growing economy in the G7, with 4 million more people in work than in 2010. 4 million. In 2010, by comparison, we inherited a note that said the money was all gone. History tells us that governments, Labour governments, I will not give way, Labour governments always end with higher unemployment than they begin. They don't do this because they're evil. It's just, as has been said, no one in the Cabinet comes from a business background. They simply don't understand the realities. And this government seems bent on destroying employment even faster than its predecessors. Because small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy. They do enormous social good. As the FSB says, it is smaller employers who, and I quote, are the ones most likely to give opportunities to people furthest from the labour market, such as those returning after long-term health issues or caring responsibilities. Yet, under these proposals, I quote, plans to give day one unfair dismissal rights to new employees will add to the risks associated with hiring people. That increased risk will inevitably deter small employers from taking on new people for fear of facing an employment tribunal simply because a new recruit turns out to be unsuited to the role. How will ministers ensure that a company selling food at summer festivals isn't bankrupted by having to offer a contract to someone who isn't needed anymore after that period is over? This government, Madam Deputy Speaker, has had a disastrous start. It's no wonder that this legislation is chaotic and poorly planned, given that Labour Cabinet ministers are never early for work, but always early for the free buffet, at the Emirates or Taylor Swift concert. This Deputy Prime Minister is selling out the country's interests in favour of trade union interests, selling out the people who vote Labour for the people who fund Labour. This bill is a catastrophe, and I hope we will oppose it today.
Andy McDonald.
My membership of Unite and my declarations in the Register of Interest, and advise that I've run several of my own businesses. This is a great day, and I wholeheartedly congratulate my right honourable friend and colleagues for bringing this landmark legislation which will transform the lives of millions of workers for the better. We know why it's needed. Just look at the fire and replace of P&O, or the fire and rehire of British gas workers, the denial of rights at Deliveroo or Hermes. This legislation has been long on its development, and I was honoured, as Shadow Secretary of State for Employment Rights, to work with our trade unions and with other stakeholders on the New Deal for working people. And I place on record my thanks to the Institute of Employment Rights, particularly Lord Hendy KC, Professor Keith Ewing, and also my own staff, Carl Hansen and Ali Macover, for their work on that paper. I am delighted that Labour will give all workers day one rights on the job, will ban zero-hour contracts and will outlaw fire and rehire. Here in this bill we establish the day one right to claim unfair dismissal and to paternity, parental and bereavement leave. We create a right to guaranteed hours contract, and this bill tightens unfair dismissal. Labour will modernise union balloting, simplifying union recognition and improve right of entry to workplaces, and today's bill removes unfair balloting laws on recognition and industrial action and creates new duties on employers to facilitate unions' access. I'm proud that this is being done, but much of the bill is about setting a framework with significant further steps, consultations and work to craft the detail. In particular, we can't finally consign insecure work to history until we've resolved a defined single status of worker, and I recognise the Government's commitment to consult on this. On zero hours, I trust that the Minister will provide reassurance that employers won't be able to exploit new rights to guaranteed hours by issuing short hour contracts. There are many other issues that arise in the course of this, but I'd particularly point out and ask whether the Minister would consider a statutory right to paid kinship leave on a par with adoption leave. This is truly a landmark bill, and it's crucial that we make these changes soonest. This is an historic bill, and it will help to deliver the well-paid, secure, dignified, skilled and productive jobs and the prosperous economy that we all wish to see, and I will be delighted to be supporting this bill this evening. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, many of the small businesses in Meriden and Solihull East are concerned about this bill, and they're quite rightly concerned for a number of reasons. Since the election, I've spoken a number of times in the House demanding that the government be more ambitious, meaning ambitious for growth, ambitious for entrepreneurs and ambitious for our small businesses. Indeed, I think it's the moral duty of every government to unleash the full potential of our businesses and, where we can, help create an environment to embolden entrepreneurs and encourage economic growth. But I feel that this bill will kill off any ambition and any focus on growth, because if you want to focus on inclusive growth, you need to be able to nurture your startups, you need to nurture your scale-ups, nurture your small businesses and let them be nimble in the way they operate, and do not shackle them so that in that moment economic magic will start to happen. The businesses I've spoken to are very worried about the insufficient consultation that's occurred, and the impact assessment that we received very late, the Labour government's assessment, shows that the likely impact to small businesses will be that they will be hit the hardest. The costs, according to the government's own analysis, will be in the low billions, up to 5 billion, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they keep talking about the alleged black hole. Perhaps those low billions seem rather reckless in showing that this proves that this is nothing more than an ideological bill which does not ensure growth. All this... I will go away.
Does my honourable friend agree with me that with just 9 days to Halloween, the impact assessment that we saw today is an early horror show?
Well, I think my honourable friend makes a very valid point, and a lot of people are in holding pattern when it comes to investment, when it comes to employment. They're in a holding pattern in terms of their business decisions. And all this bill will do is leave our businesses at the mercy of the trade unions, and it will take us back to the 1970s. It will merely align us to the growth-gobbling guidelines set by bureaucrats in Brussels and hold our businesses back. And it's not just me who thinks this. I'm going off their impact assessment, but the CBI claims that employers expect Britain to become the worst place to invest and do businesses over the next 5 years. That is a damning indictment of this government. I won't give way. What businesses want is less government. They want less regulation and they want more freedom. When making employment decisions, they require certainty and flexibility so that they can hire more people. But this bill threatens to undermine business agility to ensure that their workers maximise productivity. It does not encourage businesses to take a risk. It does not hire a budding new employee or encourage them to reap the rewards. In fact, it does the complete opposite. The Federation of Small Businesses calls this legislation clumsy and chaotic and suggests it will increase economic inactivity. But let's be clear. that this bill is not really about employment rights and it's not about better conditions. This is about having a focus on repealing the 10-year ballot requirement on political funds and removing the opt-in default for political funds for trade unions, the removal for a need for proper consent to a former trade union, and the list goes on. This is not the employment rights bill, this is the trade union appeasement bill. And because we know that this government is not prepared to stand up to the unions, we've seen them cave into the train drivers and give sweetheart deals without any savings for the taxpayers. We see how the unions hold this government, I won't give way, to ransom at the expense of the hard-working taxpayer. And that's why this is bad for small and medium-sized businesses. The arguments have been made already. Our SMEs cannot afford dozens of French-style regulations that bolster the power of the trade unions and threaten to increase the cost of employment by over £1,000. That's why today I'm speaking on behalf of many of my small and medium-sized businesses in Meriden and Solihull East, so I can raise their concerns about this legislation. It is rushed, businesses have not been consulted properly, and it gives more power to the trade unions, failing to maximise productivity and severely weakening the case for businesses to hire new employees. It's a flawed bill serving a flawed ideology.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I refer members to my register of interest? I also stand in support and to welcome this transformative bill here today, and I want to place my thanks to the members for Middlesbrough, my honourable friend from Helsby Port, and the Deputy Prime Minister, who I've had the pleasure of working alongside to play a small part in bringing this transformative legislation here today. Madam Deputy Speaker, the reality is, for too long, the balance of power in our workplaces has been fundamentally set against employees, with the UK facing some of the weakest labour market protections in Europe, with legislation curbing the rights of working people to organise in defence of their rights, and with insecure contracts and poor wage growth leaving 1 in 5 people struggling in poverty. Under the last Tory government, we also saw an explosion in the growth of exploitative zero-hour contracts, unscrupulous fire and rehire practices, and the unforgiving, abusive gig economy. And ordinary working people across the country have experienced the most sustained period of wage stagnation for hundreds of years compared to our counterparts across Europe. Yet, despite this exploitation of working people by bad bosses, the Tories never strayed from their mission of dismantling the power of trade unions to secure better jobs, better pay and better conditions for the ordinary people that they represent, even in the middle of a cost of living crisis. The bill that we are discussing today, however, sets us on the road to implementing the transformative New Deal for working people and to repealing the last Tory government's draconian anti-trade union legislation, which restricts people from organising in defence of their pay, terms and conditions. Spanning over 30 different measures, there is a lot that any of us can talk about in this bill. However, time not permitting, I will concentrate on 2 or 3 areas. With the establishment of a framework for fair pay agreements in the adult social sector, the government has acknowledged the immense benefits that collective sectoral bargaining can play, and social care workers were amongst the most crucial yet worst paid and badly treated groups of workers in our economy. And I very much hope and encourage the government to introduce this into further sectors. Secondly, by ensuring that workplaces offer guaranteed hours policy to end the exploitation trap of zero-hour contracts that millions of workers find themselves in, this bill ensures that we can provide 8 in 10 workers who desire greater stability more certainty of their contracted hours. And thirdly, this bill takes important steps towards widening access to statutory sick pay by removing the requirement to earn the lower earnings limit and by making SSP payable from the first day of sickness. My sincere request to the government is, with the rate currently at £116.75 per week, we need in the consultation process to raise...
Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer you to my register of interests. I rise today to express my concerns about the impact of the Employment Rights Bill on one of the most vulnerable groups in our workforce, seasonal workers. These individuals form the backbone of key sectors such as tourism, agriculture and retail, particularly in my constituency of Bognor Regis and Littlehampton, where many depend on seasonal jobs for their livelihoods. However, under this bill, I fear their livelihoods are at risk, as well as the viability of the businesses that employ them. The devil is in the detail, Madam Deputy Speaker, and detail indeed is what this legislation lacks. The Labour Party claims this bill will protect workers, but for seasonal employees, the increased regulation will likely have the opposite effect. Small and medium-sized businesses which rely on flexible, short-term contracts to meet seasonal demand will face rising costs and greater bureaucracy when trying to bring on staff. Clause 1 in the bill, titled Right to Guaranteed Hours, is so laissez-faire about how this will be implemented in a real-world business environment. It leaves significant ambiguity and doubt in employers' minds.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Does she agree with me that we need more detail on this specific provision from the Minister tonight before the House in good conscience could give this bill a second reading?
I thank my honourable friend, and I absolutely agree with him that detail is precisely what is needed for this bill to be implemented effectively. In my constituency, seasonal employers, such as theme parks, are at the mercy of the British weather and a short season. On a rainy day, takings will be minimal. Managing costs accordingly is vital to remain viable. Moreover, the student and retired populations in my constituency value the flexibility that these contracts offer. This bill will disincentivise employers from offering short-term opportunities, reduce employment options for those who depend on temporary work. I will give way.
Thank you. I also have a lot of seasonal workers and a seaside economy. Does she agree with me? It is also very often it is young people who get their first step on the job ladder in some of these jobs, and they may well be people who are not given those opportunities to get a start on the job ladder if this legislation is passed.
I thank my honourable friend for an absolutely stellar point, which I think it's how most of us, certainly on this side of the chamber, started our working careers. I can certainly speak for myself. And, disincentivising employers from offering short-term opportunities will reduce those employment options. About 1 million people aged 16 and over reported being employed on zero-hours contracts between April and June 2024. These workers, on average, worked fewer hours per week than others, and 60% said they didn't even want more hours. And in the hospitality sector, 90% say it is their desired contract. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, we must ensure that protecting workers' rights does not come at the cost of the jobs they rely on. I urge the House to carefully consider these consequences and amend the bill to safeguard opportunities for seasonal workers.
Lola McAvoy.
I refer members to my declaration of interest. I'm a proud trade union member. It is with great pride that I rise to speak on this bill today. I need to declare to this House that I've spent my career championing a better deal for working people at the Living Wage Foundation, the organisation that works tirelessly to champion the plethora of business benefits of being a good employer. And at the GMB Union, where I am proud to have worked alongside an army of volunteer trade union reps who have great courage in standing up for their colleagues day in, day out. This bill has been warmly received by business because it is not radical. What this bill is reasonable, and it is illustrative of the way that we on this side will govern for the time we are given the privilege to do so. It is reasonable that people can earn a minimum wage that meets the cost of living. It is reasonable that people cannot be forced to sign away their current terms and conditions or lose their job. It is reasonable that people are not sexually harassed at work. And it is reasonable that people working the same shift pattern week in, week out are given contracts that protect and reflect that. This bill will do all that and more. This bill will right some of the wrongs that have been pushing working people into wholly unacceptable hardship over the last 14 years. In the spirit of this mission-led approach to government, I ask that the Minister consider the following points that will improve the physical and mental health outcomes, as well as support more people back to work. I ask that the Minister would consider paid time off for preventative cancer screenings, as I met one woman who worked in a hospital as a key worker for a private company. She could not afford to take unpaid leave to get her smear tests, so she missed them and then discovered she had stage 4 cervical cancer. Paid time off for preventative screenings, which good employers already do, will support our health mission as well as save lives. People must not have to choose between catching cancer early and feeding their families. On parental rights, I welcome the strengthening of maternity rights in this bill. For too long, women have been penalised for having children, and the hard truth is mothers are being forced to leave the workforce or take low-paid part-time work to make ends meet. I appreciate that this bill will make paternity rights a day one right, and I look forward to the review on parental leave, because we need to normalise fathers being able to support their new families and bond with their babies. Yeah. Protecting fathers to enable them to take paternity leave will help level the playing field and improve men's mental health. As fathers want to be with their babies... I will.
61% of people in my constituency are in poverty despite being in work. Does my honourable friend agree with me that it is only when you secure work that you can truly grow our economy?
Yeah. I absolutely do agree with the honourable member there, because actually people want to work, they want to work in good quality work that allows them to spend a decent amount of time enjoying the things that matter in life as well. So I absolutely do back that. I'll finish this contribution by saying that this bill will make thousands of my constituents in Darlington better off, safer, more secure at work, but more than that, it will benefit businesses' bottom lines as they will have a happier, healthier and more productive workforce, which is essential for growth we need to see. It is good for working people, it is good for business, and it is great for the economy.
Maiden speech, Katie Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for letting me make not just my first contribution to this House, but the first contribution from the newly formed constituency of the Weald of Kent. My predecessors are illustrious. William Hart Dyke helped invent tennis. Charles Bonnet was a first-class cricketer. Edward Percy Smith was a scriptwriter like me, penning the Hammer horror hit Brides of Dracula. We even have a Prime Minister in our history. Benjamin Disraeli began his parliamentary career representing a patch of Kent that includes the village of Linton, now in my constituency. But only one of my predecessors, Anne Widdecombe, can boast Britain's highest honour, an appearance on Strictly Come Dancing. Two of my most recent predecessors have left this place. Damien Green and Damien Collins both worked doggedly for the area and for the country in government. Damien Collins, especially in the field of digital, culture, media and sport, the select committee he chaired for many years, and Damien Green, with senior roles in government all the way up to First Secretary of State. All four serve my constituents with distinction, and on their behalf, I would like to say thank you. I am not the first politician in my family. My grandmother came to Britain in 1937 at the age of 13. She was a refugee from Germany. Her grandfather, Paul Haider, was a state senator and fierce critic of the Nazis. When Hitler came to power, the whole family were arrested and stripped of their citizenships. After years in prison, Paul jumped out of the window of his second-floor cell and made it to Czechoslovakia despite his broken ankle. There, the family set up a resistance radio station broadcasting back over the border, until one night they were raided by the SS and one of the operators was shot dead. They managed to escape and fled to England and to freedom. My grandfather's family were far less fortunate. Jews from Amsterdam, almost all of them were murdered in Sobibor and in Auschwitz. One of them was 8 years old. My grandparents' stories helped make me who I am. So even as a small child, I already knew the power of politics. It is an honour to take my place here, to serve my constituents and to serve this country, the country that saved my family and saved the free world. Yeah. But freedom does not come for free. Freedom must be fought for. Every time I come into this place, I see these shields which surround us, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think of our country's sacrifice. Colonel Victor Cazalet, whose shield is just over there, lived in Cranbrook, in my constituency. He had already served with distinction in the First World War, receiving the Military Cross for Gallantry in 1917. He was killed in an air crash in World War II, as was Commander Rupert Brabner, whose shield is a few further down. Commander Brabner was the member for Hythe, a constituency which borders my own, and an ace Royal Navy pilot awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. We will remember them. Yeah. The Weald of Kent has played its part in our nation's sacrifices. Headcorn Aerodrome operated in the Second World War as RAF Lashendon, at the same time as Benenden School was converted for use as a military hospital. And Cox Heath was once the British Army's largest training ground. Because the constituency may be new, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the Kentish Weald itself is anything but. Appledore was raided by the Vikings in 893, and the Archbishop of Canterbury had his palace at Charing as far back as the year 900. Enriched by iron-making in Biddenden and cloth-making in Malton and Staplehurst, today the Weald of Kent boasts hundreds of square miles of the most gorgeous countryside, surrounding two delightful towns, Tenterden and Cranbrook, as well as over 100 of Britain's most charming villages, many 1,000 years old or more. From Aldington to Yalding, every one of the Weald of Kent's 56 civil parishes is a rural jewel. The area is awash with medieval churches, cricket clubs, intricate gardens, and a mosaic of farms growing the nation's food, and now vineyards growing the very finest British wine. Yeah. But don't take my word for it, Madam Deputy Speaker. The glory of the Weald of Kent has been immortalised in film, books, and television shows. H.E. Bates was inspired by his home, Little Chart, to write The Darling Buds of May. The TV adaptation was filmed in Pluckley and neighbouring Betherston. Godmersham Park was the inspiration for Jane Austen's Mansfield Park, while Agatha Christie fans will know Chilham as the backdrop for episodes of Poirot, and Smarden as a television stand-in for Miss Marple's home, St Mary Mead. The steam train in the opening shot of Downton Abbey is the Kent and East Sussex Railway rolling from Rolvenden to Wittersham Road. And one of my favourite films, Kind Hearts and Coronets, shot its countryside scenes in Bourton, Munchelsea. Lastly, I should like to give a few personal thanks. First of all, to the honourable members of the government benches opposite, for it was delivering leaflets for their party that Grandma and Grandpa Lamb met in the late 1940s. Had the Mill Hill Labour Club never existed, Madam Deputy Speaker, neither would this Conservative. Secondly, to Alex, my family and my friends, for all they have done for me. Next, to the best Conservative association in the country. And finally, to the people of the Weald of Kent who have sent me here to represent them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will never look at the responsibility of being the Member of Parliament for the Weald of Kent as merely a job. I will always treat it as an honour.
We now have another maiden speech, Sarah Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker. And as a proud trade union member, I refer the House to my declaration of interests and congratulate the member for Weald of Kent for her moving maiden speech. It is with great pride and humility that I rise for the first time today as the elected member for Hyndburn and Haslingden. I want to start by paying tribute to my immediate predecessor, Sarah Britcliffe, for her commitment to Hyndburn and for leading the way as the first woman to represent the constituency. I cannot make this speech without also paying tribute to the previous Labour member, Graham Jones. I'm privileged to have received Graham's selfless support and kindness. Graham is the most fierce champion of Lancashire. He has fought tirelessly for the people of Hyndburn, and he is a man you always want in your corner. With the northwest of England being scourged with gambling-related suicides, particularly among young men, Graham led the successful campaign to reduce the maximum stake on fixed odd betting terminals from £100 down to just £2. This will undoubtedly have saved and improved many lives. Now, it may surprise members that when I say that Hyndburn isn't a real place. I mean, no one really relates to being from Hyndburn, but will instead identify proudly as a resident of either Accrington, Great Harwood, Rishton, Eltham, Oswaldtwistle, Clayton Le Moors, or Church. Each of these communities has its own rich history, culture, and identity. My constituency is the home of the largest Tiffany glass collection in Europe, the Accrington Pals, the Norrie brick, which was used in the build of the Empire State Building. It is the home of one of the 12 founder members of the Football League, whose legacy is continued in Accrington Stanley FC, and I'm sure that the House will join me in congratulating the boys on their third win on the trot against Barrow at the weekend. Yeah. Perhaps most significantly, my constituency was the engine of the Industrial Revolution during the 19th century, where the invention of the spinning jenny, the mechanisation of calico printing, and the creation of turkey red and khaki dyes enabled the globalisation of the textile industry. But the huge wealth that the mill owners made was often at the cost of the workers, whose living and working conditions were terrible. Now, I also represent the magnificent and diverse town of Haslingden, whose coat of arms reads, "Nothing without labour." This motto was a statement of solidarity because in 1826, amidst loom-breaking riots in East Lancashire, hundreds of people in Haslingden attacked the machinery in protest at pay cuts and their awful working conditions. Many perished due to poverty and hardship, but by 1850, with the support of churches and reformers, a minimum wage was eventually introduced. And even though we stand here almost 200 years later, and things have, of course, improved hugely, for too many of my constituents, they are still struggling to make ends meet, with zero-hour contracts, low wages, and insecure work. And while in the 19th century, workers had to literally fight for basic rights, we now, thanks to trade unions and the Labour Party, have representation of working people in this more civil way. That is why I welcome this bill, which strengthens employees' rights, stops the exploitative use of zero-hour contracts, and importantly gives people the right to maternity and paternity pay from day one. Hyndburn and Haslingden is a magnificent and beautiful constituency that I am proud to call home. It is where my husband James grew up and where we got married, in the beautiful church of St Peter's and St Paul's, where his dad, Paul, was the vicar for 18 years. As well as his dedication to his parish, Paul was instrumental in establishing the sixth form provision at St Christopher's School, which has changed the lives of countless young people. Tragically, we lost Paul within days of my election, so he's not here with us today. But I will continue to fight to break down all of the barriers to opportunity that our children and young people face. And without my family, I wouldn't be standing here, and I want to put on the record how grateful I am to my parents, Rosemary and Gary, and brother Mark, to Margot, James, Ellie, and both of the Ruths, for believing in me and standing by me every step of the way. And as a Christian, I want to also give thanks to Jesus for giving me this opportunity. And remember always as I go on this journey, the verse in Micah, to carry out justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with God throughout my time here. I first got involved in politics because I think it is wrong that far too often it is the postcode in which you are born that determines so many of your future life outcomes. And so for as long as I am privileged to represent Hyndburn and Haslingden, I will work tirelessly to ensure that the children born in Clayton have the same life chances as a child that is born in Chelsea. And whilst I will make it my mission to represent them in the corridors of power, I will also make it my mission to be present, transparent and accessible as a local champion for the residents of Hyndburn and Haslingden. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first of all, I want to congratulate two new members of Parliament on their powerful maiden speeches. Both of them were most moving. And as we always discover in this place, there's more that unites us than what divides us. As clearly what unites me with the Honourable Lady from Weald of Kent is Jane Austen. And what I would say with the Honourable Lady from Hyndburn, I used to live in East Lancashire for 15 years. I know the area well, and I was sorry to hear about the loss for her family. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased that many of the issues that we Liberal Democrats have been campaigning for many years have been included in this bill. What I'm most pleased about is to see that the original wording of my Workers' Protection Act in clauses 15 and 16 is reinstated. Introduced as my private member's bill, the Workers' Protection Act amended the Equality Act 2010 to better protect employees from workplace harassment and sexual harassment. Apart from a direct preventative duty, it would have created new liabilities for employers in case of third-party harassment, unless employers took all reasonable steps to prevent it. This would have recreated protections similar to those that originally existed in the Equality Act 2010, but were removed by the Enterprise and Regulatory Reform Act. The amendments to my bill at Lords Committee stage removed this clause, so no such liability was created, and the ridiculous argument was made that it prevented free speech. The situation therefore remains, with employers having no liability for harassment of staff by third parties. My original Workers' Protection Act would have also created a new legal duty for employers to take all reasonable steps to prevent sexual harassment of their employees. As a result of amendments made by the Lords, it was reduced to reasonable steps. Madam Deputy Speaker, since my bill passed into law, excellent progress has been made. A study by Culture Shift found that 66% of businesses felt that the prevention of sexual harassment is of high importance within their company. But according to WorkNest, 3/4 of employers cited protection from harassment by third parties as a concern. There is clearly an appetite from businesses for including these protections in the bill. Too many people suffer still from sexual harassment in the workplace, and I congratulate the government for taking further steps to really remove that blight on our workplaces. Thank you.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted first to say, as an MP in Cornwall, where seasonal workers are plenty, that the bill actually talks about a reference period of suggested 12 weeks, after which average hours will be offered. Employees don't have to accept that if they don't want to. They can choose to stay on 0 hours contracts. We have a large demand for social care in Truro and Falmouth. Our population tends to an older demographic, and with many people leaving friends and family to retire to Cornwall, the availability of care is especially important. Assistance for people who have disabilities to live independent lives and get support into work if they choose that path is crucial. Skilled care workers are chronically underpaid for what they do, often at minimum wage, and good people leak out of the system as it pays more to work in the local supermarket. I worked as a teaching assistant at a local secondary school, and there I must declare the interest in my register and as a Unison member. I was also an equity partner in a trade union law firm as well, so I do have some experience of employing people too. Working in a school in a supporting role is another sector where the pay is very low, sometimes minimum wage, and what these sectors have in common, apart from the poor rates of pay, is, as others have said, they're highly skilled jobs, incredibly important to support our society, and the women who work in them are far more likely to be women. This bill has many provisions in it that will help. Sick pay, parental leave, protection from unfair dismissal from day one, improving family-friendly rights and flexible working, and those measures to tackle 0 hour or minimum hour contracts. But the bill also specifically gives respect and recognition for social care workers and school support staff through fair pay agreement in adult social care and the reinstatement of that school support staff negotiating body. This will be a game changer for those low-paid workers, mostly women, who work in care and in schools. It means that pay and terms and conditions for care workers and school support staff will be negotiated nationally and a minimum set across the country. I am so pleased this government has chosen those two sectors to be the first to have the opportunity for fair pay agreements extended to them. Women who have caring responsibilities are often limited in the hours they can work, and historically that's meant, however skilled and important their jobs are, they haven't been properly rewarded or looked after. To change that will be transformational. Truro and Falmouth also has Cornwall's only acute hospital and the seat of Cornwall Unitary Council within its boundaries. That means we have a large number of people who work in the public sector. Many of those jobs have been contracted out, and terms and conditions of those roles have been gradually eroded. This bill enables ministers to create a code to prevent the emergence of a two-tier workforce when outsourcing occurs. A new national procurement statement will make sure that the government uses its contracts in the future to raise employment standards, not dilute them. This employment bill is a huge step forward, and I'm proud of it.
Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to follow several excellent maiden speeches this afternoon. For an economy to thrive, both employers and employees must feel protected. Such protections enable both parties to draw comfort. However, this bill does not uphold that principle. In its approach and in its drafting, this bill has fallen off its axis. It has, without doubt, landed overwhelmingly in favour of the employee, to the detriment of any working balance with the employer. This should be cause of no great surprise. After all, given the paucity of private sector experience amongst the Cabinet, it is almost inevitable this bill would be approached via the prism of the trade union bias. Having studied this bill, one cannot fail to conclude that ministers who have commissioned it have no understanding of the struggles faced by small and medium-sized businesses up and down the country. Whilst there is much to be derided in this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 2 points I wish to specifically raise for the Minister's consideration. Firstly, the abolition of the qualifying period to bring an unfair dismissal claim will inevitably mean a rise in the number of claims presented to the Employment Tribunal. This will have the effect of flooding an already overwhelmed system. So I ask the Minister what true impact assessment has been made in respect of this. Under this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, unfair dismissal becomes, to all intents and purposes, a day one right. At this stage, there is a lack of clarity, firstly as to the length of any probation period, and secondly, the obligations on an employer when seeking to dismiss in that period. Inevitably, these obligations will increase the burden on SMEs, who will not have the depth of resources of their larger counterparts. The predictable consequence of this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that small businesses are likely to sink under the weight and cost of these additional requirements. My second point, Madam Deputy Speaker, relates to the proposed changes in respect of industrial action and trade union relations. Repealing the Strikes Minimum Service Levels Act, lowering the ballot threshold for union action and requiring employers to direct their staff towards unions, the Government have demonstrated its willingness to bow down to their union paymasters to the detriment of hard-working businesses and industry. The public will see this for what it is, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a cheap effort to curry favour with the unions whilst lining the pocket of the Labour Party. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear from my conversations with small business owners in Solihull, West and Shirley, that the Government's proposals will only hinder growth and productivity. These measures fail to strike the balance between employer and employer. They will choke our courts, cripple small businesses and stifle employment growth.
John McDonald.
After that, can I just remind the honourable gentleman that where there is the highest union density across European countries, they have the best wages, working conditions and the highest levels of productivity, which somewhat undermines his last argument. Can I make reference to my register of interests, Madam Deputy Speaker? We call this the Employment Rights Bill. It's not about rights as such, it's about power. When trade unions first discovered the concept of solidarity in the early Industrial Revolution, they discovered that through unity they can exert power to influence, improve their working conditions and wages and secure better overall quality of life. In most of my working life, since 1979, I started work a few years before that. Since 1979, successive Conservative governments have understood the distribution of power, and as a result of that, they've used legislation to undermine trade union rights to reduce the power of workers to defend themselves at work and improve their working conditions. All this does, this bill itself, which I welcome wholeheartedly, it takes a small step in rebalancing that power. And as a result of that, it will result in, I think, not just improvement in wages and working conditions, it will result in a better economic situation for all concerned, employers and employees. Full stop. That's what it's about. Yes, sir.
I wonder if my right honourable friend would agree with me that the steps outlined in this bill will help to address insecure work and allow people to enjoy decent, secure wages and dignified work and plan for their futures and for their families.
And as a result of that, people will work better, increase their productivity, improve the profitability of those individual companies. And as a result, I just think it is beneficial to us all concerned. Simple as that. But there is a few things I'd like to press the government on to go a bit further. First is the issue of sectoral collective bargaining, these fair pay agreements. I think it was early 1970s, 86% of our workforce were covered by collective agreements. It's now down to 20%. Where collective agreements have operated elsewhere, they do improve productivity, they improve wages and conditions, and they increase industrial harmony within the economy itself. We're starting off as a government to introduce them in the adult social care, which I thoroughly welcome because there's such levels of low pay and exploitation. But what I'd like to see in the bill is an enabling clause so that we can then move on swiftly to other sectors where we can get agreement across the trade union movement and also engage with employers on that. The second point is my honourable friend, the issue of single worker status. Consultation is now taking place on that. It's absolutely critical because where we've seen some of the most exploitative practices is when the status of workers has been forced into bogus self-employment and other parts of the economy. The third is insourcing. The government has promised a biggest form of insourcing in a generation. There's no mention in the bill of insourcing, but there is mention of reform to procurement. And it's important in that reforms to procurement that we bring forward insourcing as rapidly as possible, because outsourcing has produced an insecure, low-paid form of employment, which is already resulting in industrial strife. In government departments over the next couple of weeks, we could see strikes in virtually every government department as a result of what's happening in outsourcing. Fire and rehire, the issue there is about what the company has to do to prove there's financial stress with the economy. Two final points for me. One is the Seafarers Charter has been mentioned in the second stage discussions that are taking place. It's critical if we're going to provide basic protections for seafarers. And finally, prison officers have been denied the right to strike since 1994. Even Tony Blair said we'd restore that. I want to see that within this legislation, and I shall move an amendments accordingly.
Joe Robertson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you, and may I congratulate those who've given their maiden speeches today and spoken with such passion for and about their communities. There's much in this bill that I support, and I support the sentiment behind it. It is, I'm sure, common grounds who want to improve conditions and rights for workers. But there is a balance. There is a balance to be struck, and I have grave concerns for some of the provisions in this bill, those that increase burden and red tape on employers and on employees, and those that are a threat and a drag to economic productivity. First of those is this unnecessary introduction of a new concept of statutory probation. As the law currently stands, workers get protections against things like unfair dismissal. Those are long-standing principles that have survived different governments and indeed survived within this bill. The debate has been about when those rights are accrued. Is it after 2 years of employment or 1? And there's been a fluctuation. What this bill attempts to do is introduce those rights from day one, but then row back on them by introducing a statutory probation period, which in the Secretary of State, the Deputy Prime Minister's own words, for that period, there is only a light touch approach to unfair dismissal. It creates a new concept that is vague, unclear, and will increase a glut of litigation in the employment tribunal. Indeed, it will need to create the case law so that employees and employers can understand what light touch approach to unfair dismissal means. My second concern is the increased burden on smaller employers, and indeed that is contained within the government's own analysis, and much has been said about that. So I will turn to my third issue, and that is specific burdens in specific sectors such as social care. The government's own analysis says that this bill will increase costs for employers. Employers in social care cannot bear any more cost. The government has said it will bring forward reform for social care. That must come first. That must come before this law is brought into force. I will give way.
Does my honourable friend agree with this gets to the crux of the very issue, that the detail is lacking in this bill, in that those are the issues that have been identified and indeed referenced within the government's own economic analysis, but yet we can't get to the detail of this debate without having that level of information on the floor?
I agree with him, this bill lacks detail, and there's also a lot of powers in there that are intended to come about through secondary legislation. So we do not know, for example, going back to the probation period, how long that period will be, because it's not set out in the legislation. But turning to the NHS too, we understand in the budget that the Chancellor will increase money to the NHS. Well, the NHS as an employer will have increased costs through this bill, and if national insurance contributions are to be brought about on employers in the budget too, it will have that cost as well as an employer. Less money available to cut waiting lists. So I urge the government to delay this bill, get the detail right and put some detail into it, and ensure that sectors like health and social care get the support first, so that as employers they can deal with the increased costs from this legislation.
Becky Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would refer you to my register of interests, where you'll not only see that I work for a trade union, one that is not affiliated to the Labour Party nor donated to my campaign, but you'll also see listed a number of other trade unions, not because of any campaign donations or because of any vested interests, and I can see why honourable members on the opposition benches had led to that. Is far more familiar on their side, but because of the fantastic trade union representatives that have supported myself and I'm sure many members on these benches. For me, that was Jim, my Unite member in my very first job training as a finance management trainee, all the way to Laura, Trudy and Claire, the GMB reps, who looked after me and supported me in the job before being elected to this place. I rise today in support of the government's Employment Rights Bill. This bill is a central tenet of the government's policy to put working people at the heart of our economy and to make work pay. As I said, I am a proud trade unionist, and I am proud to stand alongside millions of working people across the country who we depend on to drive our economy and provide the services that we all need. I want to begin by calling out some claims I've heard from members on the opposition benches throughout this debate and before. They're quite tired in part. That supporting the advancements of people's rights at work is in some ways a vested interest. I ask you, Madam Deputy Speaker, when were the working people of this country ever just a vested interest? It is in the interests of the working people of this country that we should be governing. As a former trade union industrial officer, I know that finding a way forward in collaboration with both those on the employee and the employer side is not always the easiest thing to do, but it is always the right and most productive way forward. So I am pleased that with the first 100 days as promised, this Labour government has presented this excellent bill, and in doing so has ripped up many of the provisions in the 2016 Trade Union Act. That legislation, rather than ameliorate industrial relations, was symptomatic of an aimlessly combative approach in this area, which the previous government drove forward. The effect of this, as we sadly know, was some of the worst disruption in decades, and the public responded in July. They had had enough of this toxic and self-defeating approach. I am delighted, therefore, that measures today will modernise employment laws with much of the government's Trade Union Act dismantled and, quite rightly, thrown in the bin. This upgrade for the workers' rights establishes day one rights for parental and bereavement leave for millions of workers, and statutory sick pay will be strengthened. Today's bill is part of the platform for this approach. I welcome its content and commitment to work with all stakeholders to ensure it's implemented in such a way that benefits all of my hard-working constituents of Clwyd East.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The SNP broadly welcomes the core elements of the Employment Rights Bill, having long called for many of these changes. We've been clear in our opposition to zero-hour contracts, fire and rehire, and other forms of precarious employment that strips workers' job security. Indeed, the previous MP, Gavin Newlands, tried twice on the private member's bill to do just that. We've supported the removal of the lower earnings limit for statutory sick pay and the end of the waiting period, allowing those who are ill to access support from day one. Provisions for unpaid parental leave, paternity leave and the right to claim unfair dismissal from day one are progressive steps towards workers' rights that we need to endorse. Similarly, the scrapping of the anti-trade union laws like the Minimum Services Strike Act is an important step in restoring unions' ability to properly represent workers. And again, yes, I'm happy to give way.
I thank the member for giving way. Does he agree with me that if he's supportive of workers' rights, that the Unison members who are currently on strike in Perth and Kinross have a valid claim for a decent pay rise from his government?
I thank the honourable member for giving way and for her question. The question I think you refer to is with the Scottish Government, and of course we listen to trade unions in all cases, and in fact there was a fair pay settlement agreed with all unions until we heard about this one recently. But what I want to add to the scrapping of the Minimum Services Strike Act is our previous colleague Chris Stevens fought tirelessly for trade unions and spoke passionately in this House in terms of rights of workers. However, what I would say is Labour have not gone far enough or act swiftly enough for this bill. Gaps remain in their plans, with around half of the promised reforms being kicked into the long grass through consultation, meaning we won't see changes implemented next year, the year after, or perhaps even 2027. Moreover, critical elements such as a commitment to a single status of worker, the right to switch off, and addressing pay discrimination through mandatory reporting of ethnicity and disability pay gaps are missing entirely. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Employment Rights Bill was meant to be a defining piece of Labour's first 100 days in office, but what good is meeting that deadline if the meaningful reforms are missing or won't come into effect for years? Is this government looking overly cautious and hesitant? But what people have been writing to me about in these last weeks is this is because they want to delay to find a convenient way out of implementing them. Madam Deputy Speaker, in Scotland, the SNP government has taken meaningful steps to promote fair work practices, supporting collective bargaining, achieving real living wage employer status, and to closing the gender pay gap faster than the rest of the UK, contrasts sharply with the environment created by the previous UK government. Of course, devolving employment law to Scottish Parliament would ensure no worker in Scotland is disadvantaged by Westminster governments. Indeed, Scottish Labour's 2021 manifesto, and I may surprise some of the MPs here today, supported devolving employment rights, and I look forward to their support going forward, ensuring employment law is devolved to Scotland in this Parliament, so that workers in Scotland never again have to see their employment rights eroded by any future Tory-led government. Madam Deputy Speaker, perhaps I'll finish on this. The Scottish Trade Unions Congress Secretary General Ros Foy commented that, and I quote, "The Employment Rights Bill isn't the terminus, it's the first stop. This can be the foundations on which we can build." I agree. It's imperative that workers' rights are improved by this bill, but it must go further, it must go faster, and it must look to devolve those powers so we can guarantee the rights of working people in Scotland are protected and strengthened. Thank you.
To make her maiden speech, Dr Marie Tidball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I refer you to my register of interest and proudly my membership to the trade unions GMB, Unison and Community Union. When I was born, the room in Barnsley Hospital was filled with flowers. No one knew how long I'd live for or what operations I might need. Our communities in Penistone and Stocksbridge nurtured me growing up. World-class NHS care at Barnsley and Sheffield Children's Hospitals enabled me to walk and follow my ambitions. My local state education in Penistone helped me catch up and go on to study law at university and fulfil my potential. My inimitable parents taught me there is no such word as can't, and the values of fairness, equality and justice, values at the heart of the bill before us today. I will use my skills and experiences as the MP for our constituency to give back to the communities that gave me so much. Incredible teachers and teaching assistants who helped make education a way to overcome people's assumptions about my disability and feel free. Achieving health and education equality is a huge asset to our country and critical to the health of our economy. I'm proud to be the first Member of Parliament for Penistone and Stocksbridge to have grown up there for over 100 years. Yeah. Our rich agricultural heritage has put food on the country's table, and the grit and determination of local miners, the steelworks in Stocksbridge and ironworks in Thorncliffe have powered the Industrial Revolution, with the latter also producing Churchill tanks, which defended our country in World War II. These sites remain economically important today, with a specialist Liberty Steel now producing steel which powers our UK aerospace industry too. The landscape of our very special constituency has helped shape our laws before too. Poignantly, the day of the general election marked 186 years since the Husker pit disaster on July the 4th, 1838, when flooding caused the pit to collapse, killing 26 children. A tragedy which led to the Mines Act, 1842, banning women, children and boys under 10 and girls under 10 from being employed in underground work. I learned about that tragedy at school and knew then, as I know now, that law and politics have the power to improve people's lives. The past we inherit, the future we build. The Employment Rights Bill makes the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation, with the driving purpose to change lives of people across our country, to make them better off. Ensuring that the very special people of the place that made me continue to innovate to change the world will be central to the work I do here. Like the blooming heather that sweeps down the moors past the crystal waters of our rivers and reservoirs, towards our towns and villages, talent bursts forth in our constituency out of the dramatic landscape, gruelling weather and lives hard worked and hard won. People in my constituency literally shoot for the stars. Grenoside's Helen Sharman was the first British citizen to go to space in 1991. Thirlston-born Nicholas Saunderson was a blind 17th century Lucasian professor of mathematics at Cambridge University. And England international footballer John Stones also hails from this village and follows a long and proud history of footballers who've gone through Penistone Church FC. This summer saw Olympiads who were made in our constituency too. Gunthwaite's Becky Moody won bronze in dressage with her horse Jägerbomb. Caden Cunningham, who won silver, was trained in Oxspring at Quest Taekwondo. Musicians abound too. Alex Turner of the Arctic Monkeys makes sure High Green is resolutely on the map. We can also boast stellar folk singers like the talented Rachel McShane of Bellowhead and Cawthorne's award-winning Kate Rusby, whose elegiac music of home has healed many a heart and inspired the mind. Ecclesfield produced Barry Hines, author of A Kestrel for a Knave, which was turned into the acclaimed film Kes, and he documented working-class lives for over 40 years. Local author Matt Coyne's Frank and Red was the literary comedic mug of hot chocolate that kept me going through the general election. And on that, whilst our beliefs start from a different place, I share Miriam Cates, my predecessor's passion for education, and hope her new role gives her the chance for leadership on changing the safety of social media for young people. Angela Smith's legacy as a good constituency MP is something I aspire to. As PPS to Mo Molan, Helen Jackson's work on community building in Northern Ireland provides lessons of hope, which resonate in the times of hate we must combat today. I'm also grateful for Mick Clapham's support and know we'll see his legacy continue under this government on the Mine Workers Pension Scheme. Love, tolerance and doing things for other people are values knitted across the place I call home like the blankets woven from the yarn of Penistone sheep. To the people across Penistone and Stocksbridge, it is the privilege of my life to serve you. As your MP, I will work hard every day to be a strong voice for our communities and ensure people growing up and growing old in our constituency can fulfil their potential. I will do what it takes to get things right and get things done. We are a government that will restore hope across our communities, bring people together, and I can't wait to work with members across this House to make that change happen.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable members for making their maiden speeches. I've said it before, I'm a geographer, so it is a real pleasure for me to hear about our great United Kingdom and all of the different constituencies here that we all represent. Entrepreneurs in the towns and villages I represent across Broxbourne are working hard to take risks day in, day out to get our local economy growing and creating jobs. But I fear this bill could put all that at risk. Security in work is of course something that should be available to everyone. But above all else, it is getting the job in the first place that is the first vital step. Regrettably, the government's plan will only make it harder for businesses to hire new employees. Small business owners in my constituency cannot call upon large HR departments to make sense of these new rules. Increasing the number of day one rights will see them hesitant when making hiring decisions. As the Federation of Small Business have said, plans to give unfair dismissal rights from day one will inevitably deter small employers from taking on new people. By raising the chances of new recruits taking their employer to tribunals simply because they turn out to be unsuited to the role. The principle of qualifying periods for workplace rights is a sensible and fair point the government must recognise, as they have chosen not to include in the bill reform the qualifying periods of 2 years for statutory redundancy pay. A balance must be struck to avoid the burden falling too heavily on either the employer or the employee, especially small employees that need the security and confidence that the qualifying period provides. It is clear that the government plans do not strike that balance. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is something that I can agree with the government on. We must get our economy growing faster. But this bill, which the government have not consulted on, is not the right way to achieve that. In this place, we should talk more about how to encourage firms to create growth. I will give way.
The honourable member, my honourable friend, talks about growth. Does he agree with me that growth for small businesses is good for workers, and therefore what is good for small business is good for workers, and small business need better protection in this legislation?
I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend. If we do not allow or do not create the next generation of entrepreneurs in this country through the education system, which the government should be focusing on, rather than placing burdens on them, and we're yet to hear the government's new budget, which could increase taxes, which will put more burdens on small businesses. There will be less jobs on the market and less jobs for the people that they are trying to represent and protect in this place. It is we on this side that are standing up for small businesses. Small businesses are the backbone of my local economy in Broxbourne and the country at large, and if we do not ensure a fair balance between workers and small businesses will close and people will lose their jobs. Now, I think that the government does not want that to happen, so please reflect on some of the points that you've put in this bill, have a proper consultation and come back with something more suitable for small and medium-sized businesses across the country. Thank you.
Apsana Begum.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak as a proud trade unionist, and I draw the House's attention to my register of members' interests in this regard. Madam Deputy Speaker, too many people are in jobs that offer them little or no security. My constituency casework has highlighted the reality of insecure work in the UK and has exposed the inadequacy of the law around worker protections. The rise of in-work poverty and workplace precarity, zero-hours contracts, bogus self-employment and contracting out puts workers at risk. We know that Black, Asian and minority ethnic and women workers continue to face the disproportionate burden of working in insecure jobs with fewer rights at work and ongoing pay gaps. And so, after years of attacks on workers' rights and hostility towards trade unions, it is a pleasure to welcome the Employment Rights Bill before the House today, which is without a doubt a significant step forward for workers. I'm particularly pleased to see the doing away with the ballot thresholds of the Trade Union Act 2016 and the repeal of the Minimum Service Levels Act, which the trade unions have criticised as being undemocratic, unworkable and illegal. Indeed, I've long been concerned that current laws are already restricting the rights of workers to join and participate in trade unions and may breach international labour standards. I know that many of us would have liked to have seen the bill completely end fire and rehire and zero-hour contracts once and for all. I also understand that some unions are concerned about the rules allowing workers to have access to trade unions and argue that the single best way to ensure that work pays more fairly is by expanding collective bargaining, and I remain committed to strengthening trade union rights across the board. I listened carefully to the Secretary of State raising the plight of carers and parents in relation to employment rights, quite rightly so, and I would like to raise the plight of survivors of domestic abuse and violence. When the Domestic Abuse and Violence Act 2021 was passed, the associated statutory guidance reminded us how pivotal it is, the role and the actions of an employer, and how pivotal it can be in terms of the life of a survivor who may only speak to managers and colleagues outside the home, as I know too well as a survivor of ongoing abuse and harassment, and having spoken to countless numbers of survivors as well. I believe that employers should have a duty of care towards employees experiencing domestic abuse, and as such I believe that this bill could be further strengthened by bringing into scope the experiences of survivors of domestic abuse in the workplace, and look at provisions such as flexible working and paid leave in this regard. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that a thriving and just economy cannot be created without full involvement and empowerment of the workforce, and the bill before the House today is an opportunity to lay the groundwork for a future in which workers are able to defend their pay, dignity and working conditions. Thank you.
John Cooper.
Madam Speaker, we've heard some electrifying maiden speeches today, really quite remarkable. I stand today as a former member of a trade union. I don't miss the subs going out of my pay packet, did little for me. This is no mere bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a time machine, one that could take the whole country back decades. Union's going to party like it's 1979. And for your benefit, Madam Deputy Speaker, 1979 you weren't there. It was the winter of discontent, when the unions bit back, the rubbish piled high in the streets, and a Labour PM was soon also out with the bins. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, with this hastily assembled Employment Rights Bill, Labour is feeding the union alligator that may yet eat them too. It does that because it lacks balance, assuming all employers are robber barons intent on exploiting workers. The Prime Minister has talked of growing the economy and of cutting red tape. Yet now we see the reality, proposals that will frighten firms away from taking on new staff and burden them with still more rules and regulations. My constituent Rory, a forward-thinking dairy farmer, wrote to me about Labour's pledge to make Britain the best place to start and grow a business. Like me, he sees fine sentiments, but this bill risks the opposite effect. There's even an expensive new layer of bureaucracy, the Fair Work Agency, whose costs will be borne by business and passed on to the public. The people's tape is deepest red. This bill makes it easier for militant unions to infiltrate workplaces and strips out sensible curbs on their power. Strikes will hit the public harder without conservative safeguards, such as those guaranteeing minimum service levels. An impact assessment of the Trade Union Act 2016 indicated it would cut strikes by around 35%. Much of that act, I've waited 40 years for this, much of that act will be tossed into picket line braziers, and it's the public who will, as ever, suffer. The plan to make union funding of Labour opt out and not opt in is another back to the future move and naked opportunism from the party opposite. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill will be hardest on small and medium-sized businesses, the backbone of the economy. We must not forget they are run by people who themselves are workers and strivers. Napoleon disparagingly called us a nation of shopkeepers. With legislation as skewed as this, Labour risks shutting those shops and turning us into a nation of strikers and their union rep handmaidens. This skimpy bill is so heavily skewed that it resembles the blade in Edgar Allan Poe's The Pit and the Pendulum, leaving employers strapped in red tape between the ever-present pit of insolvency and the slice, slice, slice of costly, pro-union, anti-growth legislation.
I now call Lorraine Beavers to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations to all that have made their maiden speech today. I'm a proud member of Unite the Union and the Communication Workers Union, and I would like to pay tribute to my predecessor, firstly to Paul Maynard. Paul worked incredibly hard for his constituents, and Paul was rightly proud of being the first person with cerebral palsy to become a government minister. And I want to say thank you to Joan Humble, who was the first Labour MP to serve in my constituency, and my honourable friend Cat Smith, now the member for Lancaster and Wyre. I want to thank her for all her hard work and commitment to the people of Fleetwood. Today, I also want to pay tribute to my mum and dad, the wonderful Ronnie and Brenda Shewan, who both sadly passed away this year. My dad saw me get selected, and my mum saw me get elected. Oh, how I miss them. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a lifelong trade unionist and socialist, I am incredibly proud to be making my maiden speech during the Employment Rights Bill, which will be transformative for the working people I represent. The 16-year-old me began her journey in the Labour movement at Lorcombe High School in Fleetwood. In assembly one day, the headmaster asked if anyone's dad was a lorry driver, and a girl called Susan raised her hand. He asked whether her dad had gone to work today, and when she said no, the head informed the school that the reason they didn't get their cornflakes this morning was because Susan's dad was refusing to go to work. I was incensed and organised a demonstration outside the school gates that very lunchtime. The head was furious and demanded we came back in, but we stood united and refused. Eventually, we negotiated a deal, agreeing that the head would make a full apology at the next school assembly. Now, whilst I understand that the bill might not allow for picket lines inside schools, the bill is, without doubt, the biggest upgrade to workers' rights we have seen for a generation. The fair pay agreement, as outlined in this, will be transformative for the working people of my constituency, especially for our social care workers, where low pay and poor conditions have led to recruitment and retention crisis. An end to fire and rehire, a clampdown on zero-hour contracts, more rights for unions to represent working people. This bill will not just improve the lives of my constituents, it will empower them. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an honour and a privilege to be the voice of the residents of Blackpool North and Fleetwood. I am the 15-year-old girl who brought the school out on strike. I am the army wife. I am the mum who couldn't afford to buy new shoes for her girls. I am the mum who cycled an extra mile to save 50p because funds were low. I understand what it's like to be poor and struggle between paydays, and sadly I know that some of my constituents are going through far worse poverty than I could ever imagine. I see the cost of living crisis, I see the massive rises in rents and food and clothing. I see the mortgages that the young people can only dream of being able to afford, and I want to make it better. My constituency has the most beautiful coastline, nature reserves and communities. We speak to each other, we care for each other, we smile at each other and we look after each other. That's why so many people move to the Fylde Coast. It's where I live with my husband John, it's where we brought up our two beautiful daughters who have blessed us with 4 wonderful grandchildren. I wouldn't live anywhere else but on the beautiful Fylde Coast. It's where I'm from, it's where I was born, it's where I have loved, laughed, worked, cried and grieved. It is my home and my safe space. My constituency includes the towns, villages and hamlets of Fleetwood, Thornton, Cleveley, Stanner, Ankersholme, Carlton, Norcross, Norbrett, Bisburn, Little Bisburn and Northern Blackpool. Carlton is listed in the 1086 Domesday Book. Bisburn is several hundred years older than Blackpool, and Fleetwood is the newest kid on the block, with the first bricks not being laid till 1836. I will serve every corner of my constituency and fight for a better future for all. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am here to fight for investment into my community. I am here to fight for them. I am here to make sure that the funding my constituency so desperately needs is brought back home. That is the job they sent me to do, and I intend to do it. I am proud to have been elected alongside a government who will deliver dentists for all, save our NHS, a government who will invest in our young and old alike, a government who will invest in our communities, our armed forces, our police, our firefighters and more, a government who cares and leaves no one behind, a government who makes those with the broadest shoulders carry the heaviest load. This is my government, this is my party, and we will deliver. Thank you.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate the member for Blackpool North and Fleetwood for a very powerful maiden speech. I would like to broadly welcome the bill that is before us today. After all, it is clearing up the mess left by the Tories under their previous government. But there are areas where I have concerns that the government are not going far enough, particularly on statutory sick pay, where presentism may mean that people are turning up to work when they shouldn't be, both for the health of themselves and also for productivity. So enhancing the levels of statutory sick pay is very important, and I hope the Minister will give serious consideration to this. Another area, as somebody who's adopted myself, I'm delighted that it talks about adoption, but I'm shocked that the government have not explored fostering and seeing how we could support fostering. This is part of our rich tapestry of our families and our society in the United Kingdom, and it also helps our children's services. So why is the government choosing to be willfully blind to foster carers in this bill? I think it's shameful. Also, I would like to reflect on disability confident employers. It's a really important scheme. We know, I hear on the news, that the government are talking about trying to get people with health conditions out of benefits and into work, and we applaud that. But why is the bill silent on disability confident employers? That is a real opportunity to do it in a positive way rather than blaming people with disabilities, and I hope the government will see common sense on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer to my declaration of interests. I think the Employment Rise Bill is most welcome. It's been described by some on the other side as a horror show. It's definitely not a horror show. Described as a trade union bill. Can I remind the members on the opposite side of the House that it was the Conservative government that introduced the trade union bill, among many other anti-trade union legislation, in 2016, and one of the best things in this legislation is the repealing of much of what was in the 2016 anti-trade union legislation. It's the first time in my time as a Member of Parliament, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there's been any repealing of any anti-trade union legislation. And I've got to say, myself, like many other trade unionists, like many other people in the workplace, welcome this very, very fact. Labour recognise that the relentless attacks on the trade union movement, on ordinary working people, the battering of ordinary people from pillar to post, cannot and should not continue. Of course I'll give you.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would you agree with me that the Minimum Service Act that came in was a deliberate attempt to undermine people in the workplace and was completely ignorant of the fact that the unions provided those minimum services throughout some of the most difficult circumstances? Doesn't that tell us a lot about the previous Conservative government?
Thanks for that intervention. Of course, it says a lot about the previous Conservative government. We should always remember and never forget on this side of the House, whenever the Conservatives are cornered, whenever they're in difficulties, what do they do? They revert to type and attack the trade union movement. That's what they do. That's what they've always done. You've seen some of the contributions in here this evening. Do you want to intervene? Oh. So you just got to continue to chunter. And when I give the opportunity of saying something responsible.
The honourable gentleman can sit. He's been here long enough to know that when he says you, he is referring to me. I sometimes let it pass when it's new members who are not quite used to, but he should know better. Ian Lavery.
My apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker, and yes, you're right, I should. I was being chunted at by a member of the front bench on the other side. My apologies, my deepest apologies. But as I say, we must remember that when they reverted the type, of course I'll give way.
The honourable gentleman's doing a very impressive impersonation of Arthur Scargill here, but the reality is that this government, this Conservative government, left the economy with 4 million more people in work compared to the Labour inheritance, a growing economy and a smashed deficit, something that we're proud of on this side of the House.
Thanks for that compliment. And I would just say that this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, simply restores the imbalance. It seeks to restore the injustice meted out to the trade unions, into working people, and it seeks to rebuild a workplace ideologically destroyed by the Conservative government. These are the first steps, and they're so welcome. I've fought for these all my life. The first steps in a long journey, but we look at what we've done within the first 100 days. And I can only mention a few, like my honourable friend says. We've repealed the minimum service level laws, repealing most of the 2016 Trade Union Act, ensuring individuals will have employment rights from day one, including sickness pay, although there's an argument that sickness pay is far too low. We're looking at bereavement payments, etc., from day one. We're looking to address the zero-hour contract scourge. We're looking to address fire and rehire, the scourge of fire and rehire. We're looking to introduce flexible working. We're looking about entitlements to paternity and parental leave. We do this, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it's the right thing. I could spend hours outlining what I think's right. Perhaps some things that we need to focus on in the bill in the coming week. But I'll not do that. The reality is that this bill is a historic bill which sets a framework for fairness for generations to come. Remember, the louder the screams from the party opposite, the screaming and shouting and chuntering, we know that this side of the House are winning the argument. And we know that we are doing the right thing. So the louder you shout, we welcome it. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate those members who've delivered their passionate and authentic maiden speeches today. I'm proud to represent, like so many members of this House, a constituency that is home to so many small and medium-sized businesses which comprise the backbone of our local economy. However, I am deeply concerned that the reforms in this employment rights bill will hurt both businesses and employees, as well as damaging economic growth, something which the government claims to be striving for. The last government introduced and raised the national living wage, ending low pay and ensuring that work always pays more than benefits. It banned exclusivity clauses in 0 hours contracts, banning businesses from stopping workers on a 0 hour contract from having another job, and it delivered 800 jobs per day since 2010. The Conservative government also introduced shared parental leave, giving more choice to families. And we introduced new regulations regarding shared parental leave to give families more choice over how they take parental leave following birth of a child. Changes to business regulation need to strike a careful balance, but Labour's bill gets this wrong and will instead make it harder for businesses, damaging jobs creation and economic growth in the process. The Labour Party have introduced a bill at pace which does not strike the correct balance. As a result, our economy will be less competitive and growth will be hindered. These warnings are not just coming from these benches, but from across industry. The Scottish Chamber of Commerce highlighted how, and I quote, "the proposed new rights to a tribunal access from day one will inevitably lead to more settlement agreements to avoid a lengthy and costly tribunal process, placing more burdens on businesses. The changes to employment law risk fueling long, complex litigation, according to the Recruitment and Employment Confederation." And there are just a few parts of the proposed bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I would like to draw attention to. One of them is the likelihood of drawn-out dismissal processes, as has already been referenced. There's this element of how will you prove poor performance? There's the unnecessary right that trade unions will be given to gain access to workplaces. 0 hours contracts, once again, guaranteed hours, a minimum threshold, are something that many employers and many employees do not want, Madam Deputy Speaker. Flexible working, we're seeing the proposal of a material change, a reasonableness test, which will make... I will give way.
A very good speech highlighting the fatal flaws to this bill, but will he agree that the government's own impact assessment on the economic implications are a disaster for small businesses, not just in Bromsgrove but in Fair and Waterlooville, where these costs, which will be borne by businesses, will cripple investment, strangle job creation and further stagnate growth?
I thank my right honourable friend for her intervention and agree wholeheartedly with the points that she's made. This will inhibit economic growth. This will ultimately bear down very heavily on those that the government claim that they're trying to protect. These reforms, Madam Deputy Speaker, will prevent businesses from hiring new people and expanding. The Institute of Directors has warned that 57% of businesses are less likely to hire due to measures including in the bill. There are concerns that the government hasn't carried out consultation on collective redundancy and failed to outline why it views this as beneficial. Make UK, a significant industry body, has warned that the regulations will significantly increase red tape for businesses who are forced to make redundancies. And UK Hospitality, representing thousands of businesses that so many of our constituencies rely upon for their economic vitality, have said that for 90% of workers on a 0 hours contract, it is the desired contract for them. What we see here, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a generational shift in employment law that will ramp up grievances and disputes, and it will entrench unproductivity. It will make it easier to strike, as my right honourable friend has pointed out, send us back to the 70s, supporting militant unions. It will increase strike hours in public service, and as the Unite Union have pointed out, this is like Swiss cheese, it is full of holes. I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that as the bill progresses through Parliament, the government will listen to both opposition and industry to limit damage that it will cause to businesses and working people.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the Secretary of State for bringing this groundbreaking bill within the first 100 days. But this bill is a careful product of many years of work and thought. I proudly declare interest set out in my register of interest, including as chair of the Society of Labour Lawyers, who have considered and campaigned for years on these issues. The many measures in this bill create the conditions for jobs that people can build lives and families around, and will stop legitimate businesses from being undercut by those who avoid their responsibilities. I welcome the provisions in this bill to tackle exploitative hiring and employment practices which benefits workers and businesses.
I'll confine my remarks to enforcement and the Fair Work Agency, because a right is not worth the paper it is written on unless it can be enforced. I was a barrister for 17 years and for part of my career had the honour of representing working people, and I saw firsthand the race to the bottom on employment that took place under the last government. Our country is unusual in having no Labour Rights Commissioner or central or local regulator, and many of the rights successive Labour governments have established and that the wider Labour movement campaigned for is instead delegated to individuals required to act themselves through the employment tribunal system. And as the Low Pay Commission has found, low-paid and exploited workers can be reluctant to speak out about abuses of their rights. Regulation of the labour market in the UK is fragmented and under-resourced, with an estimated 1 inspector per 10,000 workers. The creation of a Fair Work Agency will help enable the enforcement of the national minimum wage, statutory sick pay and a wider range of rights such as holiday pay, so that everyone plays by the same rules. It will help protect businesses who are undercut by acting as a real deterrent. The current system clearly doesn't. 1.1 million employees did not get any of the paid holiday they were entitled to last year. And 1 in 5 on the minimum wage don't get the correct pay. It is to the government's credit that the Fair Work Agency will help the most vulnerable workers, including those who are victims of human trafficking. And I hope, as the bill progresses, we'll be able to consider whether the agency will also be able to help with safety and other workplace rights. We have seen Conservative governments provoke conflict and disruption in industrial relations. But growth and prosperity is only served by better cooperation and work practices. And that is what this bill will deliver.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I stand today not to speak on the bill as a whole, but to focus on those provisions which will impact on unpaid carers. And I refer to my Register of Interests as a trustee of the Links Trust, and also shortly to be published on the Register of Interests that I am to become a board member of the Fife Carers Centre, which supports unpaid carers across Fife, including my own constituency of North East Fife. So it should be no surprise to the Government that the first thing I want to raise is the failure to include paid carers leave in the legislation, or even to commit to it in their next steps to make work pay document. I think this is a mistake, and I would point out a U-turn on their previous position. Because I remember from the debates on my Carers Leave Act, and indeed I double-checked in Hansard, that the then Shadow Minister for Employment Rights said during those debates, that was the Honourable Member for Bradford East, who's no longer in his place, that we of course support the bill, but it falls short of what unpaid carers really need, which is paid carers leave. And under the proposal set out in our new deal for working people, the next Labour government will legislate to introduce just that. And indeed, he committed at all subsequent stages to do that. I acknowledge that the Next Steps document does make some promises in relation to carers leave, both to review the operation of the 2023 Act that I was proud to pass, and to look at the benefits of making that leave paid. But that's it. Indeed, I looked at in excitement at today's written statement. I don't know what that says about me, but to find that 4 consultations were there, but none of them reference unpaid carers. And what I and my colleagues on the Liberal Democrat benches are calling on the Government to do is to give certainty to unpaid carers. Certainty of when that review is going to take place, certainty of what it will entail, and certainty that the Government is keeping its pre-election pledges to move forward with paid leave. So can the Government provide an update on what is being done to inform businesses about carers leave as it currently stands, that unpaid provision? Because I'm concerned that there isn't sufficient information out there for employers or workers. What are they doing to make sure that companies are passing the information to their employees, and is it being correctly recorded in systems? Because this last point is an important one. If the Government wants to review the operation of the current Carers Leave Act, presumably they'll want to know about take-up. But I am hearing worrying stories that carers leave can't be properly recorded in HR systems, so it's put down as general unpaid leave or similar. We don't need to wait for a review to make sure that the new leave continues to be rolled out properly and effectively. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are other elements of the bill I welcome, especially around flexible working. And we know that for unpaid carers, flexible working can be one of the most important tools for staying in work. My request of the Government is that during the passage of this bill, they flesh out a bit more what they mean by reasonable or not reasonable reason to reject a request for flexible working. I urge the Government to use time today to reassure unpaid carers that the Government is not turning their back on them now, that he is in a position to help them. Thank you.
Paul Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I very proudly like to declare my membership of Unite, GMB and the Community Union. And at some time in the past, like my colleague who sat there, a member of the Mine Workers Union, National Mine Workers Union. This bill will transform lives of workers across the United Kingdom. It's not just a set of reforms. It's a commitment to the hard-working people of this nation, a promise to ensure that their rights are protected and their voices are heard. For far too long, many workers in this country have endured poor working conditions, low pay and a lack of job security. The previous Conservative government failed to address these critical issues, leaving millions of workers vulnerable and undervalued. The bill is the government's response to these injustices. It is a comprehensive package of reforms designed to upgrade workers' rights, tackle poor working conditions and benefit both businesses and workers. This bill is part of the government's broader effort to deliver economic security and growth to businesses, workers and communities. One of the key aspects of this bill is the improvement of pay and productivity. We recognise that fair wages are essential for the well-being of workers and families. The previous Conservative government's policies led to stagnating wages and widening income inequality. This bill aims to rectify this by ensuring that every worker in the UK is paid fairly for their hard work and that businesses are incentivised to invest in their workforce. From my conversations with businesses and employees in my constituency, it's clear that fostering sustainable businesses and promoting growth is crucial. I've observed numerous businesses forming partnerships with their workforce grounded in fair treatment that acknowledges employees' dedication and hard work. This bill supports and strengthens this approach. It represents a new approach, a pro-business, pro-worker strategy that recognises the connection between economic growth and workers' rights. By addressing issues such as poor working conditions and low pay, this government aims to create a more balanced and sustainable economy. This bill is a testament to the government's commitment to creating a fairer and more equitable society. I'm proud to support this bill and to stand up for the rights of workers in my constituency and beyond.
Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to begin by welcoming this bill. I think it's, on behalf of my Green colleagues, we very much welcome it being brought forward. And I would like to gently comment on the tone of some of this debate. I find myself on the opposition benches, but that is not to say that I share the sentiments expressed by some at that end of the opposition bench. And in particular, I think it's a shame that we've seen some very polarised debate today. We've seen a real, I want to challenge this rhetoric of it's kind of workers versus employers. It's unions versus small businesses. I really think that is actually both ahistorical and economically illiterate, frankly. It's ahistorical because if we didn't have workers organising together to improve their conditions, we would still have children up chimneys and we'd still have women being paid a small fraction of what men are paid for doing the same work. And it's economically illiterate because inequality is bad for growth. It's not just me that says that. It's not just quite possibly members on the opposite benches. It's people like the International Monetary Fund specify that inequality is bad for growth. So please, let us try to look for the common ground together. Let us try to welcome measures that will improve work, will improve the security of people who work. And let us recognise that, frankly, this is long overdue because we have seen decades of erosion of workers' rights. And we're now in a position where, for far too many people in our country, work does not pay well enough. That's why we've got so many people on in-work benefits. And I really welcome the sentiments expressed by the member, I think for the member for Hayes and Harlington, who pointed out that in countries where there is a positive recognition that workers' rights go along with improved economic growth, we have much better labour relations, and let us try to move towards that point as a country. I want to just briefly mention a few areas, though, where I would like the government to go further. You know, the bill's failure to fully ban fire and rehire practices, I think, is inexplicable. It leaves a loophole there that it's a get-out clause that is effectively condoning this practice. And I don't think there can be any grounds for treating workers in purely transactional terms. On zero-hours contracts too, this is a complex area. I know for some people they welcome the opportunity to have zero-hours contracts, but this does fly in the teeth of what the majority of the public wants. And I think the current model does leave far too much power in the hands of employers. I want to briefly mention other aspects of equality. It's disappointing that this bill doesn't uphold previous Labour pledges on mandatory disability and ethnicity pay gap reporting. I would point out that it also doesn't address, it will lead to increased inequality between migrant workers and others, because it doesn't address the risks that migrant workers face when their visas are dependent on employers and they may be exited from the country before they've had a chance to pursue those employment claims. Kinship care, I'd like to see that treated in the same way as adoption leave. The Honourable Member for Torbay talked about foster carers here too. And so, in summary, I welcome this bill, but there are areas where I would like to see the government go further to protect workers' rights.
To make his maiden speech, Mike Tapp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an immense privilege to be here today as the Member of Parliament for Dover and Deal, and of course I refer the House to my register of interest as a proud small business owner and union member. And it's fantastic to see so many on this side of the House speaking as small business owners in support of this bill. Over the past 2 years, I've knocked on thousands of doors and spoken to families, business owners and workers and listened to their hopes and concerns. And today I bring their voice to this House. But firstly, I want to pay tribute to my predecessor, who was and still is an ardent champion for housing. And of course, before the general election, she sent a clear message to the country when she crossed the floor of the House to join the Labour Party. Dover and Deal is the gateway to Britain, with our port bringing in £144 billion of trade to the country. But not only that, it's a place rich in its history, resilience and community spirit. From the iconic White Cliffs to the finest castle in Britain, the newly reopened Roman painted house, to the proud former mining communities in Aylsham, Snowdon and Betteshanger. We represent the very best of what it means to be British. We've also got beautiful coastal paths with some truly great pub stops along the way, as you've probably seen from my social media. The King's Head, or the Foresters in Deal, the Zetland Arms in Kingsdown, Cullins Yard in Dover, and we've got castles in Dover, Walmer and in Deal. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wonder whether I might have the most castles in my constituency, but I'm open to challenge on that. My commitment to public service and hard work stems well and truly from my upbringing. One granddad flew Catalina flying boats taking out Nazi submarines, and he then went on to sell Coleman's mustard from Cambridge. The other granddad, a lifelong distinguished Royal Mail worker. And that unwavering spirit of hard work from that generation runs through my family. My father, a dedicated police officer, and my mother, a social worker, showed me that real service is about standing strong for others. Their steadfast dedication to helping those in need taught me that strength is not found in titles, but in the service we provide those around us. And that lesson has guided me in my own life, whether in the army, with the National Crime Agency, or in a counter-terror role, or now as the proud member of Parliament for Dover and Deal. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't stand here alone. I'd like to pay tribute to my wife, my hero who came from Estonia at just 18 years of age 16 years ago, and has always been and will always be my rock and supported through very difficult and long campaigning. Linda has shown remarkable resilience and dedication in turning her passion for dogs into her own thriving small business, which will continue to thrive and grow under this new bill put through by the Labour Party. Yeah. We have 2 dogs of our own. Some of you will know Scooby from the campaign trail. He's become so famous that my Wikipedia page simply states, personal life, he has a dog called Scooby. I assure you I do have more of a personal life, and a second dog, a puggle called Monkey. Now, it's no secret that I'm known for being just a little bit patriotic. But when you represent Dover and Deal, how could you not be? We've stood strong against invaders and threats for centuries, from Napoleon to the Nazis. Dover and Deal has always been at the heart of Britain's story, and I'm committed to ensuring we remain a proud and prosperous part of the country's future. Because Dover and Deal is where national challenges meet local reality. We're a community on the front line of issues like border security, immigration and trade. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we face these challenges with the strength and sense of duty that has always defined us. Under this government, Dover and Deal will be treated with the respect it deserves. My vision is one where our community can thrive, with improved infrastructure, stronger public services, and more opportunities for young people to build their futures here. Because we are more than a point of transit. We are a community of hard-working people who keep our port running, our businesses thriving, and our public services going. So, as we debate the future of workers' rights, I want to say on record, the P&O ferry scandal, which affected so many of my constituents, must never be repeated. Yeah. And that is why I fully support this bill. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the honourable member for Dover and Deal on his maiden speech, and I look forward to the best dog in the world, Monty, taking on Scooby in the Westminster Dog of the Year competition. Everybody in the House knows that every Labour government in history has ended with unemployment higher than when it started. And it is, I'm afraid, whatever the intention, bills like this that are part of the reason why. If the purpose of this bill really is to improve workers' rights, and it isn't just about payback for £40 million of union donations in the last few years, why is there no provision to address one of the worst labour market abuses in our country? Why is there nothing on substitution clauses which allow delivery drivers to lend their identities to others? These clauses are in contracts from huge firms like Amazon and Deliveroo, and they fuel worker exploitation and immigration crime. We know hundreds of thousands of people, many of whom can't work here legally, trade identities. By undercutting British workers and exploiting those with no right to be here, these companies are privatising profits and socialising the costs they cause. So why are they missing from the bill? And why will the government do nothing about the international trading system? Countries aiming to run trade surpluses like China hold down their own labour costs and destroy industry in deficit countries like our own. Trade wars, as two authors like to say, are class wars, and the party opposite usually likes to fight a class war. Yet this government wants to flood Britain with cheap Chinese electric cars because of the Energy Secretary's obsession with net zero. This is just one way in which our economic model needs to change, because while the government's characterisation of its inheritance is, I'm afraid, cynical and wrong, there is a case for economic change, if only the government were prepared to make it. I think the Business Secretary might be one of those who might be capable of doing it, but I'm not sure some of his colleagues are. Today, ministers could be launching a plan for reindustrialisation, for competitive energy prices, domestic steel manufacturing, and a strategy taking in better infrastructure, skills and training. Would you like to intervene? Planning and regulatory reform and more. They could be doing something about the fact that nearly 22% of the workforce is economically inactive and a record number of men are leaving the labour market. And they could be backing British business. I certainly will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and this again just highlights the point that there is so much detail yet to be released into the public domain about this bill. I highlighted it before, and does therefore my honourable friend not agree that actually if we had this detail, we'd be able to provide more reassurance to not only small businesses, but larger businesses that are dealing with some of the challenges that you've mentioned?
I think my honourable friend is exactly right. I agree. And they could be backing British business, not burdening it with all these new regulations. Instead, we have an Energy Secretary driving up energy prices, a Chancellor planning a jobs tax, increases to capital gains tax, and the imposition of inheritance tax on small family businesses, and a Deputy Prime Minister re-regulating the labour market at a cost to business of £5 billion to pay back the unions who fund the Labour Party. The Prime Minister promised us his priority was growth, growth, growth. But like everything else he said before the election, he didn't mean it, because the only three things that this bill will bring are more costs, less investment and fewer jobs.
Swallow.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and let me start by saying that I proudly declare that, like 1.3 million working Brits, I'm a member of Unison.
Yeah.
Bracknell is a fantastic place to do business, and since my election I've spoken to plenty of businesses in my community, from SMEs up to international businesses. And in speaking with all of them, two things have really come out time and time again. Firstly, a relief that they finally have a government that will put economic stability at the heart of everything they do instead of chaos. Yeah. And secondly, a recognition that the measures in this bill will be good, not only for their workers, but also for businesses. Because well-supported staff who have more control over their lives and more reliable hours work harder and for longer. And workers who can adjust their terms, who are free from the threat of dismissal right after starting a family, who are entitled to leave after a loved one's death, are given the time to recover when they're sick, no longer facing exploitative zero-hours contracts or fire and rehire, they're free from harassment, are obviously happier and more committed. Indeed, many Bracknell businesses already offer many of the rights offered in this bill, and they do so because they recognise that in doing so, they're more competitive to attracting good, skilled workers. This government is pro-business, pro-growth and pro-worker, and this bill demonstrates that commitment. And I note that the CEO of CBI, Ray Newton-Smith, has said that the government deserves credit for its willingness to engage with businesses and trade unions. And Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a body of economic research which substantiates what we all feel to be true. Workers' rights are the foundations of a resilient, growing economy. I will.
The honourable gentleman just quoted the CBI approvingly. Can he name the chief executive of a real business who approves of this bill?
I've spoken to many chief executives in my constituency who approve of this bill. I'm not going to go into private conversations. I haven't warned them that I'm about to quote them on the House, but I'm sure that we will hear many such contributions from other members. This bill will bring in historic new rights for working people. It will make work pay, and it will be good for boosting our national productivity and supporting businesses and growth in this country, because we all know that when workers feel that the jobs that they do are valued, they contribute more to the economy, and that is why this bill is not only good for workers, it's also good for business too.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to associate myself with the comments of the Honourable Member for North East Fife and all her work on the Carers Leave Act that came into play in the previous Parliament. And in building upon that, I want to emphasise the interplay of work of paid carers and unpaid carers in making sure that we look after people in society who need our care. The comments of a constituent of mine in Mid-Sussex come to mind when she told me that as an unpaid carer for her mother, having paid carers come in to help is something that helps her sustain the normal mother-daughter relationship with her mother for that little bit longer. So the care workforce and looking after the care workforce is extremely important, Madam Deputy Speaker, and therefore the Liberal Democrats welcome the fair pay proposals that are in this bill. But we would like to see the bill go further. We would, as I previously mentioned in the debate when I intervened on the Secretary of State, like to see the minimum wage for care workers be £2 higher than the normal minimum wage. And we'd also like to build the esteem and the career path of people who work in paid care, for example, by establishing a Royal College of Carers. Without this, we have a blocker in our workforce productivity. Caring and working must go hand in hand, and because current regulations don't enable unpaid carers to look after their loved ones adequately, there are 600 people a day who give up work because they are a carer for a loved one. One of those people is Amanda, who used to live in Mid-Sussex. She and her husband Nick look after their 21-year-old son Archie, who is autistic and learning disabled. Amanda is a modern foreign languages teacher, a profession which has a shortage of teachers in it. And as Archie was approaching adulthood, they realised that West Sussex County Council wasn't going to be able to provide enough care for Archie, and so the best thing that she could do was to take her teacher's pension early and claim the carer's allowance. Now, because of the limits on earning £151 a week on the carer's allowance, Amanda is now excluded from the workforce. She can't take up offers of supply teaching or exam invigilating, things that would boost the family income and things that would be good for her mental health. We need, therefore, to make sure that caring is something that people can do as well as being part of a workforce. It isn't good for this nation's productivity or for the government's ambitions of delivering growth. Thank you.
Yeah. Kenneth Stevenson to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a great pleasure to follow the maiden speeches of the Honourable Member for Dover and Deal and the excellent maiden speeches of the Honourable Members for Leicester East, Wealdon Kent, Hindburn, Penistone and Stockbridge, Blackpool North and Fleetwood. As I make my maiden speech in this place, I do so with a great deal of pride. Serving the people of Airdrie and Shotts is an immense privilege and one that I will never take for granted. I hope that my dad Howard will be pleased as he watches at home and that he knows it was the value of hard work that he and my mum Millie instilled in me and the assistance of many others, including my wife Julie, who is watching here today, that has brought me to this place. However, the opportunity afforded for me today to make my maiden speech as we debate the Employment Rights Bill makes it that bit more special. As we chapped doors across the constituency for over a year, our key commitment was to deliver an upgrade to workers' rights, the like of which has not been seen for a generation. I am delighted that we are making such rapid progress in this regard and thank the Minister and Government for putting this at the forefront of our efforts to give Britain back its future. I look forward to seeing the impacts of this bill on workers in my constituency of Airdrie and Shotts and across the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to pay tribute to my immediate predecessor, Anam Kayser. I never questioned Anam's commitment to the job she was elected to do, nor her commitment to the causes she fought so passionately for. I wish her well in the future. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, looking back a bit further to the history of the Airdrie and Shotts constituency and the seats that came before it, I have to mention some of the giants that have served these communities. From Jenny Lee, a key figure in the creation of the Open University, where I obtained my qualification, to Peggy Herbison, a Shottswoman to her core, who led the way for women in politics and whose impact is still felt in Shotts to this day. And from John Reid, a pivotal figure in the last UK Labour government, to John Smith, a truly excellent leader of my party, taken before his time, who put the Labour Party firmly back on the path towards government. Yeah. Although on reflection I may be making a rod for my own back by mentioning such influential and consequential figures, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is only right I recognise their contribution to this place, to the communities I now represent, and to the Labour movement, and indeed to this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, members will be surprised to hear this, but I am going to make a comparison between Airdrie and the ancient city of Rome. Before members ask, it is not the weather. Like Airdrie, Rome too is built on 7 hills. A very popular Airdrie pub quiz question is to name them. I will not attempt to do so today. Madam Deputy Speaker, at risk of missing one out, what a start that would be. The communities of Airdrie and Shotts and the many villages which surround them are steeped in industrial history. Alongside Hart Hill, Eastfield, Salisbury, Allenton, Bonkle, Hareshaw, Hartwood, Morningside, Cleland, Holytown, Newt Hill, Newmains, Plains, Chapel Hall, Gartness, Calderbank, Glen Mavis, Caldercrooks, Upperton, Longreg End, Wattston and Green Gairs. They are towns and villages of great importance to the history of Scotland and the UK more widely. In coal mining, manufacturing, textiles, engineering and pharmaceuticals, the communities of Airdrie and Shotts have been home to skilled employment and have been at the centre of the various advancements we have witnessed in past decades. In fact, I completed my own apprenticeship at a modern manufacturing facility in Shotts, which was sadly closed during the times of rapid deindustrialisation. But it was there I learned my trade as an engineer and grew as a person. The advice of ex-miners, steelworkers and foundry workers was invaluable. My second career as a lecturer at Anniesland College was informed by the people of Glasgow. I learned so much from fellow lecturers and students of the area. The Shotts factory humour is not something in general I would repeat in this chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I can share the first piece of advice I got as an apprentice. It was, never argue with anybody stupider than yourself, son. Oscar Wilde it was not, and having listened to the discourse in this place, I am sure I will not need that advice here. Madam Deputy Speaker, regardless, I will forever be indebted to the people of the area I was born, raised and worked in, and I hope legislation such as the bill we are debating today will reignite the industrial and technological potential that exists within these communities. There are 2 things I could not go without mentioning in my maiden speech, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first is the groups and organisations at the heart of my constituency. My Scottish MP colleagues will be well aware of the work and impact of St Andrew's Hospice in Airdrie. Many, if not most people in Lanarkshire will know a relative or a family friend cared for in the hospice and will therefore know the incredible value they have. It is an immense honour and privilege to serve these people and communities. In me, they have a Member of Parliament who has lived across the constituency throughout my life and values the potential it has and the determination to overcome the challenges it faces. I will do my best to abide by my Staines Primary School motto of persevere and my Calderhead High School motto of facta non verbum, deeds not words. Today's debate on employment rights legislation is a critical step towards delivering a long overdue new deal for working people, and it will be the working people of Airdrie and Shotts I have in mind throughout my time in this Parliament. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I congratulate the honourable member for his maiden speech. Knowing his constituency a little bit, I can guarantee that in his comparison to Rome, it's definitely not the weather that is the link between those 2 places. And I'd like to congratulate him on his place in this House. Today's debate is a deeply important one, which will have huge ramifications for businesses of all sizes up and down the country. And for small businesses like many of mine across my constituency of Keighley and Ilkley, hiring new staff is, of course, a big moment, and it comes with a huge potential, but, of course, also a risk. And that's why many businesses across my constituency have been contacting me in advance of this bill being introduced to express their concerns at the proposals before us today. At a time when we need to grow the economy, we do not need a bill that the Federation of Small Businesses consider to be rushed, chaotic, clumsy and poorly planned. And it has to be noted, Madam Deputy Speaker, this disproportional negative impact that this bill will have on smaller businesses compared to those larger companies that have their own HR departments. So therefore, quite rightly and simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour's Day One rights and other similar measures are worrying for many small businesses across the country. The government have made this situation worse by adding clause after clause of clarification, exception, regulation and definition as they try to micromanage every possible situation for businesses up and down the country. And this creates a quagmire of regulatory jargon that small businesses will just have to cope with, and they won't be able to. And the fear of them falling foul of these regulations has been made clear to me by many of my businesses across Keighley and Ilkley. And it will also stop the backbone of our economy, hiring staff, stop them from expanding and stop them from growing our economy. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, even the government's own economic analysis stipulates the risks that are for the highest, the risk being highest for workers with the weakest attachment to the labour market, such as the low paid, such as disabled workers and youngest workers, since they are still gaining the experience and skills that they require. I will give way.
He's found someone sleeping rough on their premises once and offered them a job. Does he agree with me? It's very unlikely that someone will go to the lengths of giving someone that kind of a break in future.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and it just highlights actually that this bill does not give businesses the certainty and the confidence to recruit those individuals that just need that little bit more experience to get into the job market. Indeed, the government's own analysis also states, under unintended consequences, that where businesses cannot absorb the increased costs in labour units, they may seek to pass these on to workers by reducing expenditures that benefit workers, such as staff training, or scale back improvements through terms and conditions, indeed even wage growth. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not about pro-growth. This is not about even pro-work in the business environment. It is about pro-union. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government have even said this for themselves. In their Make to Work plan, they refer to this bill as an employment rights union bill. And perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's because the bill is chock full of changes to union regulation made by our previous Conservative government that was specifically designed to protect the public from unscrupulous practices by the unions and their more militant members. Minimum services were introduced by the last government specifically to protect the public from being caught in the crossfire between the unions and the government. Yet, by lifting these restrictions through this bill, Labour are showing that they are more interested in appeasing their union bosses rather than ensuring the minimum services guaranteed throughout any dispute through the public and the government.
Earlier I asked an honourable member from the other side of the House whether there are any business leaders who actually support this bill. Is my honourable friend aware of any himself?
Having spoken and received many bits of correspondence from many small businesses and indeed large businesses in my constituency, not one business was giving their full backing to this bill. In fact, they were raising concerns to do with the relationship being tampered with by the government between the employer and employee. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, perhaps one of the most unsurprising parts of this bill is Clause 48, which the government wants to force union members to pay their union's political fund unless they explicitly decide to opt out. No matter what your views on this, is simply not right. Working people should not be paying into political funds without their prior consent, especially when this money ends up in the pockets of a political party. After even receiving over £29 million in donations from unions, we know which political party this will end up going to, the government benches. And all this from a self-proclaimed government of supposed transparency. Every employment is different, every job is different, and every circumstance is different. This bill fails to recognise that.
James Frith.
I'd like us to start by offering some home truths to the party opposite. You can both be a member of a union, as I am, GMB, proudly so. They did donate to my campaign. I'm proud to stand here as a member of that GMB union. I'm also proud as somebody that started my own business, that's been an employer, that's taken risk and understands that balance of risk and reward. And this false representation throughout this debate, this claim of being the party of business by the party opposite, is out of date and out of kilter with the debate that we're having and that we're leading, having been elected with the majority that we have. So whilst they're keen to talk to themselves, among themselves, with their plans to end maternity rights and all of the progress that the Labour Party has made sacrosanct in British law and the experience of work in our economy, I would just urge them to look at the result of the election and understand the direction of travel that the Labour Party once again is taking progress in this country. Yeah. Today's leap forward for workers' rights is, of course, alongside the government's #1 mission of economic growth. That is to say, with the workers, not to them. More productive, more protective, more prosperous, pro-business, pro-worker. Because this bill rejects the idea that justice and fairness in the workplace needs to come with an arbitrary waiting period. Day one rights will capture headlines, but this won't cause alarm between most employers. The honourable gentleman has posed the question, which chief executives? I've got chief executives I met on Friday who are saying to me much of what we're advocating they already do as leaders in their field. So get with the programme, opposition benches. In the Labour Party, on these benches, we've a proud record to recall again today as we advance these new rights. Labour's record of raising the floor and the horizon for workers' rights, whether it's securing maternity, paternity, foster care leave, introducing the minimum wage or ensuring bank holidays. This party, through a principal link with our trade unions, has fought for and delivered rights that once seemed radical but are now woven into our national life and experiences of work. These very advances, opposed initially by the Tories, have now come to be seen as the very standard of what working life is in this country should be. And I'm all for it, Madam Deputy Speaker, with time to spare.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As members may be aware, I'm not a career politician, but I worked my entire life as a pork delivery driver with Henry Denny's until I opened my own small business as a pork retailer. I worked from early morning and then to council and then to the Northern Ireland Assembly. I employed staff members. I did the books as well as I could and then handed them to my accountant. I delivered to local businesses and shopped local. I understand what it is to be part of a small business. Indeed, it was a micro business. And I know that I would have struggled, and I say this very respectfully to the Minister in place, I'd have struggled to have implemented some of the things that are currently being discussed. And today I would like to remind members, when considering the implications of the Employment Rights Bill on small and micro businesses, and in Northern Ireland the statistics will show why I hold those concerns. Micro businesses in Northern Ireland are no different from any of those in the United Kingdom, mainland. And employment law, by the way, just for the record, is mostly devolved, but much of our law here in this House follows the path and directions of this House of Commons, and that's why I wanted to make these comments in a constructive fashion if I can. The fact is that most employers are not skilled with changes, and the changes made and the additional obligations on them must be clear and also cost effective, and not mean that they need to hire an HR consultant, which is simply out of the question. I want to give one example, if I can, Madam Chair, and Madam Deputy Speaker, in the time I have. I recently heard of a case of a small business who worked out holiday pay using the online government calculator. Their employee has moved to another job and created the holiday pay. Labour Relations Agency has said, according to the employer's representation, the owner must owes approximately £800 per annum to each staff member. The owner has told me that they will need to close the business. Now, the reason why I give this example is because I want to give the example of what government puts in place, and then when it goes wrong, by goodness, it goes wrong with an absolute volume. Not because it isn't valid, but because they don't have the capacity to pay the £10,000 and back pay to all of their staff. The fact is that they used online tools to get it right, and yet are left in an untenable situation. It's made it clear that when changes are made to employment practice, the advice for employers must be accurate and easy to understand. This is clearly not currently the case. So this legislation, with great respect to my colleagues from the far side, this is like the curate's egg. It's good in parts, but it's not good in every part. I welcome some of the issues within this document, such as the end of 0 hours contract and the enhanced protections, and look forward to seeing the minutiae of the detail.
Honourable friend, allow me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Very good. Deputy Speaker, would my honourable friend agree that, and I attended a Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce event on Friday, they offer the government no ill will and they want to engage positively and pragmatically on these issues, but they are concerned. And do you think it would be useful, rather than the hubris and the politics from one side to the other continually throughout this debate, that there was a willingness and an openness on the part of the front bench to engage thoughtfully with those businesses?
I thank my honourable friend, the member for East Belfast, for that. To tell you the truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's exactly the point I want to make. Government's pushing forward through this bill some very, very necessary legislation which people need and which I welcome. But it's also pushing, and I made the point of the small, the micro businesses, the ones that I had many, many moons ago, when I used it, when indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, whenever I had hair, and that's a thing in the past. But the point I'm making very clearly is that I think government needs to work closer and better alongside small and micro businesses. And the reason why I say that is because almost 80% of all small businesses, they ask them to behave as if they have an HR department, a payroll department and a board, when most are simply just a retailer, like I was, a retailer hiring local people and trying to be a good boss in a world with changing obligations. And this support must be central to any change in legislation. So with that in mind, as my honourable friend and colleague said, I'm asking the Minister, is that something that he would take on board? If he would take that on board, then I believe that we can constructively move forward and help our businesses to maintain their status as employers. Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you.
I now call Imogen Walker to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to be speaking for the first time as the MP for Hamilton and Clyde Valley. I'm delighted also to have the opportunity to declare to you that I'm a proud member of GMB who do so much for so many. My constituency has played an important part in the progress of employment rights for reasons I'll come on to shortly, and so it is fitting that it's acknowledged here today. But first, I'd like to pay tribute to Angela Crawley, who represented a large part of the area I now cover and who has been so helpful in ensuring a handover. She was a dedicated MP, and I'm grateful to her. Also to my honourable friend, Michael Shanks, always a source of good advice and good humour. His historic win in Rutherglen and Hamilton West was the first sign in Scotland that people were prepared to put their trust in us again, and we will remember that. Hamilton and Clyde Valley is an extraordinary place. The ancient woods of the Clyde Valley are the oldest in Scotland, and entering them is like stepping into another world. You're as likely to meet a rabbit or a red deer as another human. You might see glimpses in the undergrowth of walls, buildings, or just piles of stones. It's impossible to say how long they've been there, and they serve as a reminder that so many people have made their lives here before us. Most are long forgotten, but not all. The great Roman general Agrippa is thought to have set up camp just outside Lanark, but he didn't stay. Opinions vary on how the Romans were ousted from Scotland. Some believe that the Caledonians were just too much for them. Others say that the tribes were nowhere near as bloodthirsty as the midges. Either way, it's a very welcoming place now, and people come from around the world to see New Lanark, Robert Owen's vision of decent working and living conditions. He believed that people deserve more than just the means to survive, and that men and women are equal, and that how we treat our children matters. And most importantly, he put his principles into practice. And that is what we must do here, because the progress we have made is hard-won. It takes courage as well as compassion, and it must never be taken for granted. In South Lanarkshire alone, nearly 5,500 people are paid at or below the national minimum wage, and many more have working conditions which can and will be improved by this government. Across Hamilton and Clyde Valley, people need a government that is back in the service of working people. Yeah. From Hamilton, the fourth largest town in Scotland and home to 55,000 people, to Larkhall, Lesmahago, Ancient Lanark, or our many villages, all have their own character and close-knit communities. From the deep forests to farms, villages and towns, we truly have everything. So from there to Westminster is quite a journey in so many ways. And I will not forget that I made that journey to serve and to protect the things that people care about, their homes, their families, and their jobs. And I've been given the chance to do that because of the support of so many people, starting with my dearly missed mother, Isabel. She would have been so happy to see me here. And she too believed in the power of education and hard work and opportunity to transform lives. And every evening, the television would go off so we could do our homework in peace. And I can tell you from the bottom of my heart that that was incredibly annoying when I could have been watching dice. But of course she was right. And on my father Jemson's side, generations across South Lanarkshire were shopkeepers and metal workers, the kind of people who keep our country going and whose lives are changed by the decisions we make here, knocked back if we get it wrong, and raised up when we get it right. I am a product of generations who sometimes thrived and often struggled, ultimately given the opportunity to fulfill their potential through hard-won rights. And I want that for everyone, the chance to make a good life for themselves and their loved ones. That is why I'm here, and that is what this government will do. Thank you.
Graham Downey.
And it is a privilege to follow my honourable friends from Hamilton, Clyde Valley's maiden speech, having visited New Lanark on a school trip when I was younger, as I think a lot of people in Scotland did. It was a fantastic portrait of a beautiful part of the country. I would like to actually pay tribute to others who've made their maiden speeches today, including my honourable friend from Airdrie and Shotts. I know some of the language to which he was referring to as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to draw attention to my own declaration of interests, which includes my proud membership of Unison, the union, as well. I would like to use my short time to emphasise two particular elements of this bill, which is not only the greatest increase in workers' rights in a generation, but will also ensure the UK economy adapts to the changed landscapes we find ourselves in today and to the businesses that contribute to it and will make us a success in the future. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, and I should also draw attention to my own register of members' interests and to my proud membership of Community and of Unison, the union. The member for Dunfermline and Dollar and I are both proud to represent Fife. However, in some areas of Fife, as many as 1 in 4 children still live in poverty. And I wonder if my honourable friend agrees with me that the fact that this bill will give more workers, over 8,000 more workers, more money in their pockets, more families will have more money to spend, whether that will help to make an important contribution to tackling child poverty in Fife.
My honourable friend for her contribution. Absolutely, at the absolute core of this bill is the need to raise wages for people across Fife, across Scotland and across the UK, and that is indeed one of the absolute key parts of what this bill will achieve, undertaken by this Labour government within the 100 days that we promised the electorate we would do. That change has been caused by a rapid advancement of technology in our economy, a shift in working pattern, the evolution of the largest contributors to our economy, and the welcome and changing nature of family life and an increase in shared parenting, as we've heard from so many people across the chamber this afternoon. It is nothing but shameful that the previous government took no action to adapt to these changes, helping drive forward our economy, and as ever, it has fallen to the Labour Party to make the radical changes that we need to see. In fact, a look at the benches opposite will tell you how much they care about not only workers' rights, but about the economy for the future as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to welcome Clause 7, which will apply the objective test for an employer to refuse a reasonable request for flexible working. As my honourable friends on this side of the chamber have said today, I ran and owned a small business for 10 years. Yeah. I know the benefits that businesses get from welcoming and embracing flexible working patterns. It assists with staff retention, improves and facilitates communication between employers and employees, and leads to more constructive relationships at work, and as I saw firsthand, more productive teams and a better business for everyone that is involved in that business. A shift to a clear objective test will further aid this and help both business and employers alike. Second, I would like to welcome clauses 21 and 20, which provide additional protection for working parents. I have been delighted to support the Dad Shift campaign, along with my honourable friend, the member for Makerfield, which has been campaigning for better statutory paternity leave that would help mums, dads, children and our economy. The benefits of modern and flexible paternity leave would help families raise their children in a way that they see fit and that they can still progress their own careers, contributing to the economy and to society. I would like to see more progress made on those issues during the progress of this bill, as other members on this side have highlighted during this discussion, but nonetheless this is an absolutely important first step in making sure that new parents have the right sort of protections. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is long overdue and would only ever be brought forward by a Labour government. A government which understands the changing nature of business, a government which understands the changing nature of society and of our workforce, and realises that only by bringing these three together can we push forward and grow our economy together, creating a more prosperous and fairer society across the UK. Thank you.
Now I'm going to give an advisory notice that there are a lot of members still wanting to get in and interventions are cutting into each other's times. The only people who will suffer will be yourselves. I'm leaving it at 3 minutes, which could just about get everyone in. Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will keep an eye on the time. Like many other members have already declared, I wish to refer members to my declaration of interest as a proud member of the GMB in Unison. And we've just all fought a general election, and the reality is general elections can be expensive. So I make no apology for receiving support from both CW, ASLEF and GMB unions, because without that support I would have not been re-elected, and it's important we recognise that money is clean, hard-working money for our trade union members. We should not be ashamed of that at all. And for many people in my Vauxhall and Camberwell Green constituency, we can see that the fact that the nature of the workforce has changed since 2010, but yet, over the last few years, successive governments have almost rolled back on those hard-fought employment rights we all fought for, and many trade unions before us have fought for. And I think about the fact that, I mentioned it earlier in the intervention, during the COVID pandemic, we saw a number of household organisations, multinational, multi-million making profit businesses, think it was okay to fire and rehire their staff. I sat in this chamber and I raised concerns about my constituents, including many BA workers who face that threat of sacking, many GMB workers who work for British Gas Centrica who face that threat, all at a time when we wanted those same workers to go out and do those vital jobs. The fact that their jobs could be taken away from them and re-employed on worse contracts is just wrong. And so we should welcome this legislation. It's going to be a big game changer for so many people across the workforce. And in my short time, I just want to highlight on 2 areas where we will see a really big shift. My constituency of Vauxhall and Camberwell Green is home to many young people, and the stats from the TUC show that so many people under 30s have been with their employer for less than 20 years. And we should have a situation where young people can go to work, be proud of their work, put their roots down and start a family. But yet, think about the fact that you have an insecure work. You've got that threat of dismissal over your head. You've got that threat of, lack of security. If you're planning to start a family, if you're planning to purchase your house, you could be discriminated by your boss. So this is a kind of rights that we want to see, that will protect those very people who we want to contribute to UK PLC. So I'd say to the bench opposite, get with the time and help us support the growth in this country. Help us support the workers, including the many workers who are trade union members contributing to the society. It's about time we supported workers and get this legislation passed so that we can see pro-business and pro-workers supporting pro-UK PLC.
Richard Bergen.
Deputy Speaker, can I draw your attention to my register of members' interests? I've got to start with some reflections on some of the speeches from honourable Conservative members from their now deserted benches. It brought back memories of when I was younger, watching my favourite actor, Rick Mail, in his role, which seemed reprised today by many a Conservative member, as the honourable member Alan Bastard. It really was quite incredible, and it left me wondering, what planet are they living on? it also took me back to when the Conservative members in this House were objecting to the last Labour government introducing the national minimum wage. They were saying it was going to have a cataclysmic effect on jobs across the country. No, it helped to move people towards getting a decent wage. And then it seems that the Conservative members don't understand that actually so many employers, so many good employers are following these kind of standards already. And actually what we're doing is enabling those good employers to operate on a level playing field with those bad rogue bosses who are seeking to undercut good employers left, right and centre. Before I was first elected as a member of this House back in 2015, I was a trade union lawyer for 10 years. I saw day in, day out how working people are held back by weak protections and anti-trade union laws. So I'm really proud today to be here as a Member of Parliament welcoming and voting for later tonight this significant step forward in employment rights from a Labour government. There's so much in there. Workers' rights improved in a whole range of areas: parental leave, paternity leave, in relation to unfair dismissal, statutory sick pay, collective redundancies, on tips, on the duty to prevent sexual harassment, making equality plans for firms of 250 plus employees, amongst other measures. And yet the Conservatives think this is bad news for business, bad news for workers and bad news for our country. It couldn't be much further from the truth. Now, I do hope that in this really important bill, as it passes through the House, the government can find ways to clarify and strengthen on a small number of points. I think there are some loopholes that need closing, in my opinion, in relation to fire and rehire. I do think it'd be great if we could further strengthen the rights of union access to workplaces, and there are a whole host of other areas that I'd welcome improvements in general. You know, we meet as it's 30 years since the Tories took away prison officers' right to strike. I personally would like to see that returned. I'd also like to see where people succeed in an unfair dismissal at an employment tribunal and get a reinstatement order, it made much more likely that they are in fact reinstated. But I welcome the bill. I'm proud to vote for it. I think it's shameful the Tories will be voting against it.
Olivia Blake. Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to make members aware that I am a member of a GMB trade union, like many members on this bench seem to be today, and it's great to be taking part in this debate. And I think it's really important to recognise the great history of women on our benches and within our movement, not only setting up the GMB like Eleanor Marks did, but also Barbara Castle and the 1970 Equal Pay Act, and today our very own Deputy Prime Minister setting out another game-changing piece of legislation. And I want to focus on gender, because since the introduction of gender pay reporting in 2017, we've made some progress in making people aware of the pay disparities in some of our workplaces, but the facts are still too stark. It is stubbornly stuck at 14%, the gender pay gap, and that to me is certainly horrific enough, but in certain sectors, including care and others, this gap is even higher. This pay inequality compounds over the course of a woman's life, meaning that they are more likely to live in poverty as pensioners, and they're unable to get the opportunities that their male counterparts have had through their life. And according to the TUC, this pay gap means that on average women effectively work for free for nearly 2 months of the year compared to men. At the current rate of progress, it could take another 20 years to close this gap, and that's 20 years too long. And while reporting has been has become an accepted part of employment practice, we must do much more than just raise awareness of the issue. We need concrete action, which is why I'm proud that this bill introduces much needed regulations to require employees of over 250 staff to publish a plan addressing their gender pay gap. This will ensure that organisations are not only transparent about the pay inequalities, but are actively working to close them. Another critical part of this bill is a provision to support women experiencing menopause. Women between the ages of 45 and 54 make up 11% of our workforce and 23% of all women in the workforce. around 3.5 million women. Yet despite the growing number of women in the labour market of this age, the challenges they face due to menopause are often overlooked, leading to discriminatory practices that lack adequate workplace support. And Bupa estimates that nearly 1 million women have been forced out of the labour market due to menopausal symptoms. That simply is not good enough, which is why I'm really proud that this legislation is taking steps to address this. And I know through this bill, employers will be required to publish how they will better support women going through the menopause. And I'm proud of that.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to declare my interests as a member of G&B, Unison and the Chartered Society of Physiotherapists. Dudley is the home of thousands of small businesses and a gig economy for workers. 89% of those businesses are micro businesses who will be watching closely that these measures strike the right balance of being pro-business and pro-worker, and I believe this bill does. This bill, alongside the next steps to make work pay policy, offers a consultation period for businesses, a probation period for businesses, and allowing them to shape practical and beneficial reforms, giving a voice to businesses and a time to adjust, as it won't get rolled out until 2026. So I will dismiss the claims from the opposition benches that this bill is rushed. So can the Minister also provide and reaffirm and reassure the benches opposite that specific guidance and support will be provided to smaller businesses like places like Dudley so they can implement these reforms effectively without excessive costs? This bill also includes and welcomes provisions that strengthen statutory sick pay and provides financial stability for workers. 10 million people currently aren't able to access basic health support at work, and this includes up to 12,600 people in Dudley. These changes will ensure that no one is forced out of work due to ill health, helping to create workplaces that protect and promote the health of all employees. For too long, workers have been waiting months for basic protections like unfair dismissal rights. The bill changes that by making them from day one, so workers are protected from the start of employment. Under successive Conservative governments, access to justice for workers was weakened. Tribunal fees made it harder for workers to hold bad employers accountable. Although those fees were eventually scrapped, the damage remains, and this bill corrects those failures by giving workers the protection they deserve from day one. This bill also is a significant step forward for gender equality. It makes parental leave from day one right, allowing parents to access leave as soon as they start their jobs. This is particularly important in sectors in Dudley, such as healthcare, education and the beauty industry, ensuring that being a parent doesn't undermine your job security. At university, I was on a zero-hour contract, also one of the biggest industries in Dudley. I remember when my colleagues and I were waiting for supervisors to produce a rota and the uncertainty of not knowing who would be on the shift next. We weren't alone. There are now over 1 million workers in the UK stuck on these contracts, with more than 80% of them seeking predictable hours. The bill reflects the value we stand fairness, equality and dignity.
I call Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I proudly refer the House to my entry in the Register of Interests. Bournemouth is blighted by insecurity and Britain is paralysed by low pay. As somebody who grew up in very significant financial hardship, caring for 2 disabled parents, work for me was a route out of poverty. Working on several shop floors in Salford, I was able to earn enough money to go to university, and were it not for that opportunity, I wouldn't be here today. Things were hard then, but things are so much harder today, and so I welcome this bill. This new bill gives workers in Bournemouth the rights they need, employers in Bournemouth the security they need, and our economy in Bournemouth the tools it needs to grow sustainably. And I want to thank people across Bournemouth East, the constituency I'm so proud to represent, who have shared their thoughts, their insights, and met with me about this bill. I've represented their views and been a voice for their arguments, and I believe this law is stronger as a result. Across Britain, over 1 million people on zero-hour contracts will benefit from this new guaranteed hours policy. 1.5 million parents will benefit from unpaid parental leave as a day one right. 9 million people who have been with their employer for less than 2 years will benefit from the new Day 1 unfair dismissal policy. An estimated 1 in 25 employees did not get any of the paid holiday they were entitled to last year. The new Fair Work Agency will enforce holiday pay for the first time. Our Employment Rights Bill is a crucial, long overdue step that directly benefits women at work. The bill will increase protection from sexual harassment. 1 in 2 women have been sexually harassed in the workplace. 4 out of 5 do not report it to their employers. This law will empower tribunals to raise compensation in cases of sexual harassment where the employer failed to take reasonable steps to prevent it. An estimated 4,000 pregnant women and mothers returning from maternity leave a year will benefit from new protections. And the bill will also introduce gender pay gap action plans and strengthen protections for workers through menopause. My party, the Labour Party, made a promise to level the playing field at work by introducing this bill early in the life of this government. Promise made, promise kept. I'm so proud and excited to be voting for this pro-worker, pro-business, pro-growth, pro-economy measure, and I commend the Secretary of State for bringing it forward. Bournemouth and Britain, they've been held back for too long. Together, we take a big step forward with a measure that's been agreed upon and negotiated with businesses, trade unions and workers. We're fixing our foundations, and together we're shortening the journey towards that fairer society that so many people elected a Labour government to bring forward. Thank you.
Juan Yang.
Speaker, and I draw the House's attention to my register of interests, and in particular the perhaps interesting fact that, like the majority of the journalists at the Financial Times, I'm a proud member of the National Union of Journalists. I'm able to enjoy that right to membership of a trade union and the right to assembly and discussion that follows with it, because I'm fortunate enough, unlike many of my aunts, cousins and uncles, to be a British citizen living in the UK, to enjoy protection of not only my right to vote, but also my right to collective bargaining and my right to representation in the workplace. I think it's very fitting that on this discussion of this historic debate and this advance in workers' rights, that we in the Mother of Parliaments defend the right not just to representation in Parliament through our electoral system, but to representation in the workplace through collective bargaining, through union access and through our strong unions, because unions are our workplace form of democracy. I've also seen what happens when that right is denied to people, and I've reported on the labour abuses and the wildcat strikes, the desperate measures that workers across the international supply chains of Amazon and Apple have gone to when their ability to form a union and to advocate for their rights has not been protected by the state. It simply pushes problems underground, ladies and gentlemen, because what we on this side of the House know is that when workers have issues, they need to be mediated and represented properly and through legal means. And if that does not happen, that stores up long-term structural challenges for the economy. In the British economy, we've seen the wage share of our economic output fall since the 1980s, at the same time that union representation and density has fallen throughout that time. And it's no coincidence that those two things go together for the UK and for many economies across the OECD. And there is a correlation between the strength of unions and union density and strong wage growth and strong worker protections in the workplace. But more than the costs to just the economy, there are also those costs to individual households. And when I vote for this bill, I'll be thinking of my residents and my households in the constituency of Earley and Woodley. I'll be thinking of those parents who I've delivered food parcels to, along with Woodley Lunch Bunch, who, despite working multiple jobs, still are unable to make ends meet and have to resort to food banks. I'll be thinking of the supermarket workers in the Asda in Lower Earley, who are concerned, as with many of their fellow colleagues across the country, about the threat of fire and rehire. And above all, I'll also be thinking about frontline workers in the NHS, in the Royal Berkshire Hospital in the centre of Reading, who during the pandemic came to work day after day to clean up after people suffering the threat of contagion, while many of them themselves, especially those outsourced to private companies, were not afforded statutory sick pay because they were below the lower earnings limit. Many of those workers outsourced in the NHS were paid for their sick pay less than a quarter of the national living wage during the pandemic. And I think that's a tragedy. Ladies and gentlemen, presenteeism caused by the lack of sick pay costs our economy by reducing reducing productivity and increasing the likelihood of chronic health conditions. And so I'm very proud to support this bill.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad to draw the House's attention to my declaration in the Register of Interests and my membership of the GMB and Unites trade unions. The bill is at the start of its parliamentary stages, but today is also the culmination of years of hard work and consultation. It is important to recognise the accomplishments that the presentation of the bill today represents, and the ministers, civil servants and special advisers involved deserve great credit. The bill was born out of an undermining of the dignity and protection at work over many years, which falls heaviest on those in working class occupations. We all know the effects that 15 years of wage stagnation has brought, the shameful limits that in-work poverty places on the potential of the people we represent, and the unfairness shouldered by those who are trapped on insecure contracts, including in sectors like security and retail in Birmingham Northfield. This bill will make a real and positive difference to their lives. In the short time available, I want to focus on 3 measures. First, there are some 3,000 school support staff and care workers in my constituency. They are some of the lowest paid people in public services. They are predominantly women, and they work under inadequate and outmoded terms and conditions. Their professionalism has gone unrecognised for far too long, and I hope that the creation of the school support staff negotiating body and the adult social care negotiating body will carry cross-party support. Secondly, the condition of workers who are outsourced from public services has also been neglected. They are the invisible workforce who keep our hospitals running and our nation secure. For more than 100 years, governments of all colours recognise the principle that outsourced workers should not be placed at detriment under the old Fair Wages Resolution and the initial version of the 2-tier code. Its reinstatement is of critical importance. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the proposed reforms to trade union recognition and access arrangements. When the system has been shown to be open to abuse, it must be changed. In this sense, there is a direct line of continuity between the Grunwick dispute of the 70s, in which the late member for Birmingham Erdington, Jack Dromey, played such a prominent role, and the creation of a statutory recognition regime 20 years later. I have heard directly from GMB members about the disgraceful anti-union tactics that they have faced, which were not anticipated when the current law was drafted. They must not wait 20 years for remedy. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an important and necessary bill, and I'm proud to vote for it tonight.
Josh Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of my predecessors as the MP for Makerfield was Sam Woods. When he started his working life at just 7 years old, he accompanied his father in the pit. By the time he died in 1915, he'd become a strong representative for his fellow miners, playing an instrumental part in the formation of the Labour Party, championing the legal limit of 8 hours for a single mining shift in the Coal Mines Regulation Act of 1908. He, like me, was a proud trade union member, as my register will attest. Sam Woods' story is partly about the Labour Party's moral purpose: to improve Parliament, to improve through Parliament the conditions, security and pay of working people in the United Kingdom. But his story is also about the transformative power of work itself. At its best, work is how we contribute to our family and our community, and to the trajectory of our nation. Coal mining powered Britain's industrial revolution, providing industry, warmth, energy. It bound the work of ordinary men and women together with the path of our nation. That spirit of production instilled in the communities I represent the values of respect and of hard work, values I continue to hold dear. By contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, the benches opposite, once again sadly so sparsely populated, always sought to resist the change that makes work more secure and better paid. They pit the interests of businesses against workers, finance against industry, even at times men against women. In Sam Woods' time, the benches opposite said regulations would send businesses bankrupt and even increase unemployment, that they would harm communities like mine. That's why I'm particularly pleased this bill introduces day one protections for pregnant women and rights to paternity leave. The impact assessment clearly anticipates these reforms will have a positive economic impact. Good for mums, good for dads, good for growth. I look forward to the upcoming review of shared parental leave covering maternity and paternity leave. Madam Deputy Speaker, through work, women organise their power to advocate for equality at work and at home. Through work, we build social bonds, relationships and our sense of purpose. Now, Britain once again has a government which recognises that work is at the heart of how we participate in and contribute to our families, our community and our country. The industry and ingenuity of working people up and down this country is what makes us who we are. A century ago, my predecessor, Sam Woods, changed the law because he understood this. Now, I'm proud this government is once again restoring respect and dignity to work and ensuring that all work is secure and well paid. That's why it's an honour to support this bill tonight. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Darren Paffey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and as a proud member of Unison, I am delighted to refer to my register of interests. It is such a pleasure to stand here on these government benches today and rise to back this pro-growth bill. And I do that proudly on behalf of the people of Southampton-Itchen, because I know that it will change my constituents' lives for the better. This is the largest overhaul to working people's rights in decades, and it will truly make work pay, and that's what this government is about. As things stand, unfortunately, too many employers put their profits before their staff, and in 14 years, the Tory government was happy to just sit back and do nothing about that. One of my constituents shared with me their experience of having their contract changed to 0 hours behind their back, leaving them without shifts and unable to make ends meet. This has to stop, and this bill rebalances the relationship, puts an end to these underhanded moves by some employers, instead giving over 1 million people on 0 hours contracts those guaranteed hours and providing all workers the protections they deserve. Now, we know that a secure job is more than about just a salary. It's about having peace of mind, that you can put food on the table for you and for your family. And this bill enshrines such basic rights in law. With over 16,000 unfair dismissal cases a year brought to tribunals and over 200 cases every month in the South East alone, workers are clearly facing unjust treatment. So removing the qualifying period for unfair dismissal will offer people greater security from day one and promote a fairer workplace. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want my constituents to have better pay. I want them to have a better life at work. I want them to have better parental leave. And they're already telling me about their optimism for this bill, which will benefit employers too, helping to keep people in work, increasing staff retention and reducing recruitment costs for employers. And this is happening because this Labour government is pro-business and pro-worker. And by increasing those protections, levelling the playing field and modernising our working practices, today a new dawn is breaking for working people. And I'm proud that it's a transformational Labour government bringing forward this crucial employment rights bill within our first 100 days.
Kirith Entwistle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to declare that I'm a proud member of GMB community and USDOR trade unions, and I will point members to my register of interest where I did declare donations from those trade unions, and I'd like to stress that without that money, as a young mum with a small baby fresh off maternity leave, I would not be standing before you in this place today. A privilege, I think, which many of the members on the benches opposite, which I note are largely empty, I believe take largely for granted. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the biggest uplift in workers' rights in a generation, building on the legacy of previous Labour governments. Bolton North East has over 50% more youth unemployment than the national average. These workers deserve dignity. They deserve stability. They deserve to know that their government is on their side. And for the young people in my constituency, it's about knowing that they have a future. That is why I'm incredibly proud to stand here today, and I commend the Deputy Prime Minister and my honourable and right honourable friends on the front benches for bringing this legislation to the House. Improving the lives of working people is one of the things I came here to do, and I'm sure many of my colleagues did too. With the government's Next Steps document already published, I sincerely hope the ministers will continue this close collaboration to finalise practicalities of the bill with our trade union movement. the fine details that will make all the difference to families in my constituency. Extending workers' rights and protections is a crucial step towards making work pay, and I look forward to seeing further measures to making work pay, such as extending rights and protections for self-employed people, so all working people can benefit from these widespread changes. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill marks a turning point for working families, not just in Bolton, but across the UK. And as a member of the Women and Equality Select Committee, I am particularly pleased to see that this bill increases protection from sexual harassment, introduces equality action plans, and strengthens rights for pregnant workers as one of the 30+ reforms. I commend the Deputy Prime Minister and her ministerial team for bringing this bill to the House, and I look forward to seeing its progression.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I refer to my declaration and register of interests and my membership of the Employment Lawyers Association, the Industrial Law Society, Unite the Union, Community and USDAW. Madam Deputy Speaker, the treatment of women in Harvey Weinstein's companies, in UK Fast and in plenty of other organisations across the UK is notoriously absolutely horrific. A significant number of women work in workplaces which are basically run like medieval fiefdoms. Corporate governance in the UK appears to largely serve to cover up sexual harassment and appears to do very, very little to prevent it. As someone who has negotiated settlement agreements for a lot of women who have suffered sexual harassment or maternity discrimination, I can say that I do not recognise the descriptions of UK employees which I hear from the benches opposite. The members opposite appear to regard employees as desperate to bring employment tribunals at any possible opportunity. My experience of representing women in these situations is that they are desperate to avoid bringing employment tribunal claims, that they think it will cause them significant reputational damage if they talk about what has happened to them, that they will be blamed for their experiences, and that they will never work again if they talk about it. So they sign settlement agreements that mean that they cannot talk about it. And they do that knowingly and often for really quite small sums of money because they're terrified of the amount in legal fees that it will cost them if they try to pursue a claim to tribunal. And that's one of the reasons I'm proud to be a member of trade unions and to have given advice to trade union members, because that does enable those women to get the support that they need to actually assert their basic workplace rights. A 2016 TUC report talked about the fact that young women in particular and women on zero-hours contracts seem to be reporting higher levels of sexual harassment at work than other older women. In short, those of us who get to a certain age like to hope that things have got better because we stop personally experiencing sexual harassment at work. Unfortunately, the reality is that actually it's younger workers who have less access to advice and support, who are more economically vulnerable, who actually continue to receive this harassment year after year after year. Matters are not getting better. Employment rights are fantastic, and it is great that we are improving access to them today. But when the benches opposite oppose our moves to restrict the use of zero-hours contracts, they don't understand, so far as I can tell, that those zero-hours contracts that keep women in precarious employment are precisely one of the mechanisms by which sexual harassment occurs. So I commend the bill to the House.
John Pearce.
Speaker. I am also a proud member of the GMB, and I refer the House to my register of interests. This bill delivers on a key Labour manifesto commitment. It provides a framework for the biggest change in workers' rights in 50 years. We've heard in this debate that it will ban exploitative zero-hours contracts, abolish the scourge of fire and rehire, and modernise trade union laws. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to focus my comments, though, on the vital reforms this bill will deliver for young families, and in particular women, in my constituency High Peak and across the country. Whilst the party opposite's leadership debate is shamefully debating whether women should have less maternity pay and whether a woman is capable of being a mother and a leader, let me tell them that they can, and they are, in businesses up and down this country. And perhaps if they joined us from wherever they are, perhaps in the 1950s, then they would understand this far better. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I entered this House, I was an employment lawyer advising businesses, small, medium and large. One of the occupational hazards was friends and families wanting advice on workplace rights. The most depressing part of these chats was that it was usually new mums that wanted and needed those conversations most. The stories were always basically the same. They had just returned to work from maternity leave and their employer had informed them that they were no longer needed, their job no longer existed, they were at risk of redundancy. The joys of that first year to 18 months with a new baby all but tarnished because of worries about the security of a mother's job. An estimated 4,000 pregnant women and mothers returning from maternity leave are dismissed each year at present. We have to do better. If we're going to improve productivity and grow our economy, we have to show young families and young mums that they matter and that their contribution to society and our economy is valued. This bill will do that. This bill will give the power to ban the dismissal of women who are pregnant, on maternity leave and during the 6 months following their return from maternity leave. It's depressing that the party opposite wishes to portray protecting mums from dismissal as red tape and burdens on businesses, when good businesses know that this is the right thing to do. When I vote for this bill, I'll be doing it to show every working family in High Peak and in Britain we're on their side. We are the party that values families.
Yeah. Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me the privilege of speaking in this debate on this government's historic legislation. This really is the moment we all, on this side of the House, fought so hard for. This is what I promised my community, the people of Western Bartonshire, that my Labour government and our Prime Minister Keir Starmer would deliver. Some on the doorsteps I spoke with had given up hope, given up believing that anyone could change their lives for the better. I promised them, we promised them, we would deliver change. We would make work pay and make work fair. This bill will bring an end to years of low-paid, insecure employment, which not only failed our people, but failed the economy. As a solicitor in private practice, I grew tired and demoralised by the regular occurrence of advising my clients that there was nothing they could do to save their job or improve their working conditions because they hadn't worked for their employer for 2 years or more. We will establish day one rights, but please take on board the Law Society advice. We must properly resource employment tribunals and fully fund legal aid to allow access to this justice we seek to introduce. Madam Deputy Speaker, I received a thank you card from my constituent Sharon from Clydebank, and she said to me, "I wanted to tell you how the New Deal for working people will make a difference to me. I'm employed in social work. My wages have not increased in line with inflation, meaning a loss of income. I do a difficult, stressful job in public service, and all staff are at breaking point. From banning exploitative zero-hour contracts to ensuring we have access to workers' rights from day one. Thank you for supporting a New Deal for working people." That was from my constituent. That's the change we promised. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill signals the largest rights upgrade for workers in my constituency of Western Bartonshire in a generation. By ending exploitative zero-hour contracts, fire and rehire, and establishing day one rights. 7% of the overall workforce in Western Bartonshire are paid at or below the current national minimum wage rates. This Labour government will make work pay for the lowest paid in Western Bartonshire and at the same time assist employers in my constituency by helping them to retain their hard-working staff. Madam Deputy Speaker, in Scotland we had 2 bad governments. Our job in Scotland is only half complete because it's taken the SNP 15 years just to attach conditions to the Scottish Government's grants on living wages.
Order. Order. Antonia Banks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a proud member of Unite and a former TUC staffer, I draw attention to my entry in the Register of Interests. And in addition, I thank ASLEF and the GMB for their kind support of my election campaign. During the election, I met a young man in Great Bridge in my constituency, living in a caravan in his parents' drive, working in a warehouse on a 0 hours contract, not knowing what his pay packet will be 1 week to the next. I say to him, to the 1 in 8 black and Asian workers trapped in insecure jobs, and the million of our fellow citizens denied the security and the dignity of secure work. We get it. We know you didn't choose a 0 hours contract. 8 in 10 workers on 0 hours contracts want regular hours. We will ban those disgraceful 0 hours contracts and listen up, colleagues, we will do so with the support of reputable businesses like Julian Richer of Richer Sounds. Madam Deputy Speaker, raising collective bargaining is indispensable if you want to drive down poverty and inequality, and that's what this bill will do. This bill will allow unions to get into more workplaces and tell more workers why they should join a union. No employer needs to fear unions if they're confident that they act fairly towards their workers and their sites are safe. So we'll legislate to make sure unions can get into every workplace. After all, do we really think that ambulances would have been at those Sports Direct warehouses 76 times in 2 years, including for a woman who gave birth in the toilets, if there had been unions checking safety on that site? That's why unions need the right to go into workplaces. And a side note, those rules around access, they have to be practical to operate. So I'll gently say to my right honourable friends, access agreements as drafted in the bill give rogue employers just a few too many ways to keep unions out, and I hope we can sort that. Now, it's not just about getting unions into workplaces, it's about getting unions recognised, having the right to negotiate as equals round the table with the boss on wages, conditions and more. The changes around recognition are great. They are fantastic changes to be celebrated, and I hope we may go just a little further and end the 3-year lockout that blocks after a failed recognition ballot and keeps those unions out of that workplace, like the GMB workers are kept out of Amazon. Madam Deputy Speaker, the working class are the backbone of this country. Unlike what the shadow front bench say, workers are the dog, not the tail. We all deserve security at work, a decent wage. I will be so proud to vote for this.
Steve Yam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would also draw the House's attention to my register of interests and my membership of Unite and the GMB. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the bill that has come before the House today, and I know that my constituents in Mansfield will do so too. There are 2 key aspects to the bill that I know that they will be particularly keen to see. The first, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this bill will offer the right to collective bargaining on pay for those in social care and people in this sector do incredible work, working long shifts with unsociable hours, and I'm sure the whole House would join me in thanking the more than 1.5 million people who work in social care across the UK. It is a scandal that despite the importance of their work, many are paid the minimum wage and struggle to provide for their families. I can recall, in fact, a particularly striking encounter during the recent general election campaign in Mansfield, when on the doorstep I spoke to a former adult care worker. They told me that they had changed career to become a dog walker because the pay was better. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're a nation of dog lovers, but that is not acceptable to me. The second point is in relation to sick pay. Millions of workers in the UK are only entitled to the minimum of statutory sick pay, standing at £116 a week and are not eligible for any sick pay for the first 3 days of sickness. Madam Deputy Speaker, those on the opposition benches clearly feel that this is perfectly acceptable because they took no action over the last 14 years. And I wonder how many of those members could feed their families and pay their bills on £116 per week. And only recently, almost 300 workers in my constituency, including porters, cleaners and cooks who are employed by Medirest, a private contractor in my local NHS trust in Mansfield, have been on strike. Supported by my union, the GMB, they took a stand because Medirest company bosses refused to keep terms and conditions, including sickness pay, in line with colleagues employed directly by the NHS. All they wanted was the right to reasonable sick pay. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill will help strengthen statutory sick pay, and because of that reason, I and my constituents support this bill, and I commend it to the House.
Patricia Ferguson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I refer to my register of interests. I'm a proud GMB member. I'm told that there are more of us here now than there are Conservative MPs. Madam Deputy Speaker, our economy is fundamentally rigged against millions of workers. How else could you describe an economy where many people's pay does not cover the essentials, where there are people in work reliant on food banks, where the state is having to top up poverty wages through universal credit? Nottingham has some of the lowest average incomes in the country, and my constituents are tired. They're tired of living paycheck to paycheck. They're tired of being unable to save. They're tired of having to choose between going into work sick or falling into debt. And people's mental health is suffering as they work multiple jobs to make ends meet, or worry that they won't be given enough hours to pay the bills. This cannot go on, which is why this legislation is so important. This bill is about making work pay. It's about creating a better work-life balance and a more family-friendly economy. It's about fixing the problems that previous Conservative governments allowed to fester or even encouraged. The 1 million people on 0 hours contracts deserve security. This bill will give them the option of guaranteed hours. Those who miss work because they're sick deserve to be paid. This bill will entitle them to statutory sick pay from day one. Every single worker deserves to earn enough to afford the essentials. This bill will mean that the cost of living is accounted for when setting the minimum wage and remove discriminatory age bands. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is an investment in our future. Making work pay will give people more money to spend in the local economy. It will improve people's health, easing the pressure on public services. And we've heard scare stories from the party opposite before. They told us that the minimum wage would cause an unemployment crisis. It wasn't true. They want the public to fear trade unions, but trade unionists aren't the bogeymen that the party opposite presents. They're your postman, your child's teacher, the nurse who cared for your sick parents. Trade unions are the combined power of millions of ordinary working people. And from health and safety improvements to holding bad bosses to account to advancing gender equality, trade unions are a force for good in all of our lives. So I welcome their strengthening through this bill, and I'd like to see us go further by scrapping every anti-union law since Thatcher's government came to power. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must not stop here. This bill is a vital first step to delivering the New Deal for working people and resetting our rigged economy, but it is just that, a first step. We must also close all fire and rehire loopholes, create a single status of worker, and extend collective bargaining.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and like many of us today, I'd like to proudly say that I'm a member of the GMB and of USDOR. I can't, alas, declare any donations from either of those organisations, but we do still have a good stock of USDOR carrier bags, which is, as everybody knows, is the cornerstone of any Labour campaign centre. I was also recently the director of a mid-sized technology firm, and the attitude from the shadow front bench opposite towards flexible working is frankly out of date, and it's divorced from where the labour market is currently in that sector and many others, so perhaps they might like to reflect on that. I welcome the Employment Rights Bill and its potential to reshape the landscape of employment in our country and help deliver economic growth and make work pay. For too long, British workers have endured the burdens of insecure contracts, low pay and inadequate protection in the workplace. This cannot and must not continue. And that is exactly what the Employment Rights Bill will fix. It will enhance the rights and well-being of workers and restore dignity, fairness and respect to the workplace, while fostering a robust environment for businesses and contributing to the overall health of the economy. From ending exploitative zero-hours contracts and fire and rehire practices to establishing day one rights for paternity, parental and bereavement leave for millions of workers, to strengthening statutory sick pay, this bill is a pivotal step towards achieving fairer and more equitable workplaces. However, in the limited time I have, I'd like to consider the provisions of the bill relating to collective bargaining in the two sectors. The return of the school support staff negotiating body is an important and welcome first step in improving the pay and conditions of teaching assistants, technicians and others who do vital work keeping our schools running. They're often doing work requiring specialist technical knowledge. They're providing essential support for children with special educational needs. They're also disproportionately women whose pay has not kept pace with teachers because of wider pay freezes in local government. I hope that this step will precipitate a broader reassessment of the value of school support staff and ultimately bring about the demise of unfair term-time only contracts that see staff lose around £4,000 per year. The provision of the bill to establish an adult social care negotiating body is also incredibly welcome. On this, though, I would urge the Minister to go further and provide a framework for a negotiating body in any sector with the sectoral specific definitions implemented in secondary legislation. This would allow the Secretary of State to more easily roll out collective bargaining to other similar sectors more quickly. I would urge the Minister to give this consideration as the Department brings amendments to the bill during its passage through the committee stages. Thank you. Taken as a whole, the measures in this bill, along with our wider plan to make work pay, promises to create a future where every worker can thrive, businesses can flourish and our economy can prosper, and that's why I'm proud to support it.
Alex McIntyre.
Deputy Speaker, I must declare I am a proud member of community and GMB unions, and perhaps of interest to the party opposite, I must also declare that in my previous role I was an employment lawyer to organisations from FTSE 100 companies to our NHS, and perhaps the Shadow Minister might want to reflect and apologise for his quite frankly patronising comments to members of these benches. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, will provide the most substantial upgrade to workers' rights in a generation and greatly benefit many in my constituency of Gloucester. Secure, well-paid work for all of my constituents is the best way to tackle the legacy of the Tory cost of living crisis. This bill will take action on zero-hours contracts, which leave workers vulnerable to financial instability and uncertainty. And I support the government in ending this exploitative practice so that my constituents can benefit from guaranteed hours. The bill will strengthen the right to flexible working, which is essential not only for enhancing work-life balance, but also for reducing pay gaps in our workplaces. I support measures by the government to support people in Gloucester to enter back into work in an inclusive and supportive way. The Conservatives doubled the qualifying period for unfair dismissal, leaving 8.5 million workers without protection. The government will establish an unfair dismissal policy from day one, and this will directly support many of my constituents, particularly those on lower incomes. The bill will strengthen paternity leave and champion the rights of women in the workplace through enhanced menopause support and protection from sexual harassment in the workplace. The bill will improve the paying conditions for school support staff and social care workers too. And we all rely on these vital services. I'm pleased to support the government in valuing the vital work that our social care workers do, particularly those in my constituency. But let us not forget the consequences of Conservative policies, which have led to chaotic industrial relations, leaving many of my constituents worse off amid a cost of living crisis. After 14 years of stagnating wages, millions of lives have been disrupted and our economy has suffered immensely. Industrial action in the NHS alone cost taxpayers £1.7 billion, a staggering sum that could have been invested in the public services that we all rely on. Now, while the party opposite have consistently opposed workers' rights, we will always champion them. And I've been shocked by the vitriol from the party opposite towards hard-working people getting basic rights like not being sexually harassed at work. They are out of touch. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government will deliver a stronger, fairer and brighter future by making work pay, growing the economy, raising living standards and creating opportunities for all. This bill marks the beginning of a new deal for working people and a brighter future for Gloucester.
Yeah. Lee Barron.
Cheers, thanks, Madam Deputy. Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to reveal my membership of the proud membership of the Communication Workers Union, and also to turn around and say that by virtue of my last name, I am the only legitimate union baron in this place, and I'm proud of that fact. This is a step change and a new deal for working people. Transformational for workers in my constituency of Corby and East Northants, because for too long the world of work hasn't paid for so many working people. And let's make no bones about it, this is about growth. It's because we do not believe that you can grow an economy based on insecure jobs, 0 hours contracts and bogus self-employment. People need more than that if they're going to feed their families. That's why this is important for us. That's why this is so essential. Legislation is being introduced to give working people a sense of fairness in the world of work, where they can play their part in building our economy and be treated as we should be treated in our society, with security, with dignity, with respect that a job should bring to them. Our values, frankly, shouldn't stop at the front door of our workplace. They're an essential part of it. And one of the things that's really got in relation to the way in which this debate has been brought over is the way in which the opposition have turned around and somehow said, we're doing this to them. Business don't want this. No one wants it apart from you lot. Well, if you have a look at the poll that was conducted by the IPPR along with the TUC, you would find that 60% said that employees should have more security at work. 7 in 10, 74% of employers believe that strengthening employment rights will improve workforce retention. 73% of employers said strengthening employment rights will boost productivity. 61% of employers think stronger employment rights will have a positive impact on business profitability. And 73% said giving employees protection from unfair dismissal from the first day was something they were prepared to support. This isn't being done to anybody, it's being done with people, and we should be proud of that. The final thing that I'd like to turn around and say is this. We pay millions to people who look after our money. We pay peanuts to those who look after our people. That needs to change, and that's why I'm so pleased to support the improvements to paying conditions through fair pay agreements starting in the care sector. They're the ones who need it. We need to make sure that we can deal with the recruitment and retention issue for those people that look after our loved ones, so they know from one day to the next who it will be coming around washing their bodies. It needs to be done. It can't stay as it is, and that's why we should support this bill.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I proudly, as many have done, would like to register my membership of the G&B, of Unison, and as a co-owner of a small business. One of the consequences of the last 14 years is insecurity in every part of British life. Hartlepool people that I represent are insecure in their communities, they're insecure in their homes, and they're insecure in their jobs. And that's why I welcome this bill, which has security at its heart, banning exploitative zero-hour contracts, ending fire and rehire, and day one rights. And I have to say, listening to members opposite, and maybe the Shadow Minister could reflect on this in his wind-up, I would like to know on what day the Conservative Party believe it suddenly becomes not okay to unfairly dismiss somebody. What is that time? If it's anything other than day one, then quite frankly they are abandoning the workers of this country. But it does more than just give security to workers. This bill gives dignity. The dignity to grieve, without having to ask permission. The dignity to choose to become a parent without having to worry if it will affect your opportunities in the workplace. The dignity of knowing that you can afford to be ill. And the dignity of knowing that you can turn up to work and be safe. Security and dignity, what British workers, people in Hartlepool deserve. Because when you have security and dignity in the workplace, you get opportunity. The opportunity to grow, to develop, to train, to become better at what you do, to become more productive. I have heard in recent days people on the right of politics in this country suggest this bill is somehow an attack on the, quote, wealth creators of our country. What nonsense. Because let us be absolutely clear. The wealth of this country is created by its workers. And through the dignity, security and opportunity that this bill provides, we will grow our economy and give respect to every worker in my constituency and beyond. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Kirstine Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll draw attention to my register of interests. As a GMB member, it's a great pleasure to speak during this debate, as I know that I and my honourable friends feel that a substantial uplift to employment rights in this country is long overdue. For far too long, it's been too difficult to get ahead, with too many working people who have seen their finances deteriorate, pushing them into hardship. People who have worked hard, they've done the right thing that society expects of them, and they're getting very little in return. They've cut back on the essentials, they've sought extra hours at work, they've had to find second jobs, they've sold furnishings and accessed food pantries just to keep their heads above water. They find there is still too much month at the end of their money. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2022, the Low Pay Commission estimated that 20% of minimum wage workers and 20% of living wage workers did not receive what they had earned in wages, sick pay and holiday. The great pay robbery will not be left to continue anymore. And this is why it is crucial that this bill establishes the Fair Work Agency, making sure that everyone is playing by the same rules. And these rules are simple: dignity in work and fair pay. This bill is long overdue, and far too many are missing out on what they're owed. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the groundbreaking first days of this Labour government, it mandated the minimum wage must reflect the cost of living, not just this year, but every year, matching the earnings of hard-working people to the bills they face in food, in energy and transport. And across Scotland, this means a direct pay boost to over 100,000 people and to over 2,500 people in the West Lothian area and 3,000 people in the Falkirk area. I am proud this Labour government is leading business and trade unions to work together to get the economy fired up and make sure the people of this country are paid fairly. So this bill is starting where we left off: a plan to make work pay, fair sick pay, real holiday pay, a clamp down on precarious employment, an end to fire and rehire, proper hours of work, proper earnings to match. This bill makes it clear it's time to go for growth, a stronger, fairer, brighter future for work.
Order. Brian Leishman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I would like to declare that I am both a proud member of Unite the Union and also the Community Union. And secondly, that I'm even prouder that this bill will positively transform thousands of lives across the Clackmannanshire and Falkirk Council areas that I serve in this place. I would also like to thank the Right Honourable friend from Hayes and Harlington, and also the Honourable friend from Leeds East for their comments earlier about prison officers. Section 127 of the Criminal Justice Act 1994 meant that prison officers were banned from taking industrial action, and correctly, the Scottish Parliament restored the right to strike in 2015. But today, prison officers in the rest of the UK find themselves in a poorer situation to that of their Scottish counterparts, in that they are not allowed to withdraw their labour. Section 127 has also limited trade union ability to protect prison officers from wage stagnation and attacks on their terms and conditions. This has subsequently led to recruitment and retention crisis and naturally low morale. And like other professions such as nurses, the police, the fire brigade, teachers, it's often the camaraderie of colleagues on the shift that keep things going in a job that provides a vital public service that has been disgracefully underfunded. Madam Deputy Speaker, the state of our prisons is well documented. Ruthless Conservative austerity has hammered the service. Over a quarter of prison officers have left from 2012 onwards. And prison officers weren't exempted from the Conservative government's rise in public sector pension age to 68. And given the physical nature of the day-to-day work, it's obvious that this is unfair, unrealistic, and of course, incredibly dangerous. As this wealth of experience has left, violence directed at both officers and prisoners has escalated. Indeed, the prison system is another mess this government has inherited and must now sort. Madam Deputy Speaker, prison officers should have the right to retire at 60 or after 30 years' service. It's just the right thing to do for employees. No one should feel like a disposable commodity that's there to be exploited and then discarded when every last ounce of work has been wrung out of them. And it's also right that prison officers in the rest of the UK achieve parity with Scottish officers, and that they also should have the fundamental right to withdraw their labour.
We're going to have an immediate 2-minute time limit. Mary Kelly Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I declare an interest as a member of Unison and Unite. Last year in May I condemned the Strikes Act for the consequences that it would have on trade unions, so I welcome the fact that the Employment Bill repeals the Strike Act, and I pay tribute to the trade unions and their members for their tireless campaigning. I want to talk about pregnant workers, and I would be keen to hear from the Minister whether the protections for pregnant workers, specifically the right to maternity pay, will be a day one right, and whether there's scope to circumscribe redundancy during pregnancy and maternity leave. And if so, would the Minister consider adding at a later stage these changes to the face of the bill? There's no doubt that this employment bill is hugely positive. But as just following the member before me, I'd like to turn my attention to the prison officers. It was the fact that prison officers cannot strike, Section 127 of the Criminal Justice Act, which was a Tory-era legislation that they brought in. I've got 3 prisons in my constituency, and I know the hardships that many prison officers face, and it's pushing many of them to the brink. So I hope the Minister can meet with representatives from the POA and work to repeal Section 127 so that their members can have real equality with their fellow trade unionists and other unions. Madam Deputy Speaker, what we have here is a series of policies that will drastically improve the lives of workers across the country, and it's a very important first step to ensure that all workers can realise their own dignity and worth through their work. And it's a testament to the strength of organised labour and the resolve of trade unionists all over the country that we have this bill today.
Sarah Sultana.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am a member of Unite the Union, Parliamentary Chair of the Fire Brigades Union, and I refer members to my register of interests. After years of Tory attacks on trade unions and workers' rights, this legislation begins to reverse decades of Thatcherite anti-union laws, marking a real shift in the balance of power at work. The repeal of minimum service levels for strikes is a major victory. Those laws were tools of class warfare designed to break unions and silence workers. Scrapping them restores the right to strike, a win for every worker. Equally important is the removal of undemocratic ballot thresholds imposed by the Tories in 2016. These barriers undermined collective action, and by removing them, we reclaim power taken from us. Permitting electronic and workplace balloting is again another welcome move, expanding democratic participation. But this isn't enough. We must go further and repeal every single anti-trade union law since Thatcher. In its current form, this bill still retains a 6-month mandate on strike ballots. Strikes are not battles of a few days or weeks. They are drawn-out struggles for justice and dignity. Workers in Coventry South fighting union busting. Corporate giants like Amazon know that these fights can last years, and they need mandates that match that reality. We should abolish them entirely and thereby repeal the 2016 Trade Union Act in its entirety, as the government committed to. Also, sectoral collective bargaining for social care and support staff is a good start, but all workers across all industries deserve this protection. Voluntary agreements on union access aren't enough. Union organisers need guaranteed automatic access, and we should also guarantee automatic union recognition when a majority of members join. Madam Deputy Speaker, workers have already waited a decade on the Tory rule while their rights have been stripped away, their wages have stagnated, and they've been subjected to rogue operators like P&O. We can't afford more delays while powerful interests water down reforms. This legislation is a victory for the trade union movement, but the fight is far from over. We need radical change, and that's what I'll keep fighting for. Thank you.
Anna Baxter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would draw members to my register of interest. I'm a proud member of the Communication Workers Union, the GMB, and a former official of Unison. As a former trade union official, it's a huge source of personal pride that our government has introduced a bill that will deliver the greatest uplift in workers' rights in a generation. Whilst the benches opposite have focused on scaremongering during this debate, it's important to remember the facts. Hard-working people are the trade union movement of this country, so no one on these benches will deny our pride in that. The TUC estimate that 1.1 million employees did not receive any of the holiday pay they were entitled to last year. This bill supports those ordinary hard-working people. 4,000 pregnant women and mothers returning from maternity leave were dismissed last year. This bill supports those hard-working people. 1.7 million people are out of the labour market because they're having to look after their family. This bill supports those hard-working people. And of the 3,800 workers across my constituency of Paisley and Renfrewshire South who are earning the minimum wage, this bill supports those hard-working people. I commend it to the House, and I'm pleased that our government have strengthened enforcement measures within this bill. Thank you.
And the final speaker, because I'm starting front bench speeches at 9:40, will be Michael Wheeler.
Thank you sincerely, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to refer the House to my entry in the Register of Interest, my membership of USDOR and the GMB, and the fact that I chair USDOR's parliamentary group. I spent my career as a trade unionist working to better the lives of people on low-paid and insecure work, exactly the sort of people who will benefit from the measures in this bill. But this bill goes so much further. I am proud to have stood on an election platform that put improving the conditions of all workers at the heart of the change that was promised, and even prouder to be stood here today supporting a government that is delivering that. I'd like to focus on one particular part of the bill, the right to a contract reflecting the hours that someone regularly works. Too many are contracted to pitifully few hours, utterly reliant on the additional hours that can fluctuate too wildly to provide financial security, with no guarantee that they won't just be taken away at the whim of an employer. The measures in this bill
take steps to rebalance that. If the hours are there, regularly needed by the employer and worked by the worker, it is only fair that they are guaranteed in the contract. Whilst hugely welcoming the bill, I would urge the Minister to consider the current drafting around the use of the word low in the provision that might unfortunately limit its benefits and also lead to unintended consequences. I would ask that the Minister works with trade unions as the organised representative of workers to make sure that the maximum number of working people benefit from this new right. I would be proud to vote for this bill tonight, and I commend it.
I call Shadow Minister Gareth Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are now approaching the end of what has been a long and robust debate with a total of 71 speeches so far. In a debate which has featured no less than 7 maiden speeches, and we heard from the Honourable Lady from Hyndburn, who spoke powerfully and very impressively, the Honourable Lady for Penistone and Stockbridge, who spoke memorably of overcoming considerable adversity and her considerable achievements culminating in her arrival in this House, the Honourable Lady, the member for Blackpool North and Fleetwood, who made a moving tribute to her late parents, the Honourable Member for Dover and Deal, who laid down an ambitious claim to have the highest number of castles in his constituency, and talked of his grandfather serving on flying boats in World War II, which is something that he and I share in common. We heard from the Honourable Member, the Member for Airdrie and Shotts, who spoke of his and his family's great pride in his taking his seat here in Parliament, and the Honourable Lady, the Member for Hamilton, Clyde and Valley, who spoke very fluently about the history of her constituency in a deeply impressive speech. On our side, we heard from Honourable Friends, the Member for Leicester East, who talked of the entrepreneurial spirit of Leicestershire and her fears that this could be eroded by this bill. She also, I suspect, achieved a first for Parliament by managing to shoehorn a reference to Shawaddy-Waddy into Hansard. We heard from the Honourable Lady, the Member for, my Honourable Friend, the Member for Weald of Kent, who spoke movingly of her grandparents' escape from Nazi Germany and amusingly of the contribution of the Labour Party introducing her parents to one another, ultimately leading to the creation of a future Conservative MP. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to commend all of these honourable members who've made their first mark in this House in a debate on so important a subject, and I'm sure that they will serve their constituents diligently in the coming years, and I wish them all well. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is much that we believe on this side of the House that is wrong with this bill, but I have limited time, so I'm going to focus primarily on one element of it in my remarks this evening, and that is the role of the trade unions, because their influence runs right through it. If, as expected, Madam Deputy Speaker, the House declines to support the amendment in the name of my honourable friend, the Shadow Business Secretary, and grants the bill a second reading, there will of course be time to explore the many other problems in this bill at committee. Now, a running theme throughout today's debate was the enthusiastic declaration by honourable members of their trade union membership, but for some reason they forgot to mention how much they had received in financial donations from them. So I'd like to remind both them and the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, according to the Labour List website, the government MPs who have spoken today have accumulated a total of £371,974 in donations from the trade unions. Now, those donations are, of course, no surprise, Madam Deputy Speaker. The public are quickly becoming acclimatised to the idea that this Labour Party is in the pocket of the highest bidder, whether that be Taylor Swift, Lord Alley, or indeed the trade unions. I was, however, pleasantly surprised by the number of honourable members on the benches opposite me that have spoken in today's debate. When I attended the briefing for this bill, kindly organised by Honourable Member for Ellesmere Port and Bromborough, there were just a handful of members from the Labour benches in attendance, but today they have turned up in great numbers to sing the praises of this bill, and that is to their credit, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is to their credit that they are here, because it may be that they have read the news. It may be that they have watched the news. It may be that they have read of the harm this bill will bring, and they are quietly apprehensive. But they've put their heads above the parapet regardless. But of course, when push comes to shove, Madam Deputy Speaker, they also remember that in 4 or 5 years' time they will be up for re-election, and they have their trade union donors to think about. Now, very early in this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend, the member for Meriden and Solihull, said that this bill is not about growth, but is about ideology. He is right. This is a trade union charter that turned Britain back to the 1970s. And of course, we know that that is a goal of the Deputy Prime Minister, who has said that she wanted to repeal union legislation dating back as far as the 1980s. Now, I appreciate that neither the Secretary of State nor the Deputy Prime Minister were born until the 1980s, so they will not remember the time when Britain was brought to a grinding halt by the trade unions. The lights were switched off, bodies were left unburied, and rubbish piled up all over the place. It is at this point that I would like to remind members that their constituents will see how they have voted today. Now, I do understand that the inboxes of honourable members across me are already full following the freebie scandal, the cash for access scandal, the political choice to take away the winter fuel payment, and concerns about tax raises in the budget. They have my sympathy. But I warn them that they're about to get even busier. Because when the junior doctors go on strike, meaning that their constituents cannot access important medical treatment, they will know that it was facilitated by this legislation. When the local council goes on strike, meaning that their constituents can't get their bin collected, they will know that it was facilitated by this legislation. When the train drivers go on strike, meaning that their constituents cannot see their loved ones, they will know that it was facilitated by this legislation. And when small businesses fail because they cannot cope with massive extra bureaucracy and costs, they will know that it was facilitated by this legislation. So as the letters pile high from constituents unable to access the services they expect, the honourable members sat opposite me may like to bring on some more staff or ask their staff to work late. But they will be prevented from doing so, Madam Deputy Speaker, by regulations brought in by this legislation which they support. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour's misunderstanding of labour relations goes right to the top. When the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care announced that a deal had been reached with the BMA, he said he was making a real difference. But now we know that this has failed, because the BMA are already beginning preparations for further strike action just weeks after accepting the pay deal that was made to them. And as a Member of Parliament representing a constituency in Greater London, I, of course, remember the Mayor of London's promise that there will be no Transport for London strikes under his regime. Well, that's not going very well either. And now we learn, thanks to the latest copy of the Civil Service World, that there are set to be strikes in the Secretary of State's own department. And all of this was before this bill was introduced. It's clear that, despite being in the pockets of their trade union paymasters, their approach to industrial relations has failed, and it will continue to fail in the future. And much of the reason for that future failure will be the rush job that is this bill. This bill has been rushed to the House so quickly that it includes fewer than half of the measures included in the plan to make work pay, a fact recognised by the government's Next Steps to Make Work Pay document. And a vast amount of it will require secondary legislation to take effect. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has talked incessantly about the government's mission to pursue growth, and that is an entirely laudable aim. But growth doesn't just happen. Sometimes government has to do things to facilitate it, and sometimes government needs to not do things that would jeopardise it. The measures in this rushed bill threaten to destroy any prospect of economic growth. I'm sure the Secretary of State will deny it, but the fact of the matter is that in the end, the trade unions will always win out against the Labour Party. The unions have donated almost £30 million to the Labour Party since 2020. And according to Labour lists, 16 Cabinet Ministers have received trade union donations, as have more than 200 Labour MPs, averaging £9,500 each. And this rushed bill is the first part of what the trade unions have bought with their money. The chance to massively increase their power base, not just in the public sector but in the private sector too, especially in small businesses. This will not lead to growth, unless the growth the Prime Minister is talking about is growth in red tape and growth in the trade union's ability to choke the economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, This rushed bill is not a charter for economic growth. It is a charter for industrial strife, plunging productivity, rising unemployment, inflation and economic ruin. This rush bill is not fit for purpose. The government should withdraw it and think again.
Secretary of State Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the honourable and right honourable members from across this House for an informed debate this afternoon on the Employment Rights Bill and the Government's plan to make work pay. In closing this debate, can I also declare to the House I'm a proud member of the Unite and Usdaw trade unions. And even more proudly, can I declare I'm from exactly the kind of working class family who stands to gain from these measures. And as this is a second reading debate, let's remember the history and the context that we have had leading up to this debate today, because in recent times, work has changed a great deal. We've had the impact of technology, of the gig economy. We've had working from home in the pandemic, many things that have changed what work is for many people. And that has created a need to consider if our employment laws are up to date. Indeed, it was the Conservatives under Boris Johnson who first promised an employment bill in their 2019 manifesto. But they did not deliver. The subsequent Queen's speech after that election included an employment bill. But again, the Conservatives did not deliver. In contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government not only promised an employment bill, it has delivered one. And in just 100 days. And meanwhile, it appears some of the Conservative Party do not even support the existing provision of things like maternity pay. So there have been some big differences evident between the benches today. And it is, Madam Deputy Speaker, a proud day for the new government. But it's a prouder day for Britain's workers, many of whom can now look forward to a future with far greater security and stability than they have at present. Quite simply, good work and good wages are what this Labour government was sent to this place to deliver. And that is exactly what this bill is about. But I also take pride in the fact that the new government has worked closely with all parties in drawing up this legislation, acting pragmatically and listening at all times. And the result is a bill which will make a huge difference to the lives of millions of working people, whilst being proportionate, fair and reasonable in the asks it places on business. Recognising, of course, that the majority of businesses operating in the UK already do so to a higher standard than even this bill would introduce. And you wouldn't have known that listening to those depressing speeches from Conservatives today. You wouldn't know that Sainsbury's already pay a living wage, or McDonald's offer contracts that for 0 hours contracts that already offer guaranteed hours, or the Mace Group offers full trade union access to all its construction sites. Mars Wrigley offers equal parental leave. BT Group already have carers leave. Frankly, what we heard from the Conservatives today was binary, it was outdated, and it was extremely depressing. But I was delighted to hear so much significant support from it from these benches and actually all around the House. And some members raised very specific points. I wish, Madam Deputy Speaker, had the time to respond to all of them today. But I did want to acknowledge the tremendous maiden speeches that we had heard. The member for Leicester East, who gave an incredibly gracious speech about her predecessors in a very skillful way, which isn't easy when you've had to defeat several of them to get your place in this House. The member for the Weald of Kent gave an incredibly powerful family story, but wove that into a wonderful description of her constituency and extolled the romantic benefits of campaigning for the Labour Party, something we can all get behind. The member for Hyndburn captured the glorious industrial heritage of her area in a way that was extremely relevant to today's debate. The member for Penistone and Stockbridge, I thought, gave a speech which was a testimony that politics can be a force for good, and it was wonderful to hear. The member for Blackpool North showed passion and commitment in every word that she spoke. I can't wait to hear more from her in future. The member for Dover and Deal, I thought, gave a speech which showed his commitment to public service that has run throughout his entire life, and again, a wonderful speech to be able to listen to. The member for Airdrie and Shotts managed to draw a comparison between his constituency and ancient Rome. That was particularly skillful, but it was funny, warm and authentic and passionate. And finally, the member for Hamilton and Clyde Valley. The MP for the area, known for Robert Owen, a wonderful and apt contribution to the debate, but a tribute to hard work and the rewards that that can bring, and frankly wonderful again to listen to. But I must, Madam Deputy Speaker, ask the House and tell the House that unfortunately I must advise them of something negative, which is to reject the reasoned amendment in the name of the new Shadow Secretary of State. Because quite frankly, lads, this is a bit of a mess, isn't it? As motions go. It claims credit. It claims credit for measures the Conservatives once opposed, like the minimum wage. It opposes the Fair Work Agency, which they used to support. It claims there will be more strikes when they themselves presided over a record number of days lost to strike action. And it shows even less self-awareness when it comes to the burdens on small business. Let's not forget who called a referendum on leaving the European Union with no preparation for either result. And quite frankly, the serious point is this. The Conservative record was one of stagnant wages, low business investment, low productivity, and frankly, it is a record of failure, and that's why we must act differently. Now, as I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is not a lot of time, but the Shadow Secretary of State claimed this bill is rushed. Nothing could be further from the truth. The fact this bill is ready in 100 days is testament to the brilliance of the civil service and the resilience of the British model of government. The impact assessment that we have published shows these measures will increase total employment costs by 0.4%. But we know smaller businesses do face proportionally greater upfront costs from regulatory changes. That's why we're working with them closely to make sure these reforms and the speed they're implemented work for them. But I do want to be clear. We will not allow for the creation of a two-tier market where your protection as a worker depends on the size of your employer. That would create an uneven playing field and exactly the kind of disincentives to grow we saw too many of under the last Conservative government. He also raised vexatious claims under rights at day one. I think the point he missed here was that, of course, there are some rights that are already day one rights. Protection for whistleblowers is a day one right. Disability discrimination protection is a day one right. So if there were his vexatious claims, they could be brought under the existing system. I thought that was a major weakness in his argument. On parental leave, we heard speeches giving tribute to what this will do. On fire and rehire, and let me pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Middlesbrough and Thornaby East for his work in preparing these measures. On impact assessments, let me say one more thing. That 0.4% impact on the UK's total pay bill. In context, last year the UK's total wage costs were £1.3 trillion. To make a bill with such an impact for so many workers, where there's a direct benefit transferred to low-pay workers and keep it as proportionate as that is, I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe an achievement. And finally, on zero-hours contracts, we're not taking away flexibility. We're making flexibility two-way. We are ensuring that workers have the right to a contract that reflects the number of hours they regularly work while allowing them to remain on a zero-hours contract if that is what they want. It is making sure that that flexibility works in both directions, and there is no reason why that should in any way affect seasonal work in an adverse way to what we have at present. To close, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a proud day for this Labour government. It's a change of direction. It is a change to a better and more productive culture of industrial relations in this country. And frankly, the case we are making as a new government, we are not alone in. Study after study shows the benefits of investing in the workforce, in better productivity, better resilience and market dynamism. This bill makes good on our promise to the British people to change their lives for the better, to deliver an economy that works for them, to end the poor pay, the poor working conditions and the poor job security that have held too many people back for too long. And for all of those reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, I proudly commend this bill to the House this evening.
Order.
Let's just close the debate. That's the end of the debate. It's the end of the debate.
Order. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. Since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper, the question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Mike Wood and Greg Smith. Tellers for the noes, Anna Mockmurran and Kate Dearden.
ayes to the right, 105. The noes to the left, 386.
The ayes were 105, the noes were 386. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes. Anna Montmoran and Kate Dearden. Tellers for the noes, Mike Wood and Greg Smith.
to the right, 386. The noes to the left, 105.
The ayes to the right were 386. The noes to the left were 105. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlocked. We now come to the programme motion. Programme motion to be moved formally.
Formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally.
Formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.